Chapter 1498. Lin Xian and Mu Qingya went to the Mu group. Zhang Ting, Mu Hao, and the others would also go, but they would only go later. When the time comes, the Qin family and the others would also go. At this moment, there was a sea of people outside the Mu group. There might be thousands of reporters, and even foreign reporters. In addition to these thousands of reporters, there might be hundreds of thousands of people. They all came to join in the fun. Of course, some of them were really here for themselves, or their family members had cancer. They traveled thousands of miles just to be the first to come here. Of course, because of this matter, there might be more than 300 police officers here to maintain order. There might even be some people sent by the country here. In short, today was very special and very important. Moreover, they had to protect the people of the Mu group because international battles were invisible. To be honest, if other countries wanted to send people to assassinate them, wouldn't that be normal? Although generally speaking, they would not blatantly make a move here, protecting their safety was still the most important thing. Everyone, don't crowd. Enter the Mu group in an orderly manner. The Mu group's conference hall is ready. Everyone can have a seat. There is no need to crowd. Zhang Yang personally maintained order there, letting the thousands of reporters enter the huge Mu group conference hall in an orderly manner. Of course, he also had the responsibility of checking whether those people had dangerous items on them. Guns, grenades, C4, and so on. He must pay attention to them. If someone asked terrorists to do it, wouldn't it blow up? In the conference hall, there were too many big shots, reporters, and even Zhou Jiuhe and a few people sitting in the crowd in a low-key manner. Elder Zhou. A man walked to his side and whispered in his ear, country's people were found outside and have been dealt with. Zhou Jiuhe smiled and nodded. His eyes kept looking forward. Okay, sit down. This subordinate will go and take a look again. It's better to be careful. And that's fine too. Lin Tian and some others also came to the scene of the press conference. Young Master, the Liu family and the Feng family also came. Lin Tian glanced at them. Let them come. They are all here to join in the fun. To be precise, they were here to see if they could work with the Mu group. Young Master, they definitely know that we made a move. What do you think we should do if, when the Mu group grows stronger, what should we do if they retaliate? Counterattack. What's the Mu group? It's just a business family with a history of 100 years. If it weren't for Mu Qingya, the Mu family would only be a small billionaire that just broke the 100 million mark. How could he fight back against the Lin family? Even if he has the capital, she doesn't have the guts. Lin Tian coldly snorted and said. In the hall, other than the reporters and big shots, there were also a lot of big stars. One of them was the main spokesperson, a popular starlet invited by the country, Chu Xinxin. She was backstage. She came mainly to help host the press conference because her popularity was too high. She was equivalent to an Exane's popularity. Their career lines were quite similar. After all, she represented popularity. With her presence, she could also attract the attention of those young people. Moreover, she had a lot of influence in the world and would also attract the attention of many people abroad. There was another girl with Chu Xinxin. Xinxin, you're so beautiful. Chu Xinxin dressed herself up. After all, the scale of today's press conference was greater than any other in history. A global press conference. She was also the host, so she felt very excited. It's okay. You're also very beautiful. Don't worry, you'll definitely be popular. Chu Xinxin looked at the beautiful girl beside her with a smile. I will do my best. The one who spoke was Wang Xintong. That's right, she also triggered a mission. The mission she triggered gave her a headache. She had already completed a few missions before, and they were relatively simple. However, the most important mission was now. The number of fans exceeded 10 million. Wang Xintong cried. The number of fans exceeded 10 million. She could only try to become a star. If the number of fans reached 10 million, they would basically be close to or an A-list star, right? Not necessarily. Some stars were short-lived. A drama would be popular for a period of time, and the number of fans would skyrocket by tens of millions, but there would be no follow-up. However, she only wanted 10 million real fans. No matter how long it lasted, no matter if the fans would drop or not, as long as the number of fans exceeded 10 million, the mission would be completed. She could go on to the next one. Then, she found a way to join an entertainment company, which was the company that Chu Xinxin was in. She didn't have much of a resume, but she was beautiful, so the company accepted her. Wang Xintong came into contact with this world very quickly, because it was basically the same as their world. However, she had joined the company for 3 days. She had no choice. Until now, she hadn't shown her face or acted in a drama. Yes, she had never acted in a drama before. She didn't have any acting skills. Even if there was a drama, she wouldn't be accepted. Moreover, she couldn't be qualified to act because she didn't have any acting skills. Wang Xintong felt that she might have taken the wrong path. 10 million fans. She didn't have to be a star. Live broadcasts, short videos, etc. Anyway, no matter which one it was, she had a headache. She felt that she might fail the mission. Now, her identity was more like Chu Xinxin's assistant. Fortunately, Chu Xinxin was a very good person and took good care of her. However, what made Wang Xintong a little? No, what shocked her was that this world actually had songs arranged by Lin Xian. The names were the same, but the accompaniment was slightly different. The lyrics were the same. She was really shocked. Therefore, she didn't know whether this world was a virtual existence in the God's Awakening Door or a real existence. She leaned towards the former. The people here were all fake. They were all data. Otherwise, why would there be songs that were the same as in reality? It might have been recorded when the big data was recorded. Xintong, I'll bring you to host later, Chu Xinxin said. Ah. No. I don't know how to. Chu Xinxin said, isn't your wish to have more than 10 million fans? You're so beautiful. You don't have to do anything else. This press conference is broadcasted live worldwide. You're so beautiful. If you host it with me, you should attract a lot of fans. This, Wang Xintong bit her lip. Here, there are lyrics here. Try to memorize them. You don't have to say the exact same words. When the time comes, your answers will be similar. Thank you. Chu Xinxin smiled and didn't say anything. Hey, I'm going to see the big stars. Suddenly, a voice came. Come on, brother-in-law. You're just going to see the beauties. You're old and lecherous. Mu Feifei followed Lin Xian eagerly. Chapter 1499. Wang Xintong felt that the voice was strangely familiar. In the backstage, Lin Xian and Mu Feifei walked over. Brother-in-law, wait for me. Lin Xian and Mu Feifei walked over. Wow! As expected of a superstar who suddenly became famous in such a short time. She was so beautiful. So tender. Wang Xintong stood by the side and saw Lin Xian. Then, her small mouth opened wide. Lin Xian turned his head and looked at her. Lin Xian. Damn! Lin Xian was shocked when he saw Wang Xintong. He never expected to meet Wang Xintong here. Although it was easy for them to meet if they became famous on the internet, it was not that easy to become famous on the internet. Moreover, it took time. Therefore, they could only rely on fate to meet each other. Wow, he really did not expect that little cutie Xintong would be here. Lin Xian. Although they had not seen each other for a short time, they really missed each other. Most importantly, they met in such a big place. They were really happy. Lin Xian hugged Wang Xintong and spun her around, making Wang Xintong blush. Mu Feifei. Take a picture, take a picture. She hurriedly took out her phone and snapped a series of photos. Scumbag. If this was not a scumbag, then what was? He had already done it with her sister. This person had another woman outside. Moreover, it seemed that they had known each other for a long time. In other words, her sister was a mistress. Wow! Amazing! Chu Xinxin was stunned. She had not known Wang Xintong for long. When she said that she had a boyfriend, she was curious and wanted a photo. She could not take it out awkwardly and did not even have his contact information. She found it strange, but now it seemed that she was right. My goodness, did you come here to become a superstar? Lin Xian pinched Wang Xintong's little face. Wang Xintong nodded and then whispered, "Mission." Fuck. This mission was truly admirable. What was he doing? Make you angry. 10 million fans. Lin Xian scratched his head. It's not that difficult. Og, hey, brother-in-law, what do you mean? Mu Feifei comes over and kicks Lin Xian. Chu Xinxin. What? There was even someone who called him brother-in-law. What a jerk. Shoo shoo shoo, go play in the sand. Lin Xian waved his hand. You. Wait here, I'll tell my sister. Mu Feifei snorted and walked away angrily. Was he not afraid? Aren't you worried? I'm convinced. Come, tell me what happened. Lin Xian pulled Wang Xintong to a corner. Chu Xinxin stood there in a daze. Lin Xian chatted a lot with Wang Xintong. What about you? Wang Xintong asked. Me? It's a lot more complicated. I spent my first day in the detention center. Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. Huh? Then what mission did you trigger? Several. Currently, I'm trying to earn 100 billion. After I earn that, I can return to the mysterious heaven realm. Lin Xian. Me too. As long as I have 10 million fans, I can return to the mysterious heaven realm. Wang Xintong nodded. Did you meet anyone else? No. Wang Xintong shook her head. Well, show your face today. If they see you, they should contact you. Lin Xian said. Okay. Then I'll go memorize the script, Lin Xian, did you do this? Lin Xian nodded. I knew it. Wang Xintong stuck out her pink tongue and walked to the side. Sister. Mu Feifei ran to another room. Mu Qingya was sitting in front of the mirror, and a makeup artist was helping her do a little last touch. What? Well, Mu Feifei hesitated. Should she tell her? If she told her, wouldn't it make her look bad? But she was his biological sister. Also, that Lin Xian was not afraid at all. It was so annoying. Humph. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. You're so beautiful today. Mu Feifei said with a smile. Are you short of money? Yes. Wait a few days. Spend less in the next few days. Mu Qingya said lightly. Okay, okay. Mu Feifei then ran away. Hey, brother-in-law, I'll give you one last chance. Give me the money, or I'll tell my sister. Mu Feifei stretched out her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. You. Mu Feifei stared at Lin Xian angrily. Humph, I'll tell my sister after the press conference. Mu Feifei said unhappily. Press conference. Is your sister President Mu? Chu Xinxin asked in surprise. Yes. Then, Chu Xinxin looked at Lin Xian. So, he's President Mu's boyfriend. Yes. President Mu's boyfriend is two-timing. Yes, yes. Lin Xian, Chu Xinxin looked at Lin Xian in surprise. What a beast. President Mu was so beautiful and elegant. He had already gotten such a girl, but he was still two-timing. It was definitely not because of Tong. Tong was very innocent. She could tell that she must have been deceived by this bad man. You must tell President Mu. Chu Xinxin said indignantly. Of course, unless you give me the money. Mu Feifei stretched out her hand to Lin Xian again. Chu Xinxin. Was she really his sister? I won't give you the money. Go eat dirt. You. Didn't you say that sister-in-law is the most fragrant? Didn't you say that you would be good to sister-in-law? Mu Feifei put her hands on her waist and stared at Lin Xian. Wang Xintong sat not far away and blinked her eyes. No way. Lin Xian hooked up with another girl here. But, wasn't this a virtual world? If he hooked up with another girl, what would he do in the future? Or did he just want to have some fun? It shouldn't be, right? Although Lin Xian was a pervert, he was still a very responsible person. There was a sound outside. Ah. Tong, it's time for us to go on stage. Coming. Wang Xintong lifted her skirt and ran over. Lin Xian, I'll go on stage to host. I heard that it can increase the exposure. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Go ahead. Yes. The press conference officially began. Chu Xinxin and Wang Xintong, the two beautiful girls, were the hosts of the opening ceremony and received a lot of praise. Bad guy. Mu Feifei still had a great deal of resentment towards Lin Xian. Slap. Lin Xian slapped her but with the back of his hand. Mu Feifei, I'll tell my sister. She pursed her lips and ran away. Well, when she took off her pants, she would show her sister the handprint on her butt. Facts speak louder than words. Just you wait. Sister, let me tell you, just now, if you have anything to say it later. Mu Qingya took a deep breath and walked away quickly. Ah. Lin Xian came over and smiled. Slap. Ah. Lin Xian, you pervert. Chapter 1500. Outside, a group of big shots was waiting for Mu Qingya. Wang Xintong and Chu Xinxin were still hosting, but they were already at the end. The hosting of the two young and beautiful girls still attracted a lot of attention. It was just that the most attention now was naturally that kind of medicine. Xinxin, you're the spokesperson for this drug. Do you have anything to say about it? A reporter couldn't help but ask. Chu Xinxin was helpless. Although she was the spokesperson, it was the country that asked her to do it. After all, it was the country. She and the company were quite assured and didn't need to know more about it. Chu Xinxin smiled and said, about this, you can ask President Mu about it in person. I won't answer you. President Mu should be ready. Let's invite President Mu to the stage. Wow, the next moment, there was a thunderous applause, and everyone's eyes were focused on a certain spot. Mu Qingya, who was wearing a white, relatively elegant dress, walked up to them. Everyone looked at her and couldn't help but sigh. So beautiful. You really can't imagine that the president of a company is such a beautiful woman. It's really exaggerated, and she's very young. President Mu, may I ask, President Mu? For a moment, countless flashes were crazily flashing, and everyone was excitedly asking questions. Mu Qingya didn't have any scruples in front of the camera, although she knew that this press conference was open to the whole world. Lin Tian looked at this extremely beautiful woman and secretly clenched his fists. Why? Why? Such a beautiful woman, why can't I, Lin Tian, get her? Why? Everyone, please be quiet. Mu Qingya said lightly to the camera and microphone with a smile. Everyone quieted down. The purpose of today's press conference is to solve the questions in everyone's mind. I'll answer them one by one. So, let's begin. First, this person from Sports Wanshang, who is also an old acquaintance of mine, can ask first. The girl then hurriedly asked, President Mu, I have a lot of questions. Please answer them one by one. Mu Qingya smiled and said, I'll only answer one. After all, there are so many reporters here, right? The woman nodded. You're right, Chairman Mu. Then, I'd like to ask, Chairman Mu, about this anti-cancer drug. The whole world is concerned about it. I'd like to ask a relatively specific question. That is, what kind of effect can this drug achieve? What are its limits? Lin Xian was watching Mu Qingya from the backstage. She gave off the vibe of Linya, which was why Lin Xian liked her so much. Lin Xian, Wang Xintong ran towards Lin Xian. Sit. Lin Xian smiled and patted his leg. I don't want to. She blushed. Sit down, or I'll get angry. Wang Xintong blushed and sat on Lin Xian's lap. Mu Feifei. Crack. She swore that if this brother-in-law didn't give her any benefits, she would give all the photos to her sister. Humph. Brother-in-law, if you don't give me any benefits, just wait and see. I'll take all the photos. But if you do, I'll consider not telling my sister even if it's something so outrageous. Go play in the sand. You. Humph. You're so infuriating. Why wasn't he afraid? Did he not care if he slept with her sister? Mu Qingya said with a smile, first of all, this is not an anti-cancer drug, but a cancer drug. What you asked should be of concern to everyone. We have done clinical trials, and the FDA has approved it. What I said is absolutely true. There is only one course of treatment for this drug. No matter if you are in the early stage, the middle stage, or the late stage, a treatment course of 7 days will definitely cure you completely. To put it simply, under the Harmony capsule, cancer is just a common cold. Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of air. Since she dared to hold this press conference, she must dare to make a promise. President Mu, may I ask if it can be treated no matter how serious the condition is? Another reporter hurriedly asked. Mu Qingya said, in theory, yes. But because everyone knows that if it's delayed to a certain extent, the spread of cancer cells will destroy the body's functions. This capsule only clears the cancer cells, and other things are useless. But basically, there should be no problem. Chairman Mu, may I ask if this Harmony capsule was really developed by your Mu Group? As far as I know, the Mu Group's main business is beauty and luxury goods. But the Mu Group suddenly developed a drug that's not on par with the industry at all. It's even a global problem. This makes us very curious. Yes, this is indeed very curious. Mu Qingya then said, if you pay attention to the Mu Group, you should know that the Mu Group was suppressed by many companies some time ago and was even on the verge of bankruptcy. All the employees left, all the companies terminated their cooperation, and the banks refused to lend to them. During this period, the Mu Group saw through the fickleness of human nature. In the end, the Mu Group directly transformed and developed this drug. This is the only way to turn the tables. Hearing Mu Qingya's words, many of the former presidents were ashamed. They all regretted it now. They couldn't afford to offend the Lin family, but they also couldn't afford to offend the Mu family. If Mu Qingya was more ruthless, then they would be finished. And the one who developed this drug is not a team. It's one person. He is. Mu Qingya hesitated slightly and then looked at the camera with her beautiful eyes. He is my boyfriend. Wow, her words were like 1,000 waves. Boyfriend. Mu Qingya's boyfriend. She has a boyfriend. No, that's not the point. The point is her boyfriend really so amazing? He developed the world's most difficult problem alone. Mu Qingya said this because she wanted to tell the whole world that she had a boyfriend. Her boyfriend was very outstanding. She hoped that those who still wanted to pursue her would give up so that she could save herself a lot of trouble. As for whether it was true or not, it didn't matter to her. Anyway, it was fine as long as outsiders knew. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Wang Xintong sat on his lap and blinked her big eyes. Chu Xinxin, who was standing next to them, was dumbfounded. This person was President Mu's boyfriend, Wang Xintong's boyfriend. And this scumbag was holding Wang Xintong backstage and looking at President Mu. And in front of President Mu's sister. Could it be that? President Mu knew that he was two-timing and accepted it. It can't be, right? Wang Xintong was used to it anyway, so she could accept it. However, she was worried that the people here were all fictional. Although they seemed very real, they couldn't go to another planet after entering the God's Awakening door, right? Chapter 1501. Lin Tian clenched his fists. Other than Lin Tian, there were many other suitors of Mu Qingya here. Hearing this, they clenched their fists tightly. It was announced to the whole world. It should be true, right? Who was that person? Lin Tian frowned. This medicine was developed by Lin Xian. How could he? Lin Tian couldn't imagine. He was from an ancient martial arts family. How could this Lin Xian solve a problem that even the ancient martial arts family couldn't solve? Damn it. That's a good match. Will CEO Mu's lover show up? The reporter said with a smile. Mu Qingya shook her head. He doesn't like to show his face in public. If he was responsible, he would have shown up with me from the beginning. CEO Mu's lover is really low-key. Under normal circumstances, he can apply for a Nobel Prize after developing this medicine. But now it seems that CEO Mu's lover, Mu Qingya shook her head. I don't know. Next question. CEO Mu, there's another question. Will this medicine be very rare? After all, most families can't afford the high cost. For example, some diseases may cost tens of thousands of yuan for a needle. For example, some medicines may cost tens of thousands of yuan for a course of treatment. Will this kind of expensive medicine appear in the Harmony capsule? Mu Qingya nodded. Yes. Everyone's heart sank. What I mean is that the medicine won't be rare for the time being. What will be expensive is that it will only cost tens of thousands of yuan. After all, the cost of this medicine is obvious. But unlike other medicines, for many diseases, people need to use medicine to prolong their lives. It costs tens of thousands of yuan every month. Day after day, year after year, there's no end to it. But the Harmony capsule is different. It only costs tens of thousands of yuan. It can cure cancer in a week. Do you still think this is a sky-high price? Mu Qingya glanced at the crowd and said. Yes, it's fundamentally different. Spending tens of thousands of yuan to cure cancer is very cheap. That's right. Normal hospitalization costs are more than tens of thousands. Other diseases prolong life, but the Harmony capsule can cure cancer. Yes, there's a fundamental difference. Everyone nodded. To be honest, it was very cheap to cure cancer for tens of thousands of yuan. Then, Chairman Mu, how much is it? As for the current price, because we are sure that a course of treatment can definitely remove all the spreading cancer cells in 7 days, the current price of a course of treatment is 38,888 yuan, and there is only one type. Mu Qingya said. Less than 40,000 yuan to cure cancer. To be honest, even an early or mid-stage surgery or other expenses would cost more than this. That's right, he's already very kind. Chairman Mu, when will it go on sale? Mu Qingya said, currently, the physical stores have already terminated their cooperation with the Mu Group, but the online commerce platform has been opened. So, there is only one channel for the sale now, and that is the online commerce platform. Everyone, please look for the only Mu Group store and don't buy fake medicine. The official sale will start at midnight tonight. You need to register your ID to buy it, and each person can only buy one course of treatment at most. At the same time, the Mu Group welcomes all the agents in the future to come and negotiate with us. Mu Qingya's words were very clear. The friends she had never made before didn't include the companies that had terminated their cooperation with her. And if one could become their agent, the benefits would be unimaginable. Many people who were paying attention to the press conference were excited. Murong, will the Mu Group officially transform? Mu Qingya shook her head. No, the Mu Group will continue to engage in the previous industry in the future. In the future, the Mu Group will sell a kind of mask that should be better than all the skincare products today. It can remove wrinkles, crow's feet, and acne marks in a short time, improve the skin, and even make a 40-year-old look 10 years younger with the naked eye. It is already in development and has been successful. We are just waiting for the release. Everyone, look forward to it. Wow, hearing Mu Qingya's words, everyone was shocked again. This? The press conference was over. The Mu Group had completely become a company that people were talking about. If they could really do it, the development of the Mu Group would be unparalleled. Mu Qingya was busy and couldn't spare any time. Mu Feifei wanted to complain, but she couldn't see Mu Qingya. Lin Xian was too infuriating. Lin Xian and Wang Xintong were discussing Wang Xintong's task. For the time being, Lin Xian's task shouldn't be a problem. He could earn 100 billion yuan in a short time. Did you find out about that, Lin Xian? Lin Tian asked faintly while drinking red wine in a business suite. Yes, this is his information. Lin Tian took it and frowned. What? There is no information about his activities in 3 years. Qi Nijuan had asked someone to help delete the news of his death. With the intervention of the country, they couldn't find any records of Lin Xian's death 3 years ago. It was just that there was no information about him in the past 3 years. Well, it seems that he might have gone to a mysterious organization or an ancient martial arts family to cultivate in the past 3 years. Impossible. I have interacted with him. He doesn't have a trace of true qi on him. He is just an ordinary person. Lin Tian said confidently. That can't be explained. Lin Tian muttered, in short, this person can't exist in this world. It doesn't matter if he can explain it or not. Just kill him. As long as he was killed, the Mu Group would have no one to rely on. There would be many things that couldn't be developed in the future. He could see that it was because of this Lin Xian that the Mu group was revived. Everything was developed by this Lin Xian. It's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult to be an ordinary person. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. Yes, he rarely appears in places where there is no one, Lin Tian said, then use other means. Mu Feifei, the second daughter of the Mu family, always fooling around. It shouldn't be difficult to kidnap her, right? Not difficult. Well, use her to threaten this Lin Xian. There shouldn't be a problem, right? The man nodded, it shouldn't be a problem. I can ask those people to do it. Well, tell them to be quick and careful. Don't leave any traces. After it's done, take 10 million and give them 50 million. Yes, young master. Then, the man walked away. Lin Tian shook his wine glass. Lin Xian, you shouldn't be in danger if you keep a low profile. But since you want to be high profile, how can this young master let you go? Killing a person is a piece of cake for this young master. Chapter 1502. Mu Qingyao was very busy, but she was very fulfilled and satisfied. She was a busy person. If she was not busy, she would feel uncomfortable. She was used to it. That night, Lin Xian and his family, as well as the Qin family, gathered at the Mu residence for dinner. Mu Qingyao did not come back. She was still busy preparing for 12 o'clock in the morning. It was estimated that it would explode at 12 o'clock in the morning. Many people might be waiting on the platform to buy it. Even those who didn't get the disease probably kept it for the sake of buying it in case of an emergency. After all, they weren't sure if they could still buy it in the future. After all, this disease was actually very common and easy to get. Many people bought it to see if they could break down the formula. Although the patent was bought by the Mu group, if they could develop it, they could sell it secretly later. If the price was lower, there would be people who would buy it. Those big families would definitely buy it. Xian, the Mu group is really indebted to you this time. Otherwise, Mu Hao shook his head. He knew what the consequences would be if it were not for Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Uncle Mu, we are family. Don't say that. Qi Nijuan heard Lin Xian's words and felt inexplicably unhappy. Family, sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Qin Jiangwo, old Master Qin, was drinking alone. Dad, why are you drinking alone? What's a pity? Qi Nijuan's mother asked. It's a pity that my precious granddaughter is not as fast as Mu Qingyao. Lin Xian is such a good boy. I really like him. It's a pity that someone else beat me to it. Everyone, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Qi Nijuan said helplessly. I think, Mu Feifei took a bite of the drumstick, then shook the drumstick in her hand and said, I think there's still a chance. Ha! Everyone looked at Mu Feifei in confusion. Brother-in-law is very lecherous. Maybe he's two-timing. Lin Xian, everyone, TSK, what nonsense are you talking about all day long? Zhang Ting glared at Mu Feifei. Mu Feifei lowered her head and poked the meat with her chopsticks. Cough, cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. I'm done. I'm done too. Mu Feifei said quickly. Lin Xian glanced at her. What was his sister-in-law up to? Then you youngsters can have some fun together. We old fellows won't join you. Come, old Master Qin, let's drink. Let me offer you a toast. Lin Xian went to the back garden and lit a cigarette. Hey! Mu Feifei came from behind and kicked Lin Xian. Hey, I haven't even told my elder sister about you. You better take this last chance to bribe me, then I won't tell my elder sister. I won't tell her that you're two-timing either, okay? Lin Xian turned to look at the pretty girl. Sister-in-law, I really don't have money. Lin Xian shrugged. Oh, you'll have money tomorrow. Lin Xian asked, won't your elder sister give you money tomorrow? She will. That's good. But she won't give me much. At most, she'll give me around 100,000 yuan. Lin Xian, elder sister, what are you doing? 100,000 yuan isn't enough. Not enough, not enough. Their cars are worth millions, and they're all sold now. Mu Feifei pouted. Lin Xian said, you're extorting me. He, who told you to two-time? Okay, I'll give you some money when I get it. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He, you said it. Yes, I said it. Mu Feifei then ran away happily. I heard it. Qi Nijuan came over at this time. What did you hear? You're two-timing. Lin Xian, aw. Life. Yes, I'm two-timing you and little Qingya. Lin Xian looked at Qi Nijuan with a smile. Nonsense. Qi Nijuan walked to Lin Xian's side and looked at the scenery in front of her. Qingya is very conservative. I know that many men are bastards, but she can't accept this kind of thing. No, she can't accept it even if she's a normal woman. Wow. You're not scolding me. You're not slapping me. Lin Xian was shocked. So you admit it? Lin Xian nodded. Scumbag, bah. Qi Nijuan walked away. Lin Xian, this Earth was different from the sky blue planet. In the end, the sky blue planet was still a place where the strong were respected. On the other hand, Earth was truly protected by the law. Strength was respected, so monogamy was not a strong concept. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. What should he do? A day passed just like that. Mu Qingya came back the next morning and went to sleep in her room. The supply could not meet the demand. A total of 1 million sets were prepared in advance and sold out in an hour. Hundreds of thousands of boxes were produced overnight, but the supply could not meet the demand. In other words, from last night until now, the Mu Group had earned more than 40 billion. Now, the employees were divided into 2 shifts and working overtime to produce the medicine. The post-production department was constantly purchasing materials, and the Mu Group was constantly recruiting new employees. Mu Qingya had promised Lin Xian that the Mu Group would only take 5% of the profits from the medicine. The remaining 95% would be Lin Xian's. After all, the Mu Group could rely on this to survive and continue to grow. Lin Xian did not refuse. He needed to earn 100 billion. If it was normal, he should be able to complete this task in 2 or 3 days. Now there is another task, which is to pick up 2 girls. Well, little Qingya is one, and then there is my sister-in-law or Qi Nijuan. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. In this world, picking up 2 beautiful sisters was a bit too much, right? Well, it's better to pick Qi Nijuan. Time to sleep. Lin Xian then went to Mu Qingya's room. Mu Qingya was sleeping soundly wrapped in the quilt. Lin Xian did not disturb her. He crawled into the quilt and hugged her, then fell asleep. After all, Lin Xian had no cultivation now. He also needed to eat and rest. Sigh, I haven't had sex with a girl since I came to Earth. I'm so hungry. I shouldn't have let Wang Xintong go. However, Lin Xian now had to consider Wang Xintong's task. Her 10 million fans were a bit difficult to deal with, but, with her beauty, as long as the company was willing to spend a lot of money to promote her, Lin Xian planned to give it a try. When the time came, it shouldn't be a problem for Mu Qingya to talk to Wang Xintong's company, right? That afternoon, Mu Qingya opened her beautiful eyes and saw Lin Xian's side profile. Chapter 1503. Mu Qingya bit her lip, and then, she showed an embarrassed and angry expression. Bastard! His hand, Mu Qingya hurriedly pulled Lin Xian's hand out of her clothes. Bastard! Bastard! She really gave up. Could it be that she had already acknowledged him to be her real boyfriend? Otherwise, why didn't she get angry when he pinched her nai again and again? Ah! Mu Qingya grabbed her messy hair and hurriedly got up. Morning, daughter-in-law. Lin Xian suddenly said. Mu Qingya, it's afternoon. She nodded and went into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xian yawned and walked in, hugging Mu Qingya from behind. Mu Qingya, what are you doing? Lin Xian leaned his face on her shoulder. I like you. Mu Qingya, phew, she looked at herself in the mirror and said, yesterday's revenue came out. So far, the revenue has reached 60 billion yuan. Not bad. If it weren't for the short supply, it would have exceeded 100 billion yuan by now. Mu Qingya had never thought that making money could be so easy. Lin Xian, you don't have enough factories, do you? She nodded. There must be a lot of companies begging to cooperate with us to produce beauty products. Okay, but I'm worried that we won't be able to keep it steady. What's there to worry about? You keep an eye on them, and I'll let Zhang Yang keep an eye on things here. Mu Qingya said, let Zhang Yang keep an eye on the beauty products. The cancer drugs are very important. If anything goes wrong, it will be devastating. Okay. Mu Qingya wiped her face. Let go of me. Lin Xian shook his head. No. Mu Qingya, honey, why don't you be my girlfriend for real? Lin Xian leaned against her back and said. Mu Qingya. Look, we've kissed, and Nai has touched me. You don't mind. Mu Qingya. Don't mind. Just because you said you don't mind. However, she really couldn't imagine that Lin Xian would touch such a private place of hers. Mu Qingya turned around and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It's not that I don't agree. You are indeed very outstanding. You should find a better girl. To me, if it weren't for you, I might just be a woman from an ordinary family. You can find someone better. Lin Xian looked at her. How is that possible? Don't you know how beautiful you are? You only look at a woman's appearance. Mu Qingya asked. No, but appearance is very important, isn't it? Lin Xian smirked. Mu Qingya turned around and said, I don't have time. I can't accompany you too much, and I can't do anything intimate with you. I don't know how to be a good girlfriend. I'm not qualified. Then leave it to me. Lin Xian leaned over. Mu Qingya trembled and her red lips were kissed by Lin Xian. Mu Qingya, it hurts, she was about to burst into tears. Then she pushed Lin Xian to the back and ran out with her hands covering her breasts. Lin Xian smirked. He got her. Although she didn't agree in the end, but, nice. Sister, your face is so red. Mu Feifei opened her mouth when she saw Mu Qingya. Really? Maybe I was too tired yesterday. Mu Feifei blinked and looked at Mu Qingya. What does being tired yesterday have to do with your blushing this afternoon? Tell me, did you and brother-in-law do something shameful in broad daylight? Mu Qingya, go away. Humph. Bad woman. Mu Qingya, give me the money. Mu Feifei reached out her hand. Mu Qingya handed her a card. I don't have much money now. I'll make it up to you later. After all, Mu Feifei had sold her sports car, luxury goods, and bags for the Mu Group. Okay, I'll ask brother-in-law. Don't ask him. He needs money to go out tomorrow. Why? It's Shweli's birthday. I'm going to give her a sports car. We've been good friends for so many years. If I can't even give her a sports car, it'll be so embarrassing. I'll give it to you. Mu Qingya shook her head. No, I want to ask brother-in-law. Mu Qingya shook her head helplessly. Then Mu Feifei ran upstairs. Brother-in-law, give me the money. Lin Xian, ask your sister for the money. She won't give it to me. What I mean is, my money is now in the Mu Group's account. You can ask her for the money. Just tell her I agree. Mu Feifei's eyes lit up. I love you so much. Then she ran downstairs happily. For Mu Feifei, at the age where she liked to play, she wanted to save face. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. Another day passed by just like that. Mu Qingya was still busy. Lin Xian asked Qini Juan out for dinner. After all, Lin Xian wanted to hit on her, but Qini Juan rejected him. That scumbag was two-timing and he even asked her out for dinner alone. He was up to no good. Bah! That scumbag. Obviously, he wanted to three-time. Qini Juan wouldn't let him have his way. He was a pervert with a human face but a beast's heart. She reckoned that this pervert was still thinking about how to get them onto the same bed when the time came. Bah! Lin Xian walked out of the office helplessly. Qini Juan was a stubborn donkey. He couldn't ask her out no matter how hard he tried. What could Lin Xian do? Hey, what are you doing now? Regarding Wang Xintong's task, Lin Xian had already troubled Wang Xintong. Mu Qingya would directly use 10 billion to invest in Wang Xintong's company. He didn't care about anything else. Let her do all the songs, TV series, and variety shows that could be popular. Wang Xintong's company would be very satisfied. 10 billion was almost enough to buy half of his company. Lin Xian knew that Wang Xintong wasn't afraid of being tired, so he would let her become a big star. As long as she had a sense of variety, she would be able to attract fans quickly. For example, she was very picky. With these two shows, she would definitely attract a lot of fans. The most important thing was that she was beautiful. Where are we going? Lin Xian was a little confused since he didn't ask Qini Juan out. He couldn't cultivate, but he could make money now. He estimated that in 2 hours, his net worth would exceed 100 billion, and then he would have a cultivation of the mysterious sky realm. Hey, did you get it? Suddenly, two people passed by Lin Xian. It should be about time, right? Anyway, we've done what we should do. What's left is for those young masters to enjoy themselves. Sigh, it's a pity. Although Mu Feifei doesn't have the temperament of her sister, she's still a super beauty. Sigh, I have to say, those young masters are really bold. The Mu group is now at its peak, and they still dare to. It's mainly because Mu Feifei's best friend set a trap. Think about it, when the video is taken, what can Mu Feifei do? She can only let them do whatever they want. Lin Xian suddenly frowned. Chapter 1504. To be honest, Lin Xian was disgusted by this kind of thing. Say, if you like a girl, then chase her. If you can't get her, then it means that you're not capable. What's the point of using such disgusting means? But it had to be said that there were quite a few people who used such means. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Lin Xian heard the conversation between the two people. Mu Feifei's best friend was actually setting a trap to help a certain man. This was what made Lin Xian the angriest. Although Mu Feifei was heartless, she treated people sincerely. When she had no money, she begged him for money, and it was a huge sum of money, just to buy a sports car for her best friend. She was quite sincere, which was quite good. However, the human heart was the most terrifying thing in this world. Lin Xian turned around and kicked the two people directly to the ground. Then, he kicked one of them unconscious and stepped on the other person's chest with his other foot. It looked like he would be crippled if he used too much force. Although Lin Xian had lost his realm, his own combat ability was still there. The matter here also attracted the attention of some people around. "Where is Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian asked coldly. Although she was not his woman, she was still his sister-in-law. Nothing must happen to her. "You are," Lin Xian exerted force on his foot. "Ah!" That person screamed. "Where is Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian asked coldly again. At the Royal Mansion clubhouse. Bang! Lin Xian had sent him flying with a kick, and this kick would definitely knock him out as well. Hey, why is that person like this? He hit someone halfway and even knocked him out. Shook, someone who dares to hit someone halfway is definitely not a good person. It's better not to provoke him. Then call the police. Those passers-by did not understand. On the other side, Lin Xian arrived at the Royal Mansion clubhouse. This was definitely a place for rich people to have fun. Clubs were also divided into different levels, just like hotels. The difference between a 5-star hotel and an ordinary hotel was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Xian walked straight into the huge, luxurious clubhouse in front of him, which made him feel as if all he saw was money. "Stop!" Lin Xian was instantly stopped. Lin Xian frowned. "What? I can't enter." "Yes, but the Royal Mansion clubhouse is booked today." "Where are they?" Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he asked. "No matter where he is, you can't enter." "I'm going to a birthday party." "Can't I enter?" Lin Xian replied. He had heard from Mu Feifei that she was here for the birthday party. "So you're a guest of the birthday party? Please come in, come in." That person's face instantly changed. Lin Xian then quickly walked in. "Brother, that person took a taxi here. Does he look like a rich person?" "That's hard to say. After all, he knows that there's a birthday party inside. Outside a huge villa, there might be more than 100 men and women playing there. There was also a swimming pool, all kinds of food and drinks." Lin Xian walked over and glanced around. He did not see Mu Feifei. Then, Lin Xian walked straight into the villa. The villa was also very lively. A group of men and women were dancing and partying there. "Where's Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian asked a random person. "Mu Feifei? I don't know." The girl shook her head. "Fuck. Where's Mu Feifei's best friend?" "You mean Xueli? She's over there." Lin Xian glanced around and saw a pretty girl drinking red wine with a man. Lin Xian walked over and lifted Xueli up. "Where's Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian stared at her and shouted coldly. This scene instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. "You're fucking courting death." The man next to her threw a punch at Lin Xian. Bang! Lin Xian kicked him more than 10 meters away. Some people even heard the sound of ribs breaking. Gulped up, they swallowed a mouthful of saliva and did not dare to move. "Let me ask you, where's Mu Feifei?" Lin Xian shouted again. Xueli was scared out of her wits. She subconsciously looked in a direction. Lin Xian noticed her gaze. Slap. Lin Xian gave her a backhand slap and sent her flying. Then, he went to the second floor of the villa. Bang. At this time, two people opened a door and ran out. Lin Xian happened to see them. Bang! Lin Xian sent them flying with a kick and then rushed into the room. In the room, the bed was extremely messy. Obviously, there was a girl's jacket. This jacket belonged to Mu Feifei. Lin Xian had seen it before. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xian's eyes were bloodshot. Where's Mu Feifei? Lin Xian stepped on one of the people's neck and shouted angrily. She was taken away. The two people were obviously scared out of their wits by what had just happened. Taken away. Who? I don't know. That person was like a ghost. He appeared in the room inexplicably and took Mu Feifei away. Slap slap. Lin Xian slapped the two people until they fainted. Then, he called Qi Nijuan and asked her to come and take Mu Feifei away. Perhaps some police officers would be afraid of this kind of thing because the young masters here were all very powerful. However, Qi Nijuan liked this kind of thing the most. Young masters. Rich young ladies. If they did not arrest them, who would they arrest? Because Qi Nijuan abhorred evil and she had a powerful background, she was not afraid. If someone dared to protect such a person, then she dared to arrest the person who protected them as well. Lin Xian frowned and sat on the bed. Mu Feifei was taken away. The window was wide open. It seemed to be true. But, who would wait? Too many people would want to catch Mu Feifei. Because of the current situation of the Mu group, too many people would be jealous. Mu Qingya was relatively difficult to catch. Mu Feifei was fooling around everywhere every day. Kidnapping Mu Feifei was a very easy thing to do. Since it was a kidnapping, it meant that they were doing it for benefits. Before they got their benefits, Mu Feifei would be fine. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was not necessarily an ordinary kidnapping. Lin Xian suspected that the target was Lin Tian of the Lin family. That person said that a person suddenly appeared in the room like a ghost. That person might be a martial artist. Maybe the target was Lin Xian. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. Lin Xian directly answered the call. You want to save Mu Feifei? A specially processed voice came from the other side of the phone. Lin Xian said faintly, Tell me, where is she? For Lin Xian, this was good news. Then, Lin Xian quickly ran out. Chapter 1505. Lin Xian didn't tell anyone about Mu Feifei's accident. Perhaps only Qi Nijuan knew about it, but Qi Nijuan didn't know what happened afterward. She thought that someone wanted to rape Mu Feifei but was stopped by Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian was with Mu Feifei. Actually, that wasn't the case. Lin Xian didn't want those people to worry. He felt that he had the ability to save Mu Feifei. Of course, the premise was, he had to reach the mysterious heaven realm. He estimated that in the next 2 hours, his net worth would reach 100 billion. In that case, he would be in the profound heaven realm. But, Lin Xian didn't know when exactly, so he could only rush over now. He wasn't worried that something would happen to Mu Feifei, but he was worried that Mu Feifei was so beautiful that she might buzz. Lin Xian casually drove a rich person's sports car away from the clubhouse and sped away. In the suburbs, boss, do we really need so many people? It was late at night here, and there was no light. There was an abandoned factory. There was an abandoned building in this abandoned factory. It wasn't too tall, about 30 meters high, but it wasn't short either. The main thing was that it was big. It was a building that had just been renovated, but it had been abandoned because of an explosion. This place was remote enough because of a chemical leak. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to come here. Although it had been many years, they would inexplicably resist and fear this place. There was only the starlight, and it was especially dark. At this moment, the geniuses on the top floor of the building were chatting. This isn't my idea. This is the employer's idea. Didn't they say that the opponent we want to kill is an ordinary person? But this news made us send out more than 30 brothers. I keep feeling that something is wrong. It's normal. They are just being on the safe side. It's fine as long as the employer gives them enough money. The rest doesn't matter. We just need to do our job. The scarred man said lightly. Others couldn't see it, but they knew that although it seemed like there were only 5 of them on the rooftop, there were still many people in the shadows of the abandoned building. Including the people around them, there were a total of 35 people. Their mission was very simple. They had to kill the person who would come later. Of course, the premise was that if they could keep him alive, it would be best to keep him alive. However, if there was any danger, or if he might run away, then they had to take his life. This was the will of their employer. They didn't know who their employer was, but 50 million to kill a person was worth it. Boss, do you think the employer is also watching in the dark nearby? The scarred man nodded. That's for sure. Otherwise, why would he ask us to try our best not to kill him? It's obvious that he's afraid of arousing suspicion, but he also wants to torture the person who's coming later. They nodded. But don't worry, I'm not an ordinary person. Mu Feifei was caught by him. And he was indeed not just an ordinary person. He was a desperado. The people here were all desperados. However, the reason why he could sit in this position today was very simple. He was a warrior. Although his realm was not very high, he had already come into contact with another world. He was no longer an ordinary person. Although he didn't know much, it was enough, 50 million. Divided among the 30 brothers. Everyone can get a lot. Get ready to work. They're coming. The scarred man looked at the light in the darkness in the distance and then his gaze fell on Mu Feifei who was tied up in front of him. Ugh, Mu Feifei kept struggling. However, she was just an ordinary person. She couldn't struggle at all. Are you desperate? It's okay. There will be more desperate things later. The scarred man sneered and then pulled Mu Feifei up and let her lean on the edge of the rooftop so that she could see the situation below. Mu Feifei was desperate. How could this happen? Moreover, she felt very uncomfortable now. In front, the sound of a sports car braking suddenly cut through the silence of the night. Bang! Lin Xian opened the car door and got out. Then he lit a cigarette and walked forward. Ugh, Mu Feifei probably saw the person in the light of the car. Her beautiful eyes widened and then she kept shaking her head. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Why did he come? Idiot! Couldn't he call the police? She heard the conversation between these people just now. Yes, she was kidnapped, but the ultimate goal of these people was Lin Xian. She knew that Lin Xian, this bad guy, was actually very smart. She also knew that Lin Xian himself must have known that these people were after Lin Xian. He didn't have to come. They were not that close. Why did he come? Miss Mu, is the person below your boyfriend? The scarred man sneered and asked. Mu Feifei's eyes were fixed on Lin Xian. She didn't speak. She couldn't speak. Lin Xian walked to the building. Hey, I'm here. Let her go. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the figure above and called out. Bang! At this moment, a gunshot in the dark once again broke the silence of the night. A bullet went directly into Lin Xian's thigh. Pudong! Lin Xian instantly half-knelt there. Fuck! Ugh! Mu Feifei saw this scene and her tears burst out instantly. She kept shaking her head. Seeing this scene, the scarred man and the others couldn't help but sneer. That's it. Bang, another shot and Lin Xian's right arm was pierced. How should he put it? Lin Xian was now very angry, but he was also very glad. From these two shots, it could be seen that these people didn't want to kill him directly. Since they didn't want to kill him directly, that was fine. Then there was a chance. Moreover, these people seemed to be hired. They probably didn't know the real mastermind behind the scenes. However, Lin Xian believed that the real mastermind behind the scenes would definitely appear. Ha, bring him up. The scarred man sneered. It seemed that the mission could be completed perfectly. He was shot in the thigh and right arm. Let's not talk about other things. As long as he didn't have a grenade on him, there was no need to worry about anything. Moreover, he definitely didn't have a grenade on him. He came from Mu Feifei. How could he blow up Mu Feifei? Then several figures escorted Lin Xian to the top of the building. Lin Xian saw that Mu Feifei was tied up there and seemed to be fine. He also let out a long sigh of relief. Fuck. His body hadn't hurt so much in a long time. Fuck, the feeling of being shot was really uncomfortable. Mu Feifei cried as she looked at Lin Xian. The scarred man tore off the bandage on Mu Feifei's mouth and pushed her to Lin Xian's side. Ho ho ho. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Don't you know that their target is you? Mu Feifei burst into tears and threw herself on Lin Xian. Chapter 1506. Mu Feifei's thinking was very simple. Even if these people kidnapped her for Lin Xian, they had only known each other for a few days. Lin Xian must know this himself. He could have chosen not to come. Why would he be so stupid to come? Lin Xian did not reply to Mu Feifei. Instead, he glanced at the people in front of him and said, "Since I'm already here, can you let her go?" Ha ha ha. Let her go. The scarred man laughed. You're so naive. I said you'll let her go once you're here, and you'll really let her go. If you let her go, won't we be exposed? Ha ha ha, why do people like you need to make such a big fuss? He really couldn't figure it out. This kid seemed to have strong endurance. He was shot in the arm and thigh, but he could still remain so calm. This was what surprised him. Lin Xian was stalling for time. He could only stall for time. Tie them all up. Yes. Then, Lin Xian and Mu Feifei were tied up. Boss, didn't you say before that this woman also needs to be eliminated? Then before we get rid of him, can we? Several men licked their saliva. You're so damn troublesome. Hee hee, she's so pretty after all. Let's wait for the next employer to come and see. If they don't want this woman, then it's fine. If they want her, then we can't touch her now. Lin Xian and Mu Feifei were tied there. Both of them were gagged. Mu Feifei's tears were flowing, especially when she saw that Lin Xian's arm and thigh were still bleeding from the bullet holes. She really felt terrible. Lin Xian, on the other hand, said, "Sister, work harder and earn more money. Hurry up and complete this mission." On the other side, not far away, a middle-aged man had been waiting here for a long time. Hello. He received a call from the scarred man. We have them under control. When are you coming to get them? I don't have that much time to waste here with you. The man said faintly, 5 minutes are up. For the sake of safety, he didn't show himself, but he saw everything that happened just now. Lin Xian was definitely a martial artist. Even if he wasn't, he must have come into contact with martial arts before. Even if he wasn't, he must have come into contact with them. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Soon, the man came to the top of the building. Those people were waiting impatiently, while Mu Feifei was still sobbing in Lin Xian's arms. They couldn't talk. She really wanted to talk. But what should she do next? When the man came to the rooftop, the scarred man and the others all looked over. Are you the employer? The man glanced at Lin Xian and Mu Feifei in the corner. Lin Xian also looked up at him. I don't know him. This is the remaining 20 million. You can leave now. The man threw 2 boxes to them. They were pleasantly surprised when they caught it and were about to walk away when they suddenly realized something. Do you want this woman? If you don't want it, we'll take it away. The scarred man pointed at Mu Feifei and said. No, take her away. You can do whatever you want with her. The man said faintly. Mu Feifei showed a horrified expression. Hee hee. They rubbed their hands and looked at Mu Feifei greedily. Tear, the man tore off the tape on Lin Xian's mouth. Hee hee, let's go. Then the scarred man and the others took the crying Mu Feifei away. Hee hee hee. The man looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Kid, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? The man looked at Lin Xian with a sneer. The Lin family. Lin Xian said. The Lin family. Whether it's the Lin family or not, you'll know when you go back with me later. You didn't kill me because you wanted to torture me slowly. Lin Xian sneered. Now, he couldn't do anything. Mu Feifei was taken away and he couldn't do anything, so he had no choice at all. However, Lin Xian felt that it should be soon. Ha ha ha, you're smart. Then it's the Lin family. Lin Xian said with a smile. When he came back, the force he provoked was nothing more than the Lin family, that was all. It seems that you're in a good state. I can't let you be in such a good state. The man then took out his pistol. Bang! A shot pierced Lin Xian's other arm. Lin Xian let out a painful groan. Lin Xian. Mu Feifei was taken to the bottom of the building. When she heard the gunshot that cut through the silence of the night, her tears burst out again. Could he have been killed by someone else with a gun? You'd better worry about yourself. When we reach the place later, you should think about how to serve our 30 brothers well. The scarred man licked his lips and sneered. Mu Feifei's face was filled with despair. Ha ha ha, upstairs, the man looked at Lin Xian and couldn't help but laugh. He was completely relieved. This was a piece of trash that everyone wanted to kill. What was there to worry about? Then, he reached out to Lin Xian and prepared to take Lin Xian away. Do you believe that you'll die? Lin Xian's voice suddenly came. Is that so? Then you'll be the first to die. The man sneered. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. The mission reward has been issued. Lin Xian's mouth revealed a smile. Damn it. It was finally completed. Although the power of the mysterious sky realm was very weak, Lin Xian still felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. The law of creation was directly released and Lin Xian's wound disappeared. Bang! In the next moment, Lin Xian broke free from the rope. The man. You. Space lock. Lin Xian released a space lock and locked him in there. Then, he bent down and picked up the gun on the ground and pointed the black muzzle at him. The man's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it. If you said that you were so powerful, why are you pretending to be here? Why are you getting shot here? Fuck. Bang bang bang, Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this person. He shot him in the legs, arms, and arms. After he was done, Lin Xian took the phone from the man's pocket and threw him to the ground. Kill him directly. That would be so boring. Wouldn't it be better to let him die slowly in pain? The sound of several gunshots made Mu Feifei's delicate body tremble. Seriously, since he's already dead, why waste this matter? Can't we just kill him? I thought we were going to torture him properly. Didn't we still kill him? The scarred man shook his head. Obviously, when they heard so many gunshots, their subconscious reaction was that Lin Xian was killed. Mu Feifei's tears flowed down. She didn't just let down Lin Xian, but also her sister. Let's go. The scarred man said. Go. Where to? Suddenly, a voice came from in front of them. Chapter 1507. When Mu Feifei heard this naughty voice, her delicate body suddenly trembled. She looked up at the darkness in front of her. A figure stood there. She couldn't see him clearly, but she could see the red light of the cigarette butt. Who is it? The scarred man and more than 30 people showed vigilant expressions. Lin Xian's figure slowly walked in front of them. Everyone. It's you. They stared at Lin Xian with wide eyes, then looked back at the direction of the building's rooftop. Wasn't this person on the rooftop just now? Wasn't he injured? Why was he fine? Could it be twins? That couldn't be. This person was wearing the same clothes just now. And now, there was blood on his clothes, and there were bullet holes. It was him. Brother-in-law. Mu Feifei was also completely stunned. Lin Xian took a deep puff, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground and crushed it with his shoe. Then, he looked up at them. Hunting time, begin. Stop pretending. Bang bang bang. The knife-scarred man fired a few shots at Lin Xian. Ah! Mu Feifei closed her eyes in fright. However, she didn't seem to hear the sound of the bullets entering his body. You. The scarred man looked at Lin Xian in shock. Mu Feifei opened her beautiful eyes, and then her small mouth opened wide. What happened? Of course, Lin Xian caught it with his bare hands. Then, Lin Xian squeezed and the bullet turned into powder. Mu Feifei was dumbfounded. Was he still human? How should she put it? Lin Xian didn't want to show Mu Feifei that he was different from ordinary people, so he didn't use martial arts. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian's figure seemed to have turned into a breeze in the dark night, disappearing on the spot. Ah! Mu Feifei stood there in a daze, listening to the screams in her ears. Then, she didn't even see Lin Xian's figure. She saw people fall to the ground one by one and never get up again. Mu Feifei. Brother-in-law, he is so strong. He was such a powerful expert. It was the feeling of being the male lead in a TV series, this. She had previously said that her brother-in-law was weak, but now, a martial artist. The knife-scarred man looked at Lin Xian and his pupils suddenly shrank. Furthermore, this person's realm seemed to be even higher than his own. Whoosh! He rushed to Mu Feifei's side and pointed the gun at Mu Feifei's head. Stop! Shua! Lin Xian landed in front of him, while the others had all been dealt with by Lin Xian. The knife-scarred man looked at Lin Xian with fear in his eyes. Back off! If you don't back off, I'll kill her. The scarred man shouted angrily. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and then he walked over. Back off! I told you to back off! The knife-scarred man roared, but he controlled Mu Feifei to keep retreating, while Lin Xian kept walking forward. If you come any closer, I'll shoot. Mu Feifei closed her eyes. Ah! His mental state had been tormented by Lin Xian. How dare he come here? Then he pulled the trigger. Am I going to die? But, seeing such a powerful brother-in-law before death, she seemed to be quite satisfied. And she had not been defiled by that group of people, so it should be quite good. But, what a pity. She had finally seen such a powerful person, but she had died. Mu Feifei closed her eyes, but tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Lin Xian's voice suddenly came from in front of her. Mu Feifei. She opened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Bang! Lin Xian kicked the knife-scarred man's body to the side. Mu Feifei. Lin Xian, impudent, call me brother-in-law. Wah! She cried and rushed to Lin Xian. She threw herself into Lin Xian's arms and cried loudly. Lin Xian smiled and patted her back. After a long time, the two of them sat on the ground. Mu Feifei snuggled in Lin Xian's arms. Get up, get up. Lin Xian pushed her. No. I can't. Mu Feifei leaned in Lin Xian's arms, her small hands clutching Lin Xian's clothes tightly. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Let's go back. No. Mu Feifei raised her small head and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful big eyes. Brother-in-law, why are you so powerful? Mu Feifei asked with admiration. I've always been very powerful, okay? If you're so powerful, why didn't you fight back when you were shot? I did it on purpose. Ha! You don't need to know the reason. Okay, let's go home. Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian. Are you going to see my sister? Mu Feifei asked. No, I'm going home. What are you doing here? Mu Feifei then got up. She sat down on Lin Xian and directly pressed Lin Xian to the ground. Lin Xian. I've decided to pursue you. Lin Xian. Are you crazy? My dream boyfriend is someone like brother-in-law, a super powerful hero. Mu Feifei's big eyes were twinkling. Well, it's so rare. Now that I've met you, I definitely won't give up. I'm your sister's boyfriend. I don't care. I'm willing to be a mistress. If you find out in the future, you can say that I seduced you. I'll admit it to my sister. In this way, my sister won't blame you. Mu Feifei said. Lin Xian. Then she reached out to untie Lin Xian's belt. Lin Xian was startled. Damn. What are you doing? Then let's go to the car. She blinked and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, sister-in-law, are you crazy? Didn't you say that sister-in-law smells the best? Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian with her big eyes and then took the initiative to kiss him. Lin Xian, was this girl so open-minded? She was indeed open-minded, but not to that extent. It was just that she really wanted Lin Xian. Sister. She didn't think it was important. Sister would definitely forgive her, right? Lin Xian had never touched a girl since he came here. How could Lin Xian resist being seduced by Mu Feifei like this? Then, in the dark forest. Lin Xian and Mu Feifei, after a long time, Mu Feifei lay on Lin Xian's body and panted, her face flushed. I didn't expect that my first time would be a fight. Mu Feifei's big eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Xian's body. Muscles, abs, scars, wow. So charming. She couldn't stand it. She really couldn't stand it. Again. Mu Feifei couldn't stand it anymore and sat on him. Lin Xian. Sister, aren't you tired? It hurts a little, but I want to. Lin Xian. Chapter 1508. Lin Xian drove Mu Feifei home. Brother-in-law, why don't you stay here tonight? Mu Feifei sat in the passenger seat and acted coquettishly. What do you mean? Lin Xian scratched his head and glanced at her. Get a room. Lin Xian, sister, you've already had sex twice. Do you want to do it again? Lin Xian looked at the girl in surprise. Can't you do it? It's not that I can't do it. How thirsty are you? Oh, you don't understand. Don't understand what? Mu Feifei glared at Lin Xian. Humph. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lin Xian, go back and have a good rest. Lin Xian drove while Han Rui stared at Lin Xian with her big eyes. Ah! The more she looked at him, the more addicted she was. You must want to have sex with me. Mu Feifei said aggrievedly. I won't. You're very tired today. Lin Xian said. Really? Really, really? By the way, brother-in-law, are you a warrior? Well, yes. Mu Feifei then asked, how powerful are you? You caught a bullet with your bare hands and crushed it. Brother-in-law, can you use the martial arts skills on TV? Like flames, thunder, or something? Mu Feifei asked expectantly. Clatter, Lin Xian snapped his fingers, and then, boom, a bolt of lightning struck down in front of them. Wow, wow, wow. Mu Feifei's big eyes sparkled. He was so handsome. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law, I want to learn. I want to learn. Can you teach me? Mu Feifei looked at Lin Xian excitedly. I can teach you. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. You're too good at causing trouble. I'm very obedient, very obedient. Mu Feifei pouted. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Get over here. Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, old pervert. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Sister-in-law, are you willing? If you teach me, I'll numb you. Lin Xian, you can try. Humph. Mu Feifei was the kind of girl who was open-minded but dared to try. She was the kind of girl who didn't know how to hide her feelings. She would have to do it sooner or later anyway. It didn't matter if it was earlier or later. Comfortable. Bah. Mu Feifei blushed. Are you going to teach me or not? I'll teach you, but I can only teach you the basics for now. Anyway, I have plenty of time. He he he. Lin Xian glanced at her. Old pervert. Mu Feifei. Brother-in-law, what did you say? I said you're an old pervert. So what if I'm an old pervert? Who said that girls can't be like boys? Mu Feifei rolled her eyes. Okay, go back and have a good rest. Okay. Mu Feifei pursed her lips. The two of them then returned to the Mu family. In the Mu family's house, they were sitting in the living room. Qi Nijuan was also here. Originally, when Qi Nijuan received Lin Xian's call, she thought that he was just a fan at most, so she brought those people in. However, she received news from several people that Mu Feifei had been kidnapped. Qi Nijuan felt that something was wrong. Were there two groups of people? Then, she couldn't get in touch with Lin Xian or Mu Feifei. She hurriedly sent someone to look for them, but she accidentally called the Mu family to ask about it. Then, they refused to let her go, and then the news was exposed. Now, they were super panicked. Uncle, Auntie, don't worry. Since Lin Xian dared to go, he should be confident. Otherwise, he would have told us. Qi Nijuan said. Sigh. But why can't I contact him now? They sighed. Mu Qingya sat there, looking very haggard. It's okay. Qi Nijuan patted Mu Qingya's shoulder. Brother-in-law, I'm telling you, you must take me to the amusement park tomorrow, or I won't be happy. Mu Feifei and Lin Xian came in. Thawed. They stood up. Feifei, Lin Xian. Whoa, I was bullied. Mu Feifei pouted and threw herself into Mu Hao's arms. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It's okay. Lin Xian's clothes had been repaired by the law of creation, so she couldn't see anything. Okay. Mu Qingya nodded and let out a long sigh of relief. Everyone is worried. It's okay. Let's rest. Lin Xian said. Qi Nijuan glanced at Lin Xian and said, I caught those people. Okay, do what you need to do. Don't worry. Although they are young masters and daughters, their family power is useless in front of me. Lin Xian nodded. Then I'll go first. Have a good rest. Qi Nijuan got up and walked away. I'm going to take a shower and sleep too. Okay, Xian, rest early. Thank you. I'm going to sleep too. Mu Feifei yawned and walked away. Feifei, is your leg hurt? Why are you limping? Zhang Ting asked quickly. Mu Feifei, Lin Xian, both of their bodies suddenly collapsed. It's just a sprain. It's not serious. I should be fine when I wake up tomorrow. Mu Feifei said awkwardly. Let me give you a massage. Mu Qingya said. No need, sister. You've been busy all day and are so tired. I'm really fine. You and brother-in-law should have a good rest. Mu Feifei said with a smile. Okay. Let's take a shower together. Mu Feifei said. Lin Xian. This girl was really naughty. She wanted their relationship to be discovered, didn't she? She wanted to take a shower together. Mu Qingya didn't think much and went back to the room with Lin Xian. Was Feifei kidnapped? Mu Qingya asked when she was alone with Lin Xian. Yes. You saved her. Of course. So you are still a warrior, right? Yes, why? Do you want me to teach you? Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Anything is fine. Mu Qingya nodded. She just thought that if she learned, she would be able to protect herself and slow down her aging. She would be full of energy and wouldn't be so tired after working all the time. Then I don't understand. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, You are so powerful. Why did you look so strange when we met? Did something happen? Lin Xian smiled and said, Actually, I did it on purpose. Ha! I got close to you on purpose. Now that I'm close to your bed, my wish has been fulfilled. The rest is, to get close to your body, Mu Qingya, rogue. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm going to rest. Then she lay down on the bed. Have a good rest. Lin Xian walked away. Chapter 1509. Mu Qingya turned around and looked at Lin Xian in surprise. What did he want? Wasn't he going to sleep? Mu Qingya was curious. According to Lin Xian's level of lecherousness, why didn't he come? In fact, it was very simple. Lin Xian released at Mu Feifei's place 3 times. He was really in sage mode now. Lin Xian came to a fitness room in the villa and then sat there to cultivate. When Lin Xian's cultivation level returned, he would be able to cultivate. Now, of course, he urgently needed to cultivate. Now that this task was completed, there was still one more task, which was basically completed. If he took down Mu Feifei, then Mu Qingya or Qi Nijuan, wouldn't it be completed? Let's start a new task. Lin Xian pondered slightly. It had been a week since he came to this world. To be honest, he was quite familiar with it, but there were still many things that Lin Xian wanted to do. There were a total of 10 tasks. If he completed all of them within 3 months, he would be able to leave here alive. At the same time, he could exchange a lot of rewards, including many rules, attributes, domains, and so on. This was their promotion. Ding! Congratulations on opening a new task. Task reward, system points plus 10 million. Task time limit, 2 months. Lin Xian, Taotai. Are you fucking serious? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Was this a task that people should encounter? He didn't need to know anything else. He didn't need to know how strong Taotai was. Just by these 2 words, a normal person's idea was that this was fucking strong, okay? An ancient vicious beast. What kind of realm was that? Even if the spiritual power of heaven and earth was very weak now, it existed in ancient times. At that time, the spiritual power of heaven and earth was very prosperous, right? Lin Xian then checked the information. I don't know if it's true or not. Taotai has been sealed, but who knows if this kind of information that ordinary people can find is true or false. If it's sealed, at least there's good news, that is, its realm won't increase in these years, and will instead decrease. It may be true, because if it could still be alive, there wouldn't be the current peaceful and prosperous world. Lin Xian then checked the system task. Taotia's location is the Ghost Mountain, north of Jiangnan City. Please go to the Ghost Mountain, find Taotai, and kill it. Lin Xian, hey, system, what realm is this Taotai? Ding. I don't know, go by yourself. Lin Xian, to be honest, Lin Xian really didn't dare to go. He was only 1 star of the Mystic Heaven realm. The Mystic Heaven realm wasn't weak, but it wasn't strong either. With Lin Xian's various abilities, he shouldn't be weak. However, the top ancient martial arts family on Earth couldn't be defeated by a Mystic Heaven realm expert no matter how weak they were. Therefore, if Lin Xian was more ruthless, he would go now. The law of destruction, law of creation, full attribute, top-level martial arts, he shouldn't be weak. But, what if something happened? There was still so much time. Couldn't he spend a little more time to increase his realm and make himself more confident? This was Earth. No matter what, there would be domain realm experts. It was basically impossible for heavenly venerables, but it was still possible for the top families to have domain realm experts. They probably even had domain and laws. It was very dangerous. If Lin Xian was in the domain realm, Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid even if the opponent was a heavenly venerate because Lin Xian's spiritual energy was dense. But now, with the Mystic Heaven realm, no matter how dense his spiritual energy was, it would probably be gone after releasing a god-level martial art. This was the main reason for the difference. I'll go and increase my realm first. With my talent, even if the mission reward doesn't increase my realm, my improvement won't be slow. As long as I reach the lower realm, I can go. Let's start another mission. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Ding. Congratulations on starting the mission. Mission reward, system points plus 8 million. Mission time limit, 1 month. Lin Xian, what the fuck? Lin Xian began to curse. Destruction of the Lin family. In other words, he had to destroy the Lin family. This so-called destruction didn't necessarily mean that he had to kill everyone in the Lin family, but he had to kill some people. At the same time, he had to destroy the Lin family's economy. This was the most basic thing. Lin Xian was willing. But, although the Lin family wasn't a super family like the Xianyuan family, they were still one of the 8 big ancient martial arts families. Their family was definitely not weak. I'd better increase my realm as soon as possible and try to complete these 2 missions within a week. Lin Xian muttered to himself, then took out the phone he had taken from the man. There was only one number on the phone. This number hadn't called for 2 hours, so Lin Xian took the initiative to call him. Lin Tian was anxiously waiting at the hotel. Fuck. Logically speaking, he should have contacted him an hour or two ago. It was impossible for something to go wrong with his men. The ones who went wrong might be the people he hired. They might have wasted some time in some part of the process. He could still wait. Then, the phone rang. Of course, this phone wasn't his own. The number was given to him by someone. Hello. Lin Tiandao said. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Good evening, young Master Lin. Lin Tian frowned. Lin Xian. He was fine. Then, his men. Lin Tian's voice changed. What Lin Tian? Lin Xian laughed. It's nothing. I'm just calling to tell you that your men are gone. Also, we'll meet again soon. Then, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Fuck. Lin Tian couldn't understand. The men he sent were arcane body state experts. How could they be gone? This arcane body state expert. Was he killed by Lin Xian with a gun? After all, an arcane body state expert could be pierced by a gun if he wasn't careful. Mu Qingya walked out in her pajamas. After tossing and turning for a while, she wanted to see what Lin Xian was doing. Then, she saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged in the gym with his eyes closed. Is he cultivating? Mu Qingya found it amazing. There seemed to be light flickering and lingering around his body. She watched for a while and then walked away. 5 days passed just like that. During this time, Lin Xian also completed the mission. Mu Feifei and Mu Qingya liked him. This mission only required them to like him, and that was enough. Needless to say, he had to have sex with them. Mu Qingya did gradually fall in love with Lin Xian. It was mainly because of their experiences. She also liked Lin Xian very easily. Moreover, Lin Xian, this bastard, held her nai to sleep every night. What could she do? Level 4 Arcane Body State. It's time to go to Ghost Mountain. In these 5 days, Lin Xian had advanced by 4 stages. Because of the effect of pills, Lin Xian was very excited. Chapter 15:10. These days, Mu Qingya was really busy. She had never been so busy in her life, but she was very fulfilled. She liked to be busy. If you let her be idle, she would feel uncomfortable. The cancer drug was widely praised, and the Mu group had completely risen. A day ago, the second product, the face-retaining pill, was released. The name of the product was changed to face-retaining pill. Because of the foreshadowing, after the advertisement of the beauty-retaining pill came out, the masses were extremely shocked. The wrinkles and crow's feet could disappear in a few days, and the skin would regain vitality, tenderness, and elasticity. Taking it for 2 months could make the skin 5 years younger, and taking it for 3 months could make the skin 8 years younger. Everyone didn't believe it and thought it was ridiculous. But because of the precedent of the cancer drug, everyone chose to give it a try. This trial was simply. The effect was simply too obvious. After sleeping for a night, the wrinkles could be seen with the naked eye. In an instant, it became popular. And this was a woman's need. How much did a woman spend on cosmetics and skincare products in this lifetime? This face-retaining pill allowed them to directly save 5 or 8 years of skincare products, and there were many skincare products that you couldn't see much of an effect. You could even see the effect. Shocking. The Mu group was directly targeting the richest man in the world. This woman's need, the profit of the face-retaining pill in the future may be thousands or tens of thousands of times more than the cancer drug. Those companies and families began to ask for cooperation with the Mu Group because many skincare companies were suffering because of the impact of the face-retaining pill. Mu Qingya was soft-hearted. Although business was a life-and-death competition, she still gave those companies a chance to survive. She let them be agents, and those companies directly changed their business direction. At least in this way, they could survive. Next, Lin Xian gave Mu Qingya some other things, that was, the formula to treat AIDS and a series of terminal diseases. However, Lin Xian didn't let her monitor it personally because Mu Qingya had heart disease. Lin Xian needed some specific medicinal materials for her heart disease, and he didn't have them now. It was difficult to obtain them, so he might have to collect them himself. Lin Xian just gave Mu Qingya and Mu Hao a simple treatment, at least to ensure that they would be fine in a short time. Zhang Ting, Mu Qingya's mother, as a veteran businesswoman, she also went into action again. Early in the morning, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Mu Qingya was sleeping soundly in his arms. She was too tired. Fortunately, Lin Xian would give her massage and acupuncture every night. The effect was excellent. Lin Xian pulled his hand out of her clothes. Well, that thing was now a must-have for him every night. Mu Qingya hadn't confirmed her relationship with Lin Xian yet, but she seemed to have regarded herself as Lin Xian's girlfriend. After all, Lin Xian had completed his mission, which meant that Mu Qingya had fallen in love with him. All that was left was a confession from Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, that bastard, he didn't confess. Lin Xian yawned. It was time to go to Ghost Mountain today. Lin Xian had investigated Ghost Mountain. It just so happened that the main medicinal herb he wanted to treat Mu Qingya and Mu Hao's heart disease was there. It grew in a place with relatively high heaven and earth spiritual energy and was dark. Ghost Mountain was in line with this point. Darkness was necessary because Tao Tai lived in Ghost Mountain, so the heaven and earth spiritual energy there must be higher than other places. The probability of the medicinal herb Lin Xian wanted to find there was very high. Will there be other demon beasts in Ghost Mountain besides Tao Tai? Lin Xian pondered slightly, then lit a cigarette and leaned there to smoke. There must be demon beasts on Earth. Why? There were a lot of strange things in the news, such as the appearance of a very terrible creature, or seeing a dragon in the clouds, or seeing a huge monster in the night, or seeing someone in the clouds in the sky. There were even pictures. These were all regarded as fake news and photoshopped pictures. Even if they weren't photoshopped pictures, no one would believe them. In fact, those might be true. The strange creatures they saw might be demon beasts, and the lightning tribulation might be real. As for a dragon, the possibility of this was relatively small. In this era, Lin Xian believed that there must be demon beasts, but there might be very few of them. These demon beasts might live in some uninhabited areas, such as rainforests, deserts, and snowy mountains. Those that were occasionally found were all treated as jokes. This Ghost Mountain was the northernmost part of Jiangnan City. It was an uninhabited area, and the magnetic field here was abnormal. Airplanes couldn't fly above it, and there was no one in a radius of about 50 kilometers. It was just that there was a highway nearby. There were mountains, trees, and canyons everywhere. It was said that there were a lot of wild animals, tigers, and so on. Therefore, this Ghost Mountain was surrounded by dozens of kilometers, but no one entered. There might be some adventurers who went in, but it seemed that many people died. Therefore, it was called Ghost Mountain by the people because many people who went in died. I don't know if I'm qualified to go there as a fourth stage mysterious heaven realm cultivator. I also don't know what realm that Tao Tai is at. Even if it was sealed for so many years, it shouldn't be at the mysterious heaven realm. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. But he could find it because he had the cave spirit eye. Mu Qingya had opened her eyes for 2 minutes, and she had been looking at Lin Xian in a daze while smoking a cigarette. Your cigarette ash is going to fall on the bed, Mu Qingya said coldly. Ah. Lin Xian reacted, and his hand trembled, and the cigarette that was several centimeters long fell on the quilt. Mu Qingya was speechless. She was a clean freak and couldn't stand this. Lin Xian blew on the cigarette and then put it out. Hee hee. Then Lin Xian smiled innocently at her. Mu Qingya sat up and looked out of the window. It was still dark, and it was probably about 5:00 in the morning. What do you want to eat in the morning? She asked as she tidied her hair. Noodles, seafood noodles. Okay. I'll sleep for a while. Bring it to me when you're done. Thank you, Qingya. Lin Xian then lay down again. Mu Qingya, then she went into the bathroom to wash up. She seemed to have adapted to serving Lin Xian in his daily life. Even Lin Xian's clothes were washed by her. Although she just threw them into the washing machine, she also helped to dry the clothes. Sigh, sweetheart. Lin Xian was actually meditating. He planned to set off tonight. Nighttime was the most dangerous time, but at the same time, it was the time when he could encounter the most things. If he could advance to the 5th stage of the mysterious heaven realm today, he would be more confident. Chapter 15:11. Mu Qingya went to make breakfast, and Mu Feifei sneaked out sneakily. Knock, 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 brother-in-law, brother-in-law. She called in a low voice at the door. Lin Xian opened his eyes. She opened the door a little and sneaked in. He. She jumped onto the bed and lay on top of Lin Xian. I want a kiss. Lin Xian, I say, you sure have guts. It's okay. My sister is cooking. She won't come up to take a look like other girls. If you hurry up, we can have sex. Mu Feifei rubbed her face against Lin Xian's chest. Lin Xian, I don't want anything to happen. Go away, go away. Humph. Mu Feifei's cute little nose wrinkled. Then she lifted the quilt and looked around. Sister, what are you looking for? I want to see if there are any water stains. No. Don't you have sex? Mu Feifei ran to the bathroom. There was no towel in the washing machine or the laundry basket. It meant that they didn't use a towel even if they had sex. The sheets were under the bed. No sex. Her sister was so beautiful. Her brother-in-law didn't do anything to her. Impossible. Did he just eat her? Well, it was possible. After all, her sister was so tired from work. It was reasonable that she didn't want to do anything. Lin Xian touched his forehead. This sister-in-law of his was simply a lawless little demoness. Brother-in-law, are you dying? Mu Feifei walked over and asked as she leaned on Lin Xian's body. Believe it or not, I can make you cry. Hey, please. Lin Xian, it was not that Lin Xian didn't want to, but he didn't dare to. I'll let you go. Yes. I want it. Mu Feifei acted coquettishly. Lin Xian, can you stand it? Lin Xian thinks for a while. Mu Qingya just went down, and he still has to prepare the seafood noodles, defrost it, and cook it. It will take at least 20 minutes. She won't come up to see what he is doing. If he can finish it in 20 minutes, he can feel it in advance with his spiritual mind. Go lock the door. Lin Xian replied. Wow. Mu Feifei's big eyes twinkled with little stars. In her sister's bedroom, she was with her brother-in-law. How exciting. 20 minutes later, Mu Qingya came up with a bowl of hot noodles. She thought that Lin Xian might be sleeping, so she didn't knock on the door. She put the noodles on the floor and opened the door herself. Lin Xian was lying in bed, playing with his phone. It was too dangerous, too dangerous. She had just sent Mu Feifei out with the space attribute. At the critical moment, Lin Xian used the law of destruction to destroy the lock on the door. Only then did Mu Qingya open the door normally. Mu Qingya looks at Lin Xian with a slight frown. Why did this person take off his clothes? Why did you take off your shirt? Mu Qingya asks. It's hot. Lin Xian. Hot. She looks at the air conditioner. She feels cold too. Hey, go do your work. I'll eat. Lin Xian hurries. Something is wrong. Mu Qingya frowns and then sees Lin Xian's pajama pants on the floor. Mu Qingya. You. Mu Qingya guesses something. Lin Xian also sees the pants on the floor. Damn it. Damn it. He forgot. Ah. It's too urgent. Mu Qingya grits her teeth. You did it on my bed. Lin Xian touches the tip of his nose. Yes, he simply nodded. Mu Qingya, hurry up and finish it. Then she hurries out of the room. She didn't expect her sister to do something with Lin Xian. But she doesn't know what to do. Lin Xian doesn't seem to have much contact with girls these days. He only interacts with her, Mu Feifei, and Qini Juan. But Mu Qingya knows Lin Xian doesn't even go out of the house these days. He hugs her to sleep every night, so it's normal for him to have sexual needs. What she couldn't understand was that she already had such a relationship with Lin Xian. She even did that to him every night. If he had been a little more forceful, she might have agreed. How did Lin Xian end up like her? To be honest, she has mixed feelings. Bastard! Can't you confess to me again? Mu Qingya is helpless. Lin Xian breathes a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. After happily finishing a bowl of noodles, Lin Xian puts on his clothes and starts cultivating. Mu Qingya doesn't come up again. After breakfast, she goes straight to the company. Soon, it's night. Uncle Mu, I'm going out for a while. I might not come back tonight. Lin Xian greets Mu Hao. Okay. Mu Hao nods. Brother-in-law, where are you going? I'm going too. Mu Feifei is Lin Xian's little follower now. I'm not taking you. Lin Xian goes out, finds a car in the garage, and drives to Ghost Mountain. The car stops in a parking lot in a county on the edge of Jiangnan City. Lin Xian finds a spot, releases the power of space, and disappears on the spot. There's probably no place to park in Ghost Mountain. This car isn't cheap, so it would be quite distressing to break it, even though he seems to be very rich. Mysterious Sky Realm Level 5, the speed of his progress is quite fast. Lin Xian wants to see if he can get any opportunities here. Lin Xian thinks that there should be good things in the place where Tao Tai is sealed, right? At the very least, even if Lin Xian can't beat him, he should be able to run away because he has the space. Tao Tai doesn't have the power of space to restrict him, right? This is the Ghost Mountain Range. Lin Xian glances inside. It should be a very natural growth of trees and terrain. When he comes to this position, he can clearly feel that the surrounding spiritual energy is more vigorous than in ordinary places. There are iron fences around. It's estimated that someone in the country surrounded this place to prevent the wild animals from running out. It's estimated that it won't be long before this place may develop into a wildlife conservation base. It's good to clean up this place. Since this task has been triggered, it means that Tao Tai may be born soon. If it's an existence that can't be resisted by human power. If I can solve this place before I leave, it can be regarded as doing a good thing. Lin Xian ponders slightly and then crosses the iron fence. Eye of Cave Spirit. Lin Xian opens the Eye of Cave Spirit, then sees the direction of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and gallops towards that position. Fuck me. There's definitely a demon beast here. Lin Xian sees a footprint. Could this be the footprint of an animal like a tiger? It's too big. Could it be a demon beast? Chapter 15:12. This place was deserted, and most of the people who came here were dead and had lost contact. Of course, some of the guards had come to investigate, but they couldn't find anything. Since they came to investigate, they must have come in the day, and it must have been a long time ago, because this place had been forbidden for many, many years. The footprints were also quite new. Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward. This demonic beast is probably at least 7 or 8 meters long. Strange, why don't these demonic beasts leave this place? Lin Xian muttered to himself as he walked forward. You will find it very strange. Since there are demonic beasts here, why don't they leave this place? There was nothing around here that could stop them. The fence couldn't even stop a person, how could it stop a demonic beast? However, these demonic beasts were really strange. It was as if they knew that the human world outside was no longer a place that demonic beasts could easily set foot in. It was as if they knew that the human world outside would not allow creatures like them to appear and disturb the peace of the human world. It was really strange. Just like, here, no, including some other places where demonic beasts might appear, it was the same. Demonic beasts definitely existed, but why didn't they appear? This was very strange. It was as if there was a leader in each place, and this leader seemed to understand the current situation on Earth, and forbade them from appearing. Some of the demonic beasts that were discovered by chance might be a small number of demonic beasts that ran out, but because there were so few of them over the years, most people chose not to believe it. They all thought that it was photoshopped. It was the 21st century, who would still believe this? Strange, it seems to be true. Could it be that the demonic beasts also have an organization on Earth? Lin Xian muttered to himself. It felt very possible. However, it was different from Sky Blue Planet. The demonic beasts on Earth might have disappeared or hidden for many, many years. Perhaps there were only a few places where they could hide and survive, because to be honest, many places on Earth had been set foot on before. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. Lin Xian looked forward and walked over. Someone's here. Lin Xian suddenly frowned and looked forward. Footprints. Those were human footprints, and they were very new. Moreover, there was more than one pair. It looked like there were at least 4 or 5 people. Are you here to explore? Lin Xian felt that this was a bit idiotic. Whoosh! Lin Xian increased his speed and charged forward. At this moment, in a certain valley ahead, several groups of people had gathered. Ha ha ha, the people of the Kunlun sect are also here. A very young man looked at the people in front of him and said with a smile. All of them were very young. The oldest was about 25 or 26 years old, and there were even 15 or 16 years old. There were both men and women, and they looked like they were here to gain experience. What? Can't we come or what? A man from the Kunlun sect laughed. Of course. Your Kunlun mountain is so far away from here. It must not be easy to come here, right? Wu-Tang sect's eldest senior brother, Wang Ping, said with a smile. Yi Miao, the senior brother of the Kunlun sect, sneered, what era is this? Distance can still be a problem. You guys know how to fly, but we don't. It's just that it takes a little longer. Wang Ping smiled, that's true. Then, he looked at the others, the Lin family, the Sun family, so many people are here. You're so nosy. A man walked over and said, the mission given by the various sects and families is to eliminate all demons and ghosts in Ghost Mountain. He glanced at the crowd and said, recently, these demons and ghosts have been restless. Some have even appeared in the sight of humans. It won't be long before they riot. When that happens, it will cause chaos in the world. After all, 99% of the people in the world we live in are ordinary people. It's not a good thing for the other world's appearance to be known by everyone. Taoist Wang Qing is right. Clearly, Wang Qing had some status. He was the eldest disciple of Qingyun Monastery and also the fifth place of the previous martial arts circle convention. The fifth place of this martial arts circle convention was not simple. The martial arts circle convention was held every 3 years. The participants were all geniuses from the various sects, ancient martial arts families, and reclusive families. It was hosted by Kunlun Mountain. The top 10 had great benefits. Of course, the most important thing was the first place. The first place was the current martial arts circle chief. That's right, it was a young man. The martial arts circle chief would be in the position for 3 years. He had great privileges and was also the main force between the various families and sections. They came together this time because it was said that Ghost Mountain had not been peaceful recently. The spiritual energy was chaotic, and the monsters might riot. Although there were not many monsters, they still needed to be eliminated. Therefore, these people had come. Some elders also came, but they did not come with these people. These people were more likely to take advantage of this opportunity to gain experience. After all, they rarely had the chance to fight with monsters. I heard that the chief is here too. Someone asked. Yes, I'm on the same flight as the chief. She should be here, right? Then, everyone's eyes fell on a spot. A woman in a simple white dress slowly walked over in the night. Miss Liu. Chief. Sister Liu, everyone was stunned when they saw her. Liu Qingzhu. That's right, the martial arts circle chief of their generation, the daughter of the Liu family, the existence of the 4 top families. Xianyuan, Nangong, Yi, and Liu. The 4 top ancient martial arts families. Moreover, she was also a super beauty. There were simply too many people who adored her. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely have an impression of her. He might not know her, but he would definitely have heard of her. Liu Qingzhu walked over. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the crowd, then she nodded. Miss Liu, you're our martial arts circle chief. Don't you have to bring us along? Yi Miao smiled at Liu Qingzhu. As long as it was a man, basically all of them adored her. She was beautiful, elegant, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She had a strong family background, good talent, and high strength. What men would love if not a woman like her? Liu Qingzhu said, I don't know what to do. Let's see how it goes. Leave this to me. Wang Qing said, then took out a talisman. Urgent, Earth Eye, open. Bang! Then, he slapped the talisman on the ground. In the next moment, the ground flashed, and everyone looked over. Everyone's brows furrowed. Oh no! We're surrounded by monsters. Chapter 15:13. The effect of this talisman was very simple. It could detect the activity of life in the surroundings, and it was the activity of life with spiritual energy. Basically, they were the ones who came here, and they knew it in their hearts. There were about 50 to 60 people, and the rest were some seniors. They were also here, but they were probably searching in another location. And now, the answer given to them by the talisman he had released was 50 to 60 of them were surrounded. There were signs of life with spiritual energy in all directions, and they seemed to be gradually closing in on them. Not good. Did we fall into a trap? Yi Miao frowned and said. Impossible. How did these demonic beasts know we were coming? I reckon that when we stepped into this place, we were discovered by these demonic beasts, and then they surrounded us. Did any of you encounter any demonic beasts along the way? They shook their heads. Miss Liu, what do you think we should do now? Lu Qingzhu stretched out her hand, and a sword appeared in her palm. She did not say anything, but her actions had already explained everything. Yi Miao said, didn't we come here to clean up these demonic beasts? If they gather together, it will save us a lot of trouble, won't it? That's right. I think these demonic beasts have their heads, but what's the use? We came here to clean up the demonic beasts, so why should we be afraid of them? Then, they all prepared to fight in the valley. It's here. Their gazes were fixed ahead. Dark venom spider. What? There are still dark venom spiders now. Someone saw a black spider that was about the size of 3 or 4 people, and his pupils shrank. Maybe it's a demonic beast from a long time ago, and it just appeared recently. The news was right, this ghost mountain is indeed not safe. Everyone, be careful, these demonic beasts are much stronger than the ones we usually encounter. Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she directly rushed forward. Everyone, let's go. On the other side, Lin Xian also arrived at a place not far from here. Fuck. Lin Xian looked ahead, and the sound of battle was very obvious. Is this a group fight between demonic beasts or something? Why are there so many of them? Lin Xian was shocked. This scene was nothing on Sky Blue Planet, but on Earth, it really shocked Lin Xian. What the hell is going on? Is Earth going to be unstable? Could it be that he was going to take the path of Sky Blue? Lin Xian didn't know. Then, Lin Xian sped away. When Lin Xian arrived at the top of the canyon, he looked down. Fuck. There were about 40 people, and the ground was littered with the corpses of countless demonic beasts. There were all kinds of demonic beasts, and those people were besieged by these demonic beasts. As for the realm, Lin Xian took a look. Most of them were in the arcane body realm. Some were in the arcane heaven realm, and one of them was very strong. He seemed to have reached the lower realm. They all looked very young, yet they had reached the lower realm at such a young age. Furthermore, they were from Earth. They were not simple. However, these demonic beasts weren't simple either. It was even more terrifying than Lin Xian had imagined. Putting aside the number of demonic beasts, these demonic beasts were generally in the arcane body realm and arcane heaven realm. There were even a few lower realm demonic beasts. Lin Xian was shocked. This was much stronger than he had imagined. I remember that 3 years ago, the situation wasn't like this, right? In these 3 years, Earth has also changed a lot. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. This is bad. These demonic beasts are much stronger than we imagined. Yi Miao shouted, then suddenly waved the sword in her hand. A flame flickered, and a demonic beast in front of her was cut in half. Are we going to retreat? There are already people who are seriously injured, and some have even died. Wang Ping yelled. I think it's better to retreat. At this moment, Lu Qingzhu pointed the sword in her hand to the sky. Above the void, dark clouds gathered, and lightning fell on the tip of the sword. Lightning flash. Whoosh, rumble, in an instant, dozens of demonic beasts were annihilated, and the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced. Leave the strong ones to me. You guys deal with the rest. Lu Qingzhu said indifferently and rushed toward the two lower realm demonic beasts in front of her. So strong. Everyone was secretly speechless when they saw Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Fuck. So strong. This kind of strength was normal on Sky Blue Planet, but on Earth, Lin Xian was really a little surprised. About half an hour later, all the demonic beasts were cleared. Everyone stood there, sat there, and even lay there, gasping for breath. Lin Xian did not make a move, and there was no need for him to make a move. Whoosh! At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly rushed toward Lin Xian. There's more. Everyone saw Lu Qingzhu suddenly make a move, and then their eyes fell on the position above the canyon. Boom! Lin Xian's figure flickered, and then he descended from the sky and landed beside them. At first, they were vigilant, but when they saw that it was a person who came down, they relaxed. Hey, look carefully before you attack. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Sorry. Lu Qingzhu said indifferently and then put away the sword in her hand. Brother, you've been up there for a long time, right? What do you mean? We're fighting a bloody battle below, and you're watching the show from above. Why don't you come down and help? Yi Miao looked at Lin Xian and said coldly. Lin Xian shrugged, then lit a cigarette and said, I'm not friends with you, and I'm not partners. There's no need for me to help, right? We can't be so moral blackmailing, right? He, then what are you here for? I'm just here to take a look, that's all. Lin Xian shrugged. Then I hope you can keep watching. Yi Miao said coldly. Lin Xian shrugged and then walked in a certain direction. This place has been cleared, but there might be other places. Lu Qingzhu said and then walked away, and the direction she walked was also the direction Lin Xian went. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and found that the place he was looking for was in this valley. Soon, Lin Xian came to a position, and Lu Qingzhu also came behind Lin Xian. She didn't follow Lin Xian, so she didn't care too much. She just felt that this valley wasn't simple, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth seemed to be getting more and more vigorous. She even had the illusion that a spiritual item of heaven and earth was about to be born. Then, she saw Lin Xian standing in a position. Lin Xian extended his hand and placed it on the mountain. Then, with a surge of energy, he pushed it forward. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and when the dust settled, a cave appeared in front of them. Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian walked in directly. What's going on? What's that sound? Those people ran over and saw the cave. There's a strong spiritual power of heaven and earth gushing out from here. Could there be treasures in this cave? Everyone was excited. Chapter 15-14. On Earth, it was very difficult to encounter opportunities and heaven and earth spiritual items. Because of the place, there was no heaven and earth spiritual energy, so it was not easy to derive some things. Basically, whatever treasure your family had, you would have at most that treasure. That was basically it. Therefore, when they saw such a cave, they all showed an excited expression. Damn! There was a cave here. And there was a powerful heaven and earth spiritual energy coming from inside. Lu Qingzhu frowned. How did he know there was a cave here? Actually, the cave had nothing to do with it. However, this cave did not feel like a simple place. He directly walked over and went straight to it. Does this place look any different from other places? Or was it that he knew this place very well? This cave had heaven and earth spiritual energy gushing out. It was definitely not simple inside. At least there were treasures inside, and there might even be danger. I think it's still necessary to contact the elders of the family and tell them about the situation here. Most of them were still vigilant. Yes, I also think it's necessary. After all, we don't have any experience in this kind of situation. Then, they took out their phones and contacted the elders of the family, telling them about the situation here. The elders of the family clearly told them not to go in and wait for them to come. However, Lu Qingzhu went in. When Lu Qingzhu went in, many people frowned. They realized that Lu Qingzhu had gone in, so this Lu Qingzhu was a very smart woman in their eyes. Since she had chosen to go in, and her strength was strong enough, there should not be too much of a problem. Moreover, humans were greedy. They all knew that there must be good things inside. However, when they saw that someone had already gone in and they could not go in, they could not bear it. They thought, what if the treasure inside fell into the hands of that person and Lu Qingzhu? Then, would they not be able to get anything? Danger. Would they die inside? What if they did not? What if they did not? This was the inner thought of a normal person. That's right, they too. If only Lin Xian went in, it would be fine. However, if Lu Qingzhu went in, they would not be able to hold on. I want to go in and take a look. Yi Miao said. Why don't we go in and take a look? Let's go together and take care of each other. There shouldn't be any problems. The elders of our respective clans should be here soon. Let's go explore the path first. I think it's fine. Go. On the other side, Lin Xian was walking in a natural cave. So big. Lin Xian raised his head and looked around. This cave really looked natural, but Lin Xian knew that it wasn't. The cave was very large. Even the walls, the ceiling, and the ground were very beautiful stones that emitted light, adding to the brilliance of the place. And because Lin Xian had activated his Eye of Cave Spirit, he knew where to go. Behind him, Lu Qingzhu walked over. She was also very surprised as she sized up everything around her. She looked up, looked left and right, and walked forward, bang. Then, she bumped into Lin Xian's back. She didn't look ahead. She only took a glance before. She knew that there were no obstacles ahead, so she didn't look ahead. Instead, she kept looking around. Lin Xian, I'm sorry. Lu Qingzhu quickly took a step back. Lin Xian looked at her. This girl is so beautiful. I want to kiss her lips until they're swollen. It's okay. Beautiful girls have the right to be forgiven when they make mistakes. Lin Xian grinned and said. Lu Qingzhu, she thought that she didn't make a mistake, right? How did you know that there's such a cave here? This was what Lu Qingzhu was very surprised about. She swore that she couldn't see it with the naked eye. As for the equipment, no one had checked it before. It was very difficult to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Moreover, he didn't have any equipment on him. He just walked in directly. In her eyes, this was very unusual. Men have a natural sensitivity to caves. Lin Xian said. Lu Qingzhu. She seemed to understand the meaning of this sentence. After all, she was a modern woman from the 21st century. Moreover, according to normal logic, shouldn't you come up and introduce yourself, then I'll introduce myself. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian frowned. Lu Qingzhu. Why do I remember hearing about you before? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Lu Qingzhu wasn't surprised to hear Lin Xian's words. As a warrior, it was normal for him to have heard of her name. This wasn't because she was conceited, but because her name was more exposed in the martial arts world. After all, she was the leader of the martial arts world. However, Lin Xian was very surprised. He had been away for 3 years, and he didn't know much about the martial arts world on Earth. At most, he knew a few big families, which families were very strong, and which families were the strongest. However, he actually felt that the name of someone from the same generation as him was somewhat familiar. This really surprised Lin Xian. But now, Lin Xian couldn't think of anything at all. Lin Xian. Lin Xian said. Lin family. Lu Qingzhu asked. Oh, that's not it. Lin Xian shook his head. Your surname is Lin, so you're a member of the Lin family. If your surname is Lu, can you still be a member of the Lu family? Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Qingzhu, this person didn't seem to know her. Lin Xian then continued to walk forward. Lu Qingzhu also followed behind Lin Xian because this was the only way to go. Little sister, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? Lin Xian lit a cigarette and asked with a smile. No. Lu Qingzhu replied faintly. Then why don't we try being together? Lin Xian asked with a smile. No need, thank you. Sigh, I've seen a lot of girls like you. All of them are very cold. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to find a partner. When your parents were your age, they probably already had you. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for your parents. Lin Xian said with a sigh. Lu Qingzhu, suddenly, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Why? The cigarette in his hand suddenly fluttered. This seemed to be normal, but it wasn't. This was because in that instant, Lin Xian did not feel a sudden increase in the wind. In fact, there was no wind at all. This was momentum. Lin Xian was 120% vigilant. Because he knew that Tao Tai was here, he would be even more vigilant. Here. Chapter 15:15. Lin Xian suddenly made his move. Lightning gathered in his hand and blasted upwards. Boom! Then, a black spider over 5 meters long was blasted down by Lin Xian. Lu Qingzhu, to be honest, she didn't even notice. This person called Lin Xian seemed to be quite powerful. And he was actually at the Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars. Logically speaking, she should know who he was. Reaching the Mystic Heaven Realm 5 stars at such a young age was very impressive. Moreover, he should have a background. If he didn't have a background, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate to this level. Moreover, he had the lightning attribute, but she knew nothing about him. This was really strange. Could it be some hidden family? That was also possible. Not small. Lin Xian walked over and blasted open the head of the beast with a punch. He took out the demon crystal inside. This was a Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beast. For the current Lin Xian, refining its Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beast would bring him many benefits. Lu Qingzhu frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Xian. As long as one was a warrior, they would have a natural fear of demon beasts. This was especially true for demon beasts that looked very scary. This was because they had very little contact with demon beasts. Lu Qingzhu also had very little contact with demon beasts. She would also be afraid. This was human nature. However, this Lin Xian was not afraid at all. At first, Lu Qingzhu thought he was faking it, but there was really no fear in his eyes. Moreover, wasn't he afraid that the beast was poisonous? Wasn't he afraid that the beast was faking its death? Wasn't he afraid of the beast's terrifying appearance? Wasn't it disgusting to explode its head? This was the difference between Earth and Sky Blue Planet. On Sky Blue Planet, humans had zero contact with demonic beasts and could meet them every day. On Earth, Even for a martial artist, they might not meet demonic beasts more than a few times in their lifetime. The way they treated demonic beasts was indeed different. "Do you want it?" Lin Xian asked politely. Lu Qingzhu quickly shook her head. "I don't want anything good." Lin Xian shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. "Be careful, there's a situation." Lu Qingzhu's ears twitched slightly. Then, she took out her spiritual weapon. In front of them, a black mass of huge spiders, some on the walls, some on the ground, were crawling quickly towards them. Lu Qingzhu's aura surged. She was afraid of demonic beasts only because she was a human. As a woman, she was naturally afraid of demonic beasts that looked very scary and disgusting. If you were like those demonic beasts that were similar to tigers and lions, you wouldn't be afraid of them at all. If you were a spider, mouse, or cockroach, you would be afraid. However, although she was afraid, she was only afraid of the visual impact. She was not afraid of anything else. Whoosh! Lu Qingzhu's delicate body was wrapped in lightning as she rushed forward. This Earth could indeed be the lower plane of the sky blue planet. Not only is the martial arts well known, but the general strength and the number of beasts, even the martial arts and spiritual weapons are very different. On Earth, weapons and spiritual weapons are probably at the peak of the heavenly level, not to mention the divine level and holy level spiritual weapons. Maybe the Xian Yuan sword has reached the holy level. After all, it's one of the few divine weapons passed down from ancient times. It's possible. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu, who was in the middle of a battle, and muttered to himself. The reason why there were so few spiritual weapons was because there were no blacksmiths who could create high-grade spiritual weapons, so they could not be passed down. This was indeed a lower plane. Was there a higher plane above the sky blue planet? Lin Xian did not know. Lin Xian had to figure out many things about this. Not bad, he's in his 20s and he's already in the lower realm. He should be one of the best on Earth, right? I think many of the old guys on Earth are probably in the lower realm. No, since someone in his 20s is in the lower realm, doesn't that mean that the slightly more powerful old guys are in the lower realm, domain, and even heavenly venerables? Lin Xian frowned. On this Earth, heavenly venerables were probably the limit, and there were probably not many heavenly venerables. Then, he should not be able to defeat a heavenly venerables at the mysterious heaven realm, right? Then, if he reached the lower realm, would he be able to defeat a heavenly venerables? The difference of two realms. However, Lin Xian's advantage was that his lower realm and domain were stronger than anyone else's. He also had the system that doubled his power, as well as higher-grade spiritual weapons and martial skills. However, Lin Xian really did not understand the strength of this place. However, he should think about it when his realm was higher. It was too dangerous. Although Lin Xian was only in the mysterious heaven realm, he could use lower realm and domain. After all, Lin Xian had lower realm and domain. It was just that it might not be easy to use them. After all, Lin Xian's spiritual energy was very dense. Whoosh! Seeing that Lu Qingzhu was gradually becoming more difficult to fight, Lin Xian also rushed in. These demonic beasts' realms had all reached the mysterious heaven realm, which shocked Lu Qingzhu. This place, this ghost mountain, what kind of place was it? Originally, the demonic beasts she had seen were at the mysterious body realm. There were actually so many mysterious heaven realm demonic beasts here, and there were even lower realm demonic beasts. This place should be the place with the highest quality of demonic beasts she had ever seen. It was not simple. If there were more demonic beasts here, she even felt that it might bring a certain impact to the martial world. Why are there so many? Lu Qingzhu frowned. Lin Xian glanced at it. Damn, it was a little too much. Step back. Lin Xian said. What are you going to do? Damn, how can a woman talk so much nonsense? Just step back. Lu Qingzhu, then, she retreated again and again. Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison, Grade, Heaven Stage 1 Star, Self-Created Heaven Stage Martial Skill by Void Fox Linglong Shui. As the Void Fox clan, the King of Space, her self-created martial skill can be said to be heaven-defying. Effect: release a powerful Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison, which has the power of destruction and a strong attraction force. Once the target is sucked in, it will cause an irreversible destruction effect. The size, strength, and attraction force of the Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison are related to the strength of the release. Although the Myriad Bait Heavenly Prison was only a 1-star Heaven tier martial skill, as a spatial attribute martial skill, you couldn't use a grade to describe it. Spatial and time attributes, these two great attributes basically didn't have any martial skills. Therefore, this Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian condensed the Myriad Induction Heavenly Prison at that location, and then, the many demonic beasts in front of him were all sucked in. Lu Qingzhu, a wormhole in space. She revealed a shocked expression. This person, could it be that he had a space attribute? That was a legendary attribute. Or could it be that this was condensed from some kind of spirit weapon? She didn't know, she was very shocked. Chapter 15-16. The difference between Earth and Sky Blue Star was quite big. On Earth, the strongest attribute was basically lightning. On Earth, there were almost no space and time attributes. On Sky Blue Star, at least time and space attributes were the rarest, but you could still often see them among many geniuses. However, on Earth, you could not see time and space attributes at all. Therefore, when Lin Xian released the Myriad Attraction Heavenly Prison, Lu Qingzhu was very, very shocked. If it was the space attribute, then it would be even more shocking. Moreover, she did not know that the space attribute would have martial skills. It might be more of a power released by some kind of spatial spirit tool. Lin Xian felt that the Myriad Attraction Heavenly Prison had consumed almost half of his spiritual energy. Fuck. I can't hold on. With this low realm, you can't use this kind of top-notch big move easily. Why are there so many high-grade demon beasts here? Lu Qingzhu's attention was now on this. In this ghost mountain, she had seen no less than 200 mysterious heaven realm demon beasts, and there were even lower realm demon beasts. This kind of number was very terrifying. Normally, it was already very rare to see 3 to 5 mysterious heaven realm demon beasts. 200, on Earth, she was sure that at least in the recent 100 years, such a situation had never happened. And the most exaggerated thing was that with so many high-grade demon beasts, were you really going to stay in this ghost mountain and not go out to cause trouble? That fence could not stop these demon beasts. So strange. Really strange. It's a bit exaggerated. Lin Xian frowned. But he might know a little more, because Tao Tai was here. As for why those demon beasts did not go out, there might be 2 reasons. They did not dare to go out. Maybe there were demon beasts here ordering them and controlling them. Maybe there was a leader of these demon beasts, or maybe they were unwilling to go out. No matter if you were a demon beast or something else, you always needed to cultivate, and to cultivate, you needed heaven and earth spiritual energy. Other than here, it would be difficult to find another place with this kind of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Moreover, there was enough food here. There were many wild animals and even demon beasts that could be hunted. I suggest that we wait for the seniors of the major sects to come over and go in together. Lu Qingzhu said. Here, so many demonic beasts had inexplicably rushed out. What about inside? Who knew what was inside? In any case, she had never seen a place like this. Up to you. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he walked inside. Okay. Lu Qingzhu shouted. What's up? You'll die if you go in. Lu Qingzhu frowned as she looked at Lin Xian and said. Since little sister doesn't like me, I'll just die. Goodbye. With that, Lin Xian walked in. Lu Qingzhu, she froze on the spot. Why did he have to go in? And how did he manage to find this place? Could it be that he was familiar with this place? After thinking about it, Lu Qingzhu quickly followed him. Behind him, a group of people also arrived. Fuck. They saw that this place had been emptied. There seems to have been a great battle here. Experienced a great battle. What about the corpse of the demonic beast? Could it be that Qingzhu was captured by a demonic beast? Suddenly, someone realized this. Quick! Go in and save Qingzhu. The experts from our various sects will be here soon. Go and save Qingzhu. Their thoughts were simple. Lu Qingzhu was stronger than them, but, if they were lucky enough to save her, wouldn't that mean, then, a group of people quickly rushed over. Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu arrived at a huge space. This space shocked Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian might not understand, but she knew. 5 divine beasts divine formation. There's something sealed here. Lu Qingzhu looked around and saw the majestic statues of the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and Qilin standing in a special position. She recognized that this was the 5 divine beasts' divine formation. How do you know? Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu revealed a shocked expression. There's actually such a secret here. I've seen it before. The 5 divine beasts' divine formation is a large formation that borrows the power of the 5 divine beasts. It can prevent all evil forces from invading, and at the same time, it can prevent all powerful forces from attacking. Generally speaking, a place where the 5 divine beasts' divine formation exists proves that there's a powerful force or a powerful treasure sealed behind it. In short, the person who set up this 5 divine beasts' divine formation hopes that no matter how many people discover this place in the future, they won't be able to break through this place. Lu Qingzhu said. Is it very powerful? Very powerful. Even a heavenly venerable will die in the 5 divine beasts' divine formation. Lu Qingzhu said. Then, she looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, we can't go any further. Lin Xian asked, will we definitely die? In a sense, yes. Lin Xian smirked, step back, learn, and watch. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. What are you doing? Lin Xian then walked forward. Swish swish swish, as if sensing Lin Xian's existence, the 5 statues flashed at the same time. This time, it seemed to be a warning. However, Lin Xian did not stop and continued to walk forward. It's over. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes in shock. They were dead meat. This time, the martial Dao light completely rose. Swish swish swish, the martial Dao light fell beside Lin Xian. The phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and Qilin appeared there. Lin Xian glanced at the 5 especially noble and divine phantoms, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he said, no matter how formidable and divine you seem, all of you are just fake. All of you are just energy that has been condensed with energy. All of you are just formations. No matter what kind of formation it is, there must be a way to break it. Lin Xian then opened his eye of cave spirit. He found the way to break the formation. He destroyed the 5 phantoms. Lin Xian was speechless. That's right. This was something that Lin Xian did not expect. What the fuck? Could it be that the way to break the formation was not to destroy a formation core? Wasn't it the same as not having a way to break the formation? Fuck. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Lin Xian sensed that these 5 phantoms had the cultivation of a heavenly venerable. Although they were only phantoms, these heavenly venerables should be genuine. Fuck. What should he do? Retreat? This was Lin Xian's thought, but, fuck, retreat. He could not retreat. Swish swish swish, several roars were heard, and then 5 terrifying phantoms of divine beasts rushed toward Lin Xian, determined to kill Lin Xian here. Lin Xian miserably activated Carefree under the heavens and continued to flee. Fortunately, Carefree under the heavens gave him a terrifying speed, but it consumed spiritual power. What should he do? Chapter 15-17. Lu Qingzhu stared blankly at the scene from afar. What was he trying to do? He was so confident just now, but now, was he trying to act cool? At this moment, Yi Miao, Wang Qing, and the others also arrived. Where did that beast roar come from? Fuck. Look ahead. In front. 5 divine beasts. Are they phantoms or remnant souls? They should be phantoms, right? The phantoms they created, hiss, each of them has the aura of a heavenly venerable. This is. They were stunned when they arrived. Qingzhu, are you alright? Yi Miao walked over and asked Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu shook her head. I'm fine. She stared at Lin Xian, who was inside. It's him. Why is he here? Isn't this the 5 divine beasts formation? Did he go in by himself? Idiot. There must be a top-notch treasure behind the 5 divine beasts formation. It might even be a monster. Should we go in and help? What? Go in and help? Are you crazy? We're not related to each other and we don't know each other. Moreover, with our cultivation, there's no way we can survive in this 5 divine beasts formation. Look at the realm of these divine beasts, they're probably in the heavenly venerable realm. How do we go in and help? Lin Xian was thinking about how to end the battle. Phantoms, no matter how he looked at them, they were not real. They were all fake. They were all illusory powers. Since they were illusory powers, wait. Lin Xian suddenly thought of something. The 5 statues should be where the power of the 5 phantoms was stored. The 5 phantoms were very powerful, but the 5 statues were just statues. Lin Xian could not attack the 5 statues. They were absolutely protected. Even Lu Qingzhu and the others could not attack them. If they did, they would fall into the formation. However, if the 5 statues were destroyed, did that mean that the spirit design was destroyed as well? Which of the 5 phantoms would vanish? Lin Xian felt that this was the case. The result of the Eye of Cave Spirit's investigation was that the 5 phantoms had been destroyed. However, this was only in terms of spiritual energy. There were still some that weren't. That was the statue. The only way to break the 5 divine beasts formation is to destroy the 5 statues. However, that's impossible. It's impossible to destroy the statues in the formation. Once the power of the statues is activated, there's an enchantment that can defend against the power of a celestial master. As for us outside, we can't attack it at all. Once we attack it, it proves that we've fallen into the formation battle. Wang Qing said. Then isn't this kid dead for sure? He's definitely going to die. Even a celestial venerable would die in such a situation. Moreover, the 5 divine beast divine arrays 5 divine beast phantoms can release a powerful force similar to a martial skill. They haven't been released yet, and this brat is constantly dodging them with his extraordinary speed. Once they are released, he's dead for sure. Lu Qingzhu frowned. However, boom. Right at this moment, the 5 statues exploded. Boom. A terrifying force instantly spread out in all directions. Everyone. Puff. Some of them spat out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. What? Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief. How can this be? How did the statues get destroyed? What happened? The phantoms of the 5 divine beasts have disappeared. This is... How did Lin Xian do it? It was actually very simple. The law of destruction. Yes, Lin Xian couldn't destroy the phantoms because the difference in cultivation realm was too great. However, Lin Xian could destroy the statues. No matter how magical or fancy this statue was, it was still just a statue. At most, it was just a statue made of special materials. At most, they were statues that had power to protect them. The most terrifying part of the law of destruction was the intent. I can't destroy the power protecting the statues, but I can't destroy your protective power either. If others want to destroy the statues, they can only destroy the protective power first before they can attack the statues. However, Lin Xian didn't need to do that. The statues were statues, and the protective power was the protective power. They were 2 different concepts, 2 different things. Lin Xian only needed to destroy the statues with his intent. The statues were ordinary things. Lin Xian didn't even need to use any spiritual power to destroy them. So, sometimes, you have to rely on your brain. This was the power of the law of creation and the law of destruction. As long as your brain was flexible enough, sometimes, you could do things so easily that you couldn't even imagine it. For example, now. Lin Xian was shocked. Everyone was also shocked. This? What just happened? How did the statues get destroyed? There was a protective power around the statues that even ordinary heavenly venerables couldn't destroy. Wasn't this a bit too unbelievable? Lin Xian stood there, staring ahead. Behind this should be Taotai, right? Lin Xian then turned to the people behind him and said, I advise you all to leave now. Otherwise, no matter how many people die, it won't have anything to do with me. Everyone looked at each other. Their attention was no longer on how this person destroyed the 5 statues and the 5 divine beast divine array. Their attention was on what was behind. They all knew that there must be something behind the 5 divine beast divine array. And it was someone else. The expert who set up the 5 divine beast divine array didn't want others to know about it. Even if they found it, they didn't want to find it. Behind this was most likely an extremely powerful treasure. Of course, there might be danger. But, there were treasures. And it might be an extremely terrifying treasure. This kind of thing was bound to make people greedy. Greed was the nature of humans. Even if they knew there might be danger, they were still willing. He. Yi Miao chuckled and said, Brother, you're really interesting. Since we're all here together, then we'll get a share of everything. That's right. Everyone has a share. Brother, isn't it a bit unkind of you to chase us out now? Then don't worry, brother. Our lives are our own, and our choices are our own. It has nothing to do with you. Those people said one after another. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. This was human nature. Then they would definitely pay the price. Lin Xian originally thought that if these people died because of him, then he might feel a little guilty. But now, even if they all died, it had nothing to do with him. He had reminded them. Chapter 15-18 Lin Xian looked around. This array formation had already been broken by him. He estimated that after this array formation, it would be Tao Tai. Since these people were following him, they could attract the Taotia's attention for him. Then, he could find an opportunity to kill the Tao Tai. Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Xian. Was what he said just now true, or just to make them feel afraid so that they wouldn't go in with him? She couldn't be sure. But her intuition told her that it was true. This person looked a little shameless, but why did she feel that he was a very upright person? That was her intuition. At this moment, everyone spread out and began to look for something in this position. Lin Xian's eye of spiritual insight could see that the wall in front of him was the entrance to the next place. A large amount of spiritual energy was also squeezed out from there. Everyone, be careful. There might be traps or something here. Don't touch anything to avoid danger. Someone shouted. Got it. But which one of you can find the entrance to that place? Daoist Wang Qing, do you have any ideas? Wang Qing nodded. I can try, but my suggestion is to wait until the seniors of the major clans and sects come. Since there's a top-level 5 divine beast divine formation here, it's definitely not simple. We've already encountered so many mystic heaven realm and even lower realm demonic beasts outside. The spiritual energy here is dense, so there might be stronger demonic beasts here. We can't fight them. Without the seniors, it's very dangerous. What are we afraid of? There are so many of us, so what are we afraid of? There's still Miss Lu. If there's really no other way, we can always run, right? Humph. How audacious. Suddenly, a cold snort came from behind, and everyone looked over. An old man walked in. Following this old man were about 100 men and women. The youngest among them was a middle-aged man, right? However, there were more old men in their 50s or 60s. Master. Father. Grandfather. Seeing them come in, many people shouted one after another. Where's my Lu, One of the old men shouted. Senior Zhang, Zhang Lu, was killed by a demonic beast. What? Apart from Zhang Lu, there are no less than 20 people who have all fallen. Everyone was flabbergasted. What did you encounter? Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu then said, we encountered hundreds of mysterious heaven realm demon beasts and many lower realm demon beasts. What? Here. In the valley outside, I didn't encounter anything here. A man said. Lu Qingzhu glanced at it. In fact, they had also encountered a lot of demonic beasts here. It was just that they had all been killed by that person. Not even their corpses were left behind. Then what's the situation here? They shook their heads. Just now, we encountered the 5 divine beasts divine formation here. What? Where is it? He destroyed it. Someone pointed at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian was very annoyed right now. Fuck your mother. Why did so many people come? However, Lin Xian gave it a cursory glance. None of them seemed to be weak. It seemed that he, Lin Xian, had underestimated the martial artists of Earth. However, he did not underestimate the top martial artists of Earth. Earth was probably still at the peak of the celestial venerable realm. Lin Xian had underestimated the quality of martial artists below the celestial venerable realm. Now, it seemed that it was far from that simple. Everyone looked at Lin Xian. Who is this little brother? A rogue cultivator. Lin Xian said indifferently. So it's a rogue cultivator. Then how did you destroy the 5 divine beasts divine formation? I naturally have my own methods. All right. Then they ignored Lin Xian. The world was big and full of strange things. However, since it was a rogue cultivator, it would not attract their attention. Right now, this place was the place that attracted their attention the most. Lin Xian's gaze fell on a middle-aged man here. Xianyuan Luo. Although he had not seen this Xianyuan Luo for 3 years, Lin Xian still recognized him. He might not recognize him, but it could be seen that he definitely did not recognize him. They had met once before. That time was when he and Dongfang Shui were playing at Dongfang Shui's place. This Xianyuan Luo had brought a few people over as guests. At that time, Lin Xian did not meet him. Lin Xian had gone into hiding at Dongfang Shui's request. It was also at that time that Lin Xian eavesdropped on some of their conversations. It was about what happened after that. It was also at that time that Lin Xian learned about this matter. It was also from that time onwards that everything had become unstable. This Xianyuan Luo was a member of the collateral bloodline of the Xianyuan family. His status was not high. If one had to count, he was Xianyuan Qingtian's cousin. He was 40 years old, and this cousin was a little distant. So why was he only a collateral bloodline? His existence was more to work for the Xianyuan family in hopes that one day, he would be able to achieve a higher status. Of course, his status in the Xianyuan family might not be very high. But compared to others, for example, among this group of people, his status was outstanding. Xianyuan Luo also glanced at Lin Xian. He really did not recognize him. He did not know Lin Xian in the first place. He only knew the name Lin Xian. He did not know anything else. In other words, he was the one who pushed Lin Xian off the cliff. Of course, he did not do it himself. He sent someone to do it. He was also entrusted by someone else. Of course, Lin Xian did not know about this because he was already dead. It was just that. Lin Xian did not have a good opinion of the Xianyuan family. Die for me. Mr. Xianyuan, what do you think we should do now? An old man glanced at Xianyuan Luo and asked. Xianyuan Luo glanced around and said, since the 5 divine beasts' divine formation exists here, there must be something behind this place. If we find that place, we might be able to find countless treasures. That's right. This old man thinks so too. The 5 divine beasts' divine formation exists to protect something from being discovered. Normally, with the 5 divine beasts' divine formation in front of us, we can't do anything about it. But it was actually destroyed by this little brother. To be honest, this is our opportunity. This is the will of the heavens. An old man said. Lin Xian. Fuck you. Don't you think this is shameless? Lin Xian destroyed the 5 divine beasts' divine formation, and you're saying that this is your opportunity. Fuck you. Die for me. I think it's better to be careful. Since ancient times, people who have been driven by greed have not had a good ending. Lu Qingzhu said. Chapter 15:19. Lin Xian took another look at this beautiful girl. Oh, not bad. There's still such a rational young girl in this world. Smack. He, Miss Lu, don't worry. We know what we're doing. Everyone, activate the formation and look for the next entrance. Okay. Since that was the case, Lin Xian was too lazy to make a move. Lin Xian felt that, hiding behind this group of people was a good choice. Since they wanted to die, and it wasn't like he didn't warn them, Lin Xian couldn't be blamed, right? Miss, want to add me on WeChat? Lin Xian moved closer to Lu Qingzhu and asked with a smile. Lu Qingzhu glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Okay. She nodded. Lin Xian didn't expect this. Wow. A beauty of this level agreed to add him on WeChat just like that. Lu Qingzhu's thoughts were simple. This person wasn't simple. She didn't know how he destroyed the 5 divine beasts formation, and he even seemed to have released the power of space. She felt that if this person's character wasn't bad, he should be an expert. It wasn't a big deal to know a genius expert. Maybe she could learn something from him. That was her thought. Then, the two added each other as friends. What's the meaning of this? Why do we have a mutual friend? Lin Xian was surprised. Lu Qingzhu was also surprised. Why would they have a mutual friend? This feeling was very strange. The world was so big, and two people who didn't know each other added each other as friends. Then, they realized that there was someone they knew. This feeling was very strange. Then, the two of them gathered together to see who their mutual friend was. The two of them didn't have many friends. Lin Xian didn't have more than 5 friends, and Lu Qingzhu only had about 20. Most of them were her family members. Then, they easily found the friend with the same profile picture that both of them had. Qini Juan. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu in surprise. Lu Qingzhu glanced at Lin Xian and said, I looked for her before. The Lu clan's forces found her and hoped to rope her into our forces and teach her cultivation. She's a very good genius. Although it's a bit late, it's still not too late. Lin Xian, and then she refused. We just added each other on WeChat, Lu Qingzhu said. Rejected. To be honest, Lin Xian was quite surprised. She said that she wanted to maintain world peace and refused. She wouldn't think you're a liar, would she? Lu Qingzhu shook her head. No. She just wants to be able to do her job. Lin Xian, to be honest, you have no choice but to accept it. In order to continue serving the people in this job, she even refused to become a martial artist. To be honest, this was something that Lin Xian admired. To put it simply, let's say that you have no money and no power. Suddenly, someone came to you and said that your second uncle was dying. He had no children and you were his only relative. He had tens of billions of assets for you to inherit. Would you inherit it? It was the same logic. Qini Juan actually rejected it. This shocked Lin Xian. Amazing. You're her friend? Lu Qingzhu asked. She's my girlfriend. Lu Qingzhu. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding. She likes me and is pursuing me, but I haven't agreed yet. If you like me too, then I'll reject her and accept you. Lin Xian grinned at Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu. As the two of them chatted, the others were excitedly looking for the entrance. However, of course, there were some people who noticed this. That dog. That dog is hitting on Qingzhu while we're working. It's okay. Are you still worried that Qingzhu will do something to him? Don't worry about it. Now, the treasure inside is the most important thing. Whoever gets the treasure inside will be able to dominate the area. By then, he will become a better person and be able to pursue Qingzhu. That was what they thought. Beauty, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I might be able to treat your hidden illness. Lin Xian smiled and said to Lu Qingzhu. At first, Lu Qingzhu didn't think much of it. However, when she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized, what? How do you know I have a hidden illness? I can see it. I have medical skills. Lin Xian grinned. Lu Qingzhu frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Only her family knew about her hidden illness. Outsiders didn't even know about it. He couldn't have gotten the news from her family, right? Then, did he really see it? Was he that strong? My hidden illness is... Before she could finish, Lin Xian said, it should be because you have the lightning attribute, but at the same time, you also have the ice attribute. Although this is good news, your ice attribute should have an especially strong cold energy. This cold energy will cause your body to be extremely cold if you use the ice attribute, so the existence of the ice attribute will threaten your survival instead. It's fine if you don't use it. However, you have used it many times, causing you to be affected by the cold. You are very afraid of the cold. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in shock. Do you have a way? Yes. I can see it. Why can't I? Is it difficult? Lin Xian shook his head. It's not difficult. Lu Qingzhu, the entire martial arts world can't do anything. You say it's not difficult. That's because they can't do anything. It doesn't mean that I can't do anything. My master is. Lin Xian deliberately didn't finish his sentence. Now, Lu Qingzhu was curious. Master. Who was his master? He seemed to be very powerful. Sorry to trouble you. Lin Xian shook his head. It's not troublesome. However, you have to be my girlfriend. Lu Qingzhu, then forget it. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Xian's gaze fell on a corner. Mystic pearl grass. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. This was the main herb he was looking for to help Qingya's wife treat her illness. This was the only thing missing. Lin Xian then quickly walked over and picked up the mystic pearl grass. Some people also saw the mystic pearl grass, but not many people recognized it. Moreover, everyone's attention wasn't on the mystic pearl grass but the entrance. We found the entrance. It's there. An old man pointed at the wall and said. How do we open it? Using force should be enough. Everyone, be careful. Take a step back. Boom, then, a few people released a powerful force and bombarded the wall. Lin Xian, this should be a cultivation level above 5 stars of domain realm, right? Indeed, their overall level wasn't bad. The wall was shattered and a passage appeared in front of them. Chapter 1520. When the passage appeared, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed towards them. Hiss. This, everyone was shocked and pleasantly surprised. This fucking heaven and earth spiritual energy was too strong. There was definitely a treasure inside. Maybe it's the 10 great ancient divine artifacts? Some people muttered in their hearts. After all, none of them had felt this kind of heaven and earth spiritual energy fluctuation for so many years. This was a bit exaggerated. They looked at each other. Everyone could see something in each other's eyes. It was fear and greed. They were afraid that the other party would get the treasure, but they were greedy for the treasure themselves. Cough cough, an old man coughed and said, there might be endless danger inside. I'll go in and explore first. Everyone, wait outside. I'll go in. Cough cough. Everyone, he, I'll go with you. If we go together, we can take care of each other. It's safer. Another old man said with a chuckle. Ha, let's go together. If we go together, we can take care of each other. Lin Xian, what a bunch of dogs. It's fine if they're dogs, but they're all greedy. If you don't die, who will? Lin Xian glanced at Lu Qingzhu beside him and said, pretty girl, don't go in. Lu Qingzhu frowned and looked at Lin Xian, do you know something? He found this place directly, and then he found this place again. Then he easily broke the 5 divine beasts' divine array. He seemed to know about this place. Lin Xian shrugged and said, I don't know. I only know that danger and opportunity coexist. Even if there's something good in there, it'll definitely be extremely dangerous. I reckon that only a few people who go in will be able to come out alive. Moreover, they entered with greed, so it's impossible for them to come out alive. Lu Qingzhu frowned. She felt that it made sense. There might be treasures inside, but there was no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. They didn't do anything and found an entrance here. Could they get treasures just by going in? Other things aside, what if there was only one treasure inside? With so many warriors and so many forces, what would they do in the end? Fight for it. And the end result of the struggle was, only one person, one power, could take the treasure away alive. She understood. However, it was impossible for her to stop these people from entering. Are you going in? Lu Qingzhu asked. Lin Xian nodded. Of course. I'll go in too. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu. Don't tell me you went in because I went in. Lin Xian grinned at her. You can say that. I think you're more familiar with this place, so you're more confident. Besides, I also want to see what's inside. Lu Qingzhu said. So in your heart, although you've only known me for such a short time, I'm as magical as a god. Why do you think I'm so powerful? Is it because of my handsomeness? Or are you in love with me? Lin Xian smiled and raised his eyebrows at her. No, it's just a woman's intuition. Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes looked ahead. Those people had already entered one after another. Lin Xian smiled and then sat there smoking a cigarette. Aren't you going in? Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian. Not for the time being. I'll go in when everyone inside is dead. Lin Xian said faintly. Lu Qingzhu frowned. She felt that this person was very strange. Very special. How could he say such words so casually? What exactly did he go through to be able to say such things? It felt really strange. A rogue cultivator. Was this really something a rogue cultivator could say? Lu Qingzhu did not go in. Aren't you going to warn them? Lin Xian looked at the girl in surprise. Lu Qingzhu shook her head. There's no need to remind them. If I remind them, they'll think that I'm trying to scare them away and take the so-called treasure inside. They won't leave. Why bother? Lin Xian nodded. This girl was smart. Why do I feel that you're a little familiar? Have we met before? Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu and asked. He really felt that she was familiar. In 3 years, a person's appearance would change a lot, especially a girl. 3 years ago, she might still look a little immature, but a girl would change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. In 3 years, she might have really changed. Lin Xian felt that they might have met before. Your method of picking up girls is too old-fashioned. Lu Qingzhu shook her head and said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I'm really not picking you up. Lin Xian said. All right. Lu Qingzhu did not say anything. Speaking of which, you're quite powerful in the lower realm in your 20s. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Lu Qingzhu and said. Actually, it's not bad. It's basically done with resources. As a rogue cultivator, you're also very powerful to be able to reach the mysterious heaven realm. Moreover, you definitely have the ability to fight across realms. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said indifferently. I have to say that you have a good eye for people. Then, let's see if I can be your husband in the future. Lin Xian grinned at her. He, Lin Xian, forget it. Lin Xian shook his head and then looked inside. He was thinking that it was better not to have any contact with the girls in this world. It was enough. sister-in-law, Muchinya, Chinijuan, not to have any contact with them anymore because if he did, Lin Xian was afraid that he would have some relationship with them. It would be troublesome then. Sigh, it's so difficult. You'd better not go in. Lin Xian said. I'm just going in to take a look. Lu Qingzhu said. Why are you so stubborn? If you were my girlfriend, I would slap you and tell you to get out. Lu Qingzhu. Then your girlfriend is really pitiful. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and lit another cigarette. Then, he looked inside the room. Lin Xian didn't know what was going on inside. He didn't even know if a fight had broken out. Lin Xian was thinking that since these people were going to die, he might as well let them die. They might even be able to help him. Let's go. Lin Xian then said. Lu Qingzhu and Lin Xian walked in together. Give me your hand. Lin Xian said. What for? I'll hold your hand. It's safer. Lu Qingzhu then silently took 2 steps back and followed behind Lin Xian. This person was really a pervert. Moreover, he was different from those men. Those men hid their lust, but this person completely showed his lust on his face and in his words and actions. This might have made Lu Qingzhu feel that this person was different from others. Chapter 15:21. This passage was very, very long. Lin Xian even walked with Lu Qingzhu for half an hour. No wonder I didn't hear any movement inside. It turns out that it's so long. Lin Xian sighed. On the way, they saw a lot of corpses of demon beasts, which were definitely dealt with by those who went in first. As they went deeper and deeper, they also felt more and more powerful spiritual power of heaven and earth, and a sense of oppression. Do you feel it? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingzhu nodded, a sense of oppression from the heart. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He estimated that Tao Tai had appeared. This kind of invisible pressure was like the pressure of a king. You're still going. To be honest, Lu Qingzhu was very careful. When she felt this kind of feeling, she actually wanted to shrink back a little. However, he suddenly thought about it. As a martial artist, this was something he had to experience. Although the current Earth might not value these things as much, but she had heard from her family that in the future, Earth might once again return to the ancient times at an unknown time. What did that mean? Demon beasts rising. The human race and the demon race would have a war. At that time, all the people on Earth would know that there were martial artists in this world, and everyone would know that there were demon beasts in this world. At that time, it might become an era where everyone cultivated. And everything that she encountered today made her believe that it must be so. The demon beasts might be gradually awakening. There were so many demon beasts here, and even their grades were so high. Go. Lu Qingzhu nodded and said. Hey, don't blame me if something happens to you. You're not my girlfriend, I won't save you. I'm not that kind. Lin Xian said. No need. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Okay. Soon, a huge space appeared in front of them. When they reached this space, everything seemed to have come to an end. Strange, did we go the wrong way? Where is everyone? Lu Qingzhu frowned. They didn't go the wrong way. In this huge space, there were corpses of demon beasts and traces of battle, but there was no one. Could there be a hidden door? Lu Qingzhu glanced around. Until now, they had not seen a single corpse. This was a good thing. Lin Xian, of course. Lin Xian then walked to the front of the altar and released his spiritual energy. Shua, suddenly, a pillar of light rose up. Lu Qingzhu frowned. Why was he so familiar with this place? Sure enough, following him in was the right choice. He must be familiar with this place. Perhaps, he came here with the treasure map. In short, it was safer to follow him than to follow so many people in front of him. Then, when he said that the people in front would all die, was that true? It wasn't that Lin Xian was familiar with this place, but that Lin Xian's eye of cave spirit was able to see these fancy things. I'll say it one last time. Once we pass through this light pillar, we'll be in real danger. Although you're very beautiful, I don't have the confidence to protect your life. Got it? Lu Qingzhu nodded. Lin Xian then stepped into the light pillar and disappeared. Without any hesitation, Lu Qingzhu also stepped into the light pillar. Shua, the light flashed past. Lin Xian did not open his eyes. His ears were filled with the sounds of battle, the roars of beasts, and the screams of people. Die! Die! What should we do? Master Wang, what should we do now? How can we get out? Damn it! Damn it! There's actually such a scary arcane realm here. Damn it! Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu opened their eyes. Everything around them made their mouths drop. What was going on? This was an arcane realm. To be honest, encountering an arcane realm on Heavenly Blue Planet was not a big deal. However, to have an arcane realm on Earth, which was simply a small world, was a little scary. This small world was quite beautiful, with green mountains and clear waters. It even looked a bit like a paradise. However, at this moment, Lin Xian took a look. The surroundings were filled with demonic beasts, all kinds of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were fighting with the surrounding human warriors. These demonic beasts ranged from the arcane body realm to the domain realm, all the way to the arcane body realm. This was a little exaggerated. Damn it! Why are there so many beasts here? Are they all in this small world? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that at some point in time, someone sealed Taotai here, and at the same time sealed all these beasts here? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. This should be the only reasonable explanation. However, where was Taotai? Had it not appeared yet? Could it be that Taotai was still in a sealed state? If he found it, wouldn't he be able to kill it easily? Eye of Cave Spirit. Shua, Lin Xian stood in the middle of the battlefield and opened his Eye of Cave Spirit again, looking for the place with the most abundant spiritual energy. It's over there. Lin Xian's gaze fell on a certain place in front of him. Lu Qingzhu glanced around and directly took out her spiritual weapon. This scene was something she did not expect before coming here. Everyone, don't worry. Although there are many beasts here, they are not particularly strong. Everyone, gather together and we will slowly fight our way out. I estimate that these beasts are the last hurdle. Let's get rid of them first. One of the old men shouted. All right. Then, everyone started to fight. Whoosh! Lin Xian did not care about this place. With a space jump, he appeared in front of them. That person ran over there. Someone noticed this scene. Damn it! Let's get rid of this place first. I don't believe that there are no beasts in that person's place. An old man gritted his teeth. Lu Qingzhu frowned. She did not care anymore. Let's get rid of the beasts first. At this moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of a lake. Needless to say, there were no beasts around. Of course, at least there were no beasts in front of him. Lin Xian lowered his head to look at the lake. The place shown by the Eye of Cave Spirit is here. That's right. Under the lake. Plop, Lin Xian did not hesitate and directly jumped in. This lake was incomparably clear. However, it was much bigger and deeper than Lin Xian had imagined. It seemed to be at least tens of meters deep. However, Lin Xian's realm was still there. At least for a short period of time, there would be no problem. Below, Lin Xian seemed to see a cave in the water. There was a huge stone door blocking the cave. Lin Xian landed. Chapter 1522. To be honest, Lin Xian was a little panicky. It would be fine if they were on the ground, but in the water, with his mysterious heaven realm cultivation, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Anyone who left the land and entered the water would subconsciously panic. Lin Xian stood in front of the door in the water and looked at it. There were lines on the door that he couldn't understand, but these lines added together gave him a very scary feeling. Should I open it? To be honest, Lin Xian felt that Tao Tai should be sealed behind this door. How strong was it? He didn't know. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't dare to open it. Lin Xian was hesitating. He hadn't made a move yet. He was afraid. If they were on Sky Blue Planet, he wouldn't be afraid of anything. After all, his realm was there, and he had such a strong ability to fight across realms. But now, what was the use of Lin Xian's ability to fight across realms? How strong could he be at Mysterious Heaven Realm? That was Tao Tai awe. Even if it was sealed, Lin Xian thought, it should be at least at the Heavenly Venerable Realm, right? Wouldn't that be courting death? But, what if it was sealed all the time? In other words, it wouldn't even react when he took out the knife pouch. How could he kill it? That was hard to say, right? There should be such a chance, right? But he still didn't dare to. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Although the people outside had nothing to do with him, Lin Xian had a feeling that if the people outside died because he released this monster, Lin Xian would feel a little strange. Although it didn't matter, although those people were very greedy, but, if it was caused by him, then it wouldn't be good. And there was a beautiful young lady outside. Sigh. Lin Xian paced back and forth for a long time. Just at this moment, put-ong, one figure after another jumped down. That's right, all the demonic beasts outside were basically wiped out by these people. Some of these players saw Lin Xian heading towards them, so when they finished off the monsters on this side, they immediately headed over. Then, when they went underwater, they saw the situation here. Whoosh! Those people who were underwater immediately rushed over and stood beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian, fuck. These people, what was the most exaggerated thing? Lin Xian was pushed to the side by the crowd. Their bodies weren't wet at all. They only needed to release a little of their power to form a barrier around their bodies to block the water. They could even talk to each other. Where is this place? Little brother, how did you find this place? An old man looked at Lin Xian. If he wasn't mistaken, this kid had come straight here after entering. Originally, they were suspicious of something, but when they came in and saw this door that didn't look simple, they realized that this place was definitely not simple. And this kid went straight here. Did he know something about this place? The more Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian, the more she felt that something was wrong. From the way he acted, he seemed to be very familiar with this place. He knew where the entrance was, he knew where the mechanisms were, he knew how to break some things, so strange. Now, he was standing here again, this looked like a place that no one had entered before. How did he know? Then, when he said that everyone would die, wasn't that true? Lin Xian said, that's how I found it. Humph. I think you'd better tell us what's going on if you want to live. One of the experts snorted coldly. They felt that this kid definitely knew about this place. Otherwise, how could the 5 divine beasts formation be broken? Otherwise, why would he go straight here after entering? Okay, then I'll tell you. I got a parchment scroll, and the contents of the parchment scroll are about this place. Lin Xian began to fabricate nonsense. Where's the parchment scroll? Of course, they would believe it. Otherwise, how could this person seem to know this place so well? The parchment scroll. It disappeared. What? Disappeared. They frowned. That's right. When I got the parchment scroll and saw the contents of the parchment scroll, the contents were transferred to my mind. Then, the parchment scroll burned on its own. Lin Xian said. They frowned. Kid, don't make irresponsible remarks. Hurry up and hand over the parchment scroll. We can protect your safety. Otherwise, with your mysterious heaven realm cultivation, you definitely won't be able to survive here. Do you understand? Xianyuan Luo's eyes narrowed as he said. This was his chance. He was only a side relative of the Xianyuan family. However, if he could obtain some heaven-defying treasure here, then he would become a dragon. Moreover, there must be a top-grade treasure here. It might even be a primordial divine artifact. A primordial divine artifact. I understand. Lin Xian nodded obediently. But, the contents are in my mind. What can I do? Do you want to dig out my head to take a look? You. All right. Then tell me, what's recorded on the parchment scroll? What's behind it? Xianyuan Luo asked. Lin Xian said, it's recorded that there are some entrances here. If you can avoid some mechanisms, What's behind it? There's basically nothing. As for the contents of the parchment scroll, it's Tao Tai. What? Hearing Lin Xian's words, they revealed a shocked expression. That's right, it's Tao Tai. The Tao Tai is sealed here. They looked at each other and revealed a shocked expression. Impossible. If the Tao Tai is sealed here, why would you dare to come here? Xianyuan Luo was the first to refute. That's why I've been standing at the entrance and not going in. Because I don't dare to open the door and enter. Because I don't know how much of the Tao Tai's cultivation has been sealed. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said. Then, what treasures are there here? I don't know. I only know that there's a Tao Tai here. I only know that there must be treasures in the place where the Tao Tai is sealed, so I came to take a look. If you want to go in, this door is easy to open. As long as everyone drips a drop of their blood, it will open and you will have the qualifications to enter. They looked at each other. Did they believe it? They were skeptical. However, they didn't know if the Tao Tai was inside. Lin Xian said that he didn't know what treasures were inside. Everyone didn't believe it. Let's go in together. They looked at each other and said. All right. Even if it's the Tao Tai, it has probably been sealed for thousands of years and probably doesn't have any cultivation. We have several sky venerables here, so there's no need to be afraid. Let's go in first. Let's see what's inside. Kid, if you lie to us, you'll die a horrible death. Chapter 1523. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Die miserably. Just based on this sentence, die for me. It was obvious that these people were skeptical of him. They even thought that he might be hiding something from them. Lin Xian didn't know. Anyway, he only knew that Tao Tai was here and told them all the information. Everyone, get ready to enter. Okay. Then, they forced out a drop of their blood one after another. I suggest you don't go in. Lin Xian came to Lu Qingzhu's side, then stretched out his hand and quietly scratched her white palm. Lu Qingzhu, will I definitely die? Lu Qingzhu asked. I don't know. I really don't know. How would I know how strong Tao Tai is? Then I want to go and see. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Really, stupid woman. Why was this kind of stupid woman so hard to get? Damn. She was still a naive and gullible sister-in-law. No, that naive sister-in-law was not deceived by Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian directly showed her a few moves and she directly gave herself to him. This kind of girl was still the best. Okay. Up to you. Don't blame me if you die. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Then the door opened. Although the door was opened, there was still something like a barrier in front of it. The people who dripped their blood directly passed through the barrier and walked in. Lin Xian also dripped a drop of blood and then walked in. After walking in, there was a huge passage with no one. After walking for a while, all of them came to a place with a different world. This was obviously still the bottom of the lake, but when you looked up, it was so beautiful. There seemed to be a moon above your head, as if the moonlight was projected here. On the ground, there were all kinds of spirit stones. You could even see some rare heaven and earth spirit objects. The heaven and earth spirit force here was somewhat vigorous. This space was very, very big. It looked like a huge space in a cave, and one couldn't even see the end of it at a glance. Everyone, be careful. There seems to be no road here. Then, someone looked at Lin Xian. Kid, are there any other passageways here? Lin Xian used his eye of cave spirit to investigate. That's it. This is the end. Everyone, be careful. Xianyuan Luo shouted, and everyone dispersed, searching for something in this huge place. Hey, look, this is 6-flavored yellow earth grass. There's actually a heaven and earth spirit treasure of this level here. Quick! Collect. Then, those people began to harvest all the heaven and earth spiritual treasures here. Xianyuan Luo and the rest walked together. Their gazes landed on a huge stone tablet in front of them. In front of the stele was a sword. This sword didn't attract much attention because there were too many swords in this space. If there weren't 10,000, then there were at least 8,000. Moreover, this sword was the same as the other swords, it was rusty. This stone tablet is the most special place in the entire space. They pondered for a moment. I've looked everywhere, but I didn't find Tao Tai or any other demon beasts. Then, Xianyuan Luo's gaze landed on Lin Xian who was wandering not far away. Boy, where's Tao Tai? Didn't you say there was Tao Tai? Lin Xian looked over and glanced at it with his eye of spiritual insight. Damn! That sword, Tao Tai, it's in this stone tablet. Lin Xian glanced and said. Xianyuan Luo sneered, then flashed in front of Lin Xian and grabbed Lin Xian's neck. Boy, you better tell me the truth. Lin Xian was really unhappy. I said, Tao Tai is in the stone tablet. Okay. Then how do we open it? Lin Xian then said, pull out the sword in front of the stone tablet. Xianyuan Luo frowned, then walked over and placed his hand on the sword. In the next instant, he pulled the sword out from the ground. Rumble, at the same time, the entire space trembled. Everyone stood in place, looking around in horror. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. He did not know if this sword was related to Tao Tai's seal after it was pulled out. Or would he directly release the Tao Tai? But it was not him who released it. There really is. Those people looked at each other. Swish, at this moment, a powerful force sealed off the entire space. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Fuck you. Can you not do this? This power was similar to a barrier, or it could be said that it was a spatial seal. And this strength left Lin Xian helpless. It was even more impossible for the other experts to do it. Not good. The space we are in has been sealed. An expert's pupils shrank. Swish, Xianyuan Luo threw the rusty sword in his hand to the side, then stretched out his hand and took out his spiritual weapon. Everyone, be alert and prepare for battle. Yes. Roar, a beastly roar that came from a king appeared above the void. With this sound, everyone's heart trembled. This was definitely a very powerful existence. This sound contained the aura of an absolute king. It was like a person who heard the roar of a tiger. It would naturally cause their heart to tremble. Little sister, come with me. Lin Xian took Lu Qingzhu's hand and pulled her away from the stone tablet. Is it really Tao Tai? Lu Qingzhu frowned and asked. Nonsense. Do you think I'm lying to you? Then what are you doing here? What am I doing? Could it be that Lin Xian told her that he was here to kill Tao Tai? But, Lin Xian felt that he seemed to have gained a little. Why? Because of the sword in his hand. This sword was the one that was inserted in front of the stone tablet at that time, the rusty sword that was pulled out by Xianyuan Luo and thrown away. However, Lin Xian knew that although the rust on the outside of this sword was real, it did not mean that this sword was really rusty. It was just that too much time had passed and added a layer to it. This was a divine weapon in the truest sense. What an idiot! Throwing away such a divine weapon. Did you not think that this sword could be the same as the others? The other swords were scattered all over the place. As for this sword, once it was pulled out, the seal would be lifted. Did you not think about this? As for what this sword was, Lin Xian did not know. However, this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. At this time, in front of them, above the stone tablet, a vortex appeared. It was something similar to a portal. Then, shwa, first, a thick and sturdy leg stepped out from inside. When everyone saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. It could not be, was it really Tao Tai? Gulp, those people swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To be honest, they did not believe it at first. However, when they saw this leg, the deterrence this demonic beast gave them was simply unimaginable. Chapter 15:24. Gradually, the full appearance of the monster slowly walked out of the portal. Gulp. Everyone widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. Tao Tai. It's Tao Tai. Oh my god. It's really Tao Tai. That kid didn't lie to us. What should we do? What's the cultivation of this Tao Tai? The moment Tao Tai appeared, the surroundings were in chaos. There were a total of more than 100 people. About 60 to 70 of them were the so-called experts, while the rest were the so-called geniuses who came here to increase their strength. Lin Xian looked at Tao Tai. Really, even if you haven't seen an ancient beast before, you would more or less have some understanding of it from some anime, television series, and movies. This Tao Tai was actually very similar to the one shown on the television. It was just that this beast's ferocity was not simple. You could see it just by looking at its appearance. The entire body of Tao Tai was about 6 to 7 meters long. Its entire body was a bit like a tiger's or a lion's torso. Its entire body was black and green. It had 4 eyes and a slightly long neck. Its teeth were extremely sharp and there was a pair of long horns on its head. Sharp, very sharp. Around Tao Tai's body, there was a greenish-white cold air. Sometimes, one could even feel waves around its body. This was Tao Tai. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Motherfucker. This Tao Tai looked very strong. Lu Qingzhu's pupils shrank slightly. It's over. This looked more serious than she had imagined. What do we do now? Those people retreated one after another. What else can we do? Kill. Damn it. We didn't get any treasures and actually encountered such a legendary beast. We can't run away. We're surrounded by a powerful space barrier. Now, either we die or we die. I guess the treasure will be in the space it appeared in. Everyone, it's time for us to work together. This sovereign has sensed the cultivation of this Tao Tai. It's only at the Heavenly Venerable Realm. I estimate that it's about 2 stars of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. There are even a few of us here who are higher than it. If everyone works together, so what if it's an ancient beast? It has been sealed all this time and its strength won't recover so quickly. Good. Everyone, prepare for battle. Go. Then, those experts took the initiative to attack. Even if it was a Tao Tai, he couldn't be afraid. He couldn't be intimidated by it. The more it was like this, the more he had to treat it as an ordinary Empyrean realm demonic beast. I can't scare myself. What are you doing? When Lin Xian saw that Lu Qingzhu was about to rush forward, he froze for a moment before reaching out to stop her. Nothing must happen to Xiang's big sister. Help. Why don't you take a look at your cultivation level? Help. Lin Xian was helpless. Why was this girl acting like a fool? Tao Tais are cold-natured. They are a type of flood dragon aquatic beast. However, all flood dragon aquatic beasts are afraid of lightning. Lightning is the bane of water. I have lightning, so I can help. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian, then why would I say that garlic can ward off evil spirits and firecrackers can scare them away? You're just at the lower realm, while they're at the celestial venerable realm. Even if lightning restrains water, even if you suck out all the lightning in your body, you won't be able to cause any harm to them. On the other hand, it's the Tao Tai who can casually destroy you. Seriously, you're just like a fool. Lin Xian shook his head and said. I know, but I don't want to see them, before Lu Qingzhu could finish speaking. Then, roar. A beast's roar was heard, and then, a celestial venerable realm powerhouse was slapped in the chest by the Taotia's claw. Puff! The powerhouse spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. After flying out, he crashed onto the ground. Then, he tried to get up. He tried to struggle, and then, his entire body seemed to have lost all strength as he lay there, no longer breathing. Everyone. Fuck. Isn't this strength too strong? One claw, without any additional strength, killed a celestial venerable realm powerhouse. Just like that. Oh my god. Is this the Tao Tai? It's too terrifying. It's too terrifying. Gulp. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. This was going to scare them to death. Everyone, be careful. This Taotia's strength is astonishing. Don't fight it in a roundabout way. Our strength is still very useful when it lands on its body. Someone yelled. Thunderfall. Xianyuan Luo roared angrily and condensed a bolt of lightning. Boom. The lightning landed on the Taotia's body. Roar. The Tao Tai still let out a sound that sounded like a painful groan. It's useful. Thunder attribute martial artists are especially careful. We need thunder attribute martial artists to cause the most substantial damage to this Tao Tai. Lin Xian looked at Lu Qingzhu and said, Hey, did you see that? A celestial venerable was slapped to death. Why are you, a lower realm powerhouse, going over? Lu Qingzhu frowned and looked over there. Whoosh! Then, without another word, she rushed over. Lin Xian. Great lightning wilderness. Boom! Roar! Lin Xian was helpless. Was there something wrong with this? At this moment, the Taotai roared angrily. In an instant, with its body as the center, cold energy erupted. Everything around him was sealed in ice. Everyone, gather together. One of the old men shouted loudly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone gathered in a corner, but Lin Xian did not move. Only a fool would be with them. He was very safe here. If he stayed with them, would he be attacked by the Taotai? Everyone, gather your strength and block the Taotia's cold energy attack. All Thunder Attribute martial artists, gather your strength and deal a fatal blow to the Taotai. The Temple Master of Green Cloud Monastery shouted. Okay. In the next instant, everyone released their powerful strength. Whoosh! The terrifying cold energy surged toward them, and then it was blocked by the powerful strength of more than 100 people. So strong. So strong. The faces of those who released their strength to block the Taotia's power were very bad. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. So this is an ancient ferocious beast. Although its realm is not that high and is even lower than a few people here, the power it releases is actually somewhat difficult to withstand the power of more than 100 people. It was too exaggerated. Ancient ferocious beasts could not be viewed as normal demonic beasts. Block it. Everyone else. Leave the lightning to me. Wang Ho roared. Lightning strike. Lu Qingzhu also gathered all her Thunder Attribute power. They were determined to seriously injure it with this attack. Otherwise, it would be difficult. I'll help you guys, and it can be considered as helping me. Space lock. Lin Xian secretly released his power. Chapter 1525. None of these people had space or time attributes. It was enough to show how rare space and time attributes were on Earth. They were much rarer than on Sky Blue Planet. However, it was normal. After all, Earth could not be compared to Sky Blue Planet in terms of cultivation. Although Lin Xian's cultivation wasn't high, his attributes were terrifyingly strong. Although he was only at the Profound Heaven realm at the 6 stars and was at the Empyrean realm, Lin Xian's pure space, together with his doubled mental strength and increased creation laws, could at least trap this Taotai for a moment. If he hadn't released the space seal, these people would have gone through untold hardships and almost exhausted all of their Thunder Attribute's spiritual power to condense the terrifying thunderbolts. Perhaps it would have been impossible for them to fall on Taotia's body. However, Lin Xian felt that it was feasible. These powerhouses and Thunder Attribute martial artists released so much spiritual power to condense Thunder Attribute power. If it fell on Taotia's body, it would definitely cause great harm to Taotai. Boom! Then, a terrifying bolt of lightning blasted over. Taotai wanted to dodge and it dodged. Everyone's heart skipped a beat when they saw it. However, it seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and was blocked. Everyone then revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Boom! The terrifying energy landed on Taotia's body. Taotai released its own defensive energy to block it. However, Taotai was a water attribute existence. The defensive energy it released was actually condensed from the water element around it. Lightning was the bane of water. Therefore, to them, this terrifying condensed attack could definitely cause great damage to Taotai even if it released its defensive energy. Sure enough, roar, there was a painful groan. Taotia's body flew out with lightning wrapped around it and hit the wall in the distance. It even felt the entire space tremble. Well done. Seeing this scene, those people revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Lu Qingzhu's beautiful eyes also lit up. Ha ha ha, Taotai is just like this. I thought it would be stronger. Ha ha ha, that's right. This is Taotai. Ha ha ha. Those people could not help but laugh. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. Did they think Taotai could not resist? It was not that simple. This was an ancient ferocious beast. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted. Everyone, be careful. That Taotai is not dead yet. Gather the lightning attribute energy and do it again. All right. Then, they condensed a powerful lightning attribute energy, and once again blasted the body of the Taotai that had yet to get up from the ground. Boom! The power steadily fell on Taotia's body. Well done. This Taotai is already crippled. After being hit by such a powerful force twice in a row, it's crippled. And it didn't even dodge the second time, so it must have completely lost the ability to move. Go. Destroy it completely. So, then, Xianyuan Luo shouted and rushed over with a few Empyreans. If I remember correctly, Taotai is a water beast. Legend has it that there should be a very powerful water attribute bead in Taotia's body. If I can get it, this should be the most precious treasure here. Xianyuan Luo pondered in his heart. Whoosh! The 3 swords fell on the Taotia's body. However, they suddenly realized that their power had landed on Taotia's body. Indeed, it was stable. They even felt the touch of their power landing on Taotia's body. But, what about its injuries? What about its injuries? They widened their eyes. What about the injuries caused by the thunderbolts earlier? It was indeed attacked and even cried out in pain. But what about its injuries? They couldn't explain it. Then, they realized something: their hands couldn't be pulled out. They couldn't loosen their grip on the Taotia's hands. Even their swords couldn't be moved away from Taotia's body. They tried to pull back, but they couldn't move at all. Lin Xian looked at those people. At this moment, those people were standing in the air with their hands outstretched, holding their swords, frozen there. What's going on? What's going on? Their spiritual energy is being extracted. Do you see it? It's true. Including their life force, it's being stripped. Ah, the 3 of them screamed in agony. Lin Xian frowned. Could this be Taotai? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Taotai, in legends, represented gluttony, but it was only a rumor. Therefore, the main reason why Lin Xian hadn't made a move was that this Taotai, gluttony, had a bottomless pit in its stomach. What did it mean? Where would it be reflected? Now, Lin Xian saw it. The so-called gluttony was actually Taotia's ability to absorb the power of others. Including before, when they had condensed the terrifying lightning attribute power to bombard Taotai twice, Taotai seemed to be in pain. In fact, it was absorbing the power released by those people to strengthen itself. What the fuck? Lin Xian's mouth was wide open. Was this Taotai? Save them. Quickly save them. Someone shouted from behind. Then, the 3 of them flew out and slammed into the wall, dead on the spot. They were sucked to death by Taotai. Roar! Taotai stood up and shook its head. It didn't seem to be injured at all. With a furious roar, its blood-red eyes stared at the people in front of it. Everyone. Gulp! They swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's too scary. It's too scary. He can actually turn the power of our attacks into its own power. How can we fight it? It's invincible. What should we do? Are we all going to die here? Those people revealed looks of despair. Lu Qingzhu bit her lip. She glanced at Lin Xian. Was this the reason why he didn't make a move? Did he know it would be like this? Then why didn't he say anything? Was it because in his eyes, everyone was a bunch of idiots? That seemed to be the case. They were indeed a bunch of idiots. They really didn't expect it to be like this. Lowly ants. Taotia's blood-red eyes stared at everyone. Everyone. Speaking human language. Lin Xian, to be honest, this scene was actually quite common on Sky Blue Planet. Monsters speaking human language. But on Earth, this scene was a bit exaggerated. Was this an ancient beast? Lin Xian frowned. What should he do? What could he do? He was only at the mysterious heaven realm. What could he do? The system. What was in the system that could help him get through this crisis? Chapter 1526. Lin Xian suddenly realized, what the fuck? My system is so trashy. There was nothing good about it. The key was that Lin Xian was not afraid under normal circumstances, but now, his realm was too weak. Fuck. This dog's hit mission. If he came alone, wouldn't he have been killed long ago? Gulp, everyone swallowed their saliva. Lowly ants, become this king's first meal after waking up. Roar, the Taotai looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. Above its head, a ball of energy that seemed to be condensed from cold energy condensed. Everyone's pupils shrank. Don't fight it head on, find a chance to dodge. An old man shouted loudly. Dodge? How? You powerhouses might be able to dodge, but what about them? It's over. It's really over. Empyrean realm, several Empyreans died in front of them, and they were in despair. Yes. This Taotai was indeed a one-star Empyrean, but its strength was too terrifying. It was also an ancient fierce beast, and it was not on the same level. They believed that even if more people came, they would not be able to do anything to Taotai, let alone these people. The most important thing was that the strongest move they had condensed before, the power of all the Thunder Attribute warriors, had hit Taotai. They had watched helplessly as it hit Taotai, but in that situation, the power had no effect. Wasn't that power comparable to the legendary Great Void Realm? That power did not cause any harm to it, so what could they do? Yes, they might be able to survive if they dodged, but how long could they live? They only wanted to escape now, but they could not. Boom, in the next instant, that terrifying power blasted towards them. Defend! Defend! Everyone released a powerful defense. Puff, when the two forces collided, those people spat out blood. But the power condensed by Taotai did not directly hit them. Lin Xian glanced from the other side. Taotia's ability was very strong, and its combat power was also very strong. It could not be treated as an ordinary one-star Empyrean, but, no matter how heaven-defying it was still only at the Empyrean realm. The big move it condensed was still unable to crush everyone, and these people could still struggle at death's door. Lin Xian frowned. But what should he do? He didn't have any way to get rid of this Taotai. Lu Qingzhu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. To be honest, it wasn't regret. He just felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Perhaps this was the only way. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Xian. Then why did he dare to come here? Shua, the Taotai rushed over. In an instant, everyone was thrown off their feet. One figure after another fell into a pool of blood, screaming in agony. Everyone fled in all directions. Those geniuses no longer had the arrogance they had before. They all fled in a sorry state. Some even hid somewhere, lay down, or curled up. Ah. Lu Qingzhu's figure was also constantly running away. She had no other way. She had no other way. Lin Xian frowned. What should we do? What to do? What can we do? Lin Xian stood there, allowing the people around him to escape. It didn't matter if these people died or not. What was important was that he had to die too. Fuck. Wait. This Taotai can absorb all the energy, but what if it's poison? Lin Xian suddenly realized this point. It couldn't absorb the poison, right? Shua. In the next moment, Lin Xian stretched out his hand, and a poisonous needle was caught by Lin Xian's hand. When this poisonous needle appeared, even Lin Xian's hand turned purplish-black. This was nothing. Even Lin Xian's body seemed to be surrounded by a terrifying green poisonous fog. The Taotai seemed to have felt a threatening force. It suddenly stopped attacking the man in front of it, and its blood-red eyes looked at Lin Xian. Roar! It roared angrily and charged toward Lin Xian. Bang! With a terrifying force, it slapped toward Lin Xian. Be careful! Lu Qingzhu shouted, even though it sounded weak and powerless. However, Shua, Lin Xian's figure disappeared from the spot. The Taotai pounced on empty air. Lu Qingzhu. Space. She was shocked. Wasn't this the top-notch space attribute? He actually had the space attribute. Who was he? This might not be a big deal on Sky Blue Planet, but on Earth, it was a very exaggerated thing. Lin Xian suddenly appeared behind the Taotai. Go to hell. Shua, Lin Xian flung his hand, and the poisonous needle shot out. Chi, the poisonous needle directly penetrated the Taotia's defensive power, and then penetrated its body. Roar, the Taotai roared angrily again. Of course, this roar was mixed with a painful groan. Everyone looked at Lin Xian in shock. Whoosh, Lin Xian landed on the ground. Roar, this time, the Taotai seemed to be in a different pain from before. It went crazy there, as if it was in great pain. Lin Xian sneered. This was a poisonous needle that he found an opportunity to refine with heaven and earth poisons when he was on Sky Blue Planet. How should he put it? The poison of this poisonous needle, under normal circumstances, could kill even a virtuality stage cultivator. Of course, this was refined before and was useless. Lin Xian was already in the virtuality stage, so he was not very afraid. However, he did not expect to use it now. Boom! In the next instant, the Taotai erupted with a terrifying power, accompanied by an angry roar. Whoosh! Some of the people around were directly sent flying. Damn human! Its blood-red eyes stared angrily at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, no way. This is useless too. Lin Xian was convinced. It was not useless, it was useful. The Taotia's combat power was greatly affected, but, even if it was greatly affected, it might not be something they could fight against. Your Excellency Taotai, this person asked us to come here. He's here to kill you. We're just passing by. I hope you can be magnanimous and let us go. In return, we're willing to kill him for you. At this time, an old man respectfully said to the Taotai. Since the Taotai could speak human language, it must be able to understand what he said. Lin Xian. Lu Qingzhu. Lin Xian was shocked. Fuck. How could there be such a disgusting person? Yes, Your Excellency Taotai, that person wanted to come here. We heard it with our own ears. It has nothing to do with us, it really has nothing to do with us. Please let us go. Someone pointed at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian. Yes. It's him, it's him. For a moment, those people seemed to have found a life-saving straw. They pointed at Lin Xian and then said respectfully to the Tao Tai. You. Lu Qingzhu pointed at them, with a face full of anger. Chapter 1527. Shameful. Lu Qingzhu was really going to die from anger. These were all powerhouses and geniuses. There were even many seniors that she respected. However, she never expected that under such circumstances, they would choose to do something that made her feel disgusted. On the contrary, it was Lin Xian who took the initiative to find a way to cause harm to Tao Tai when everyone was fleeing. Coming here was completely for the benefit of these people. They were here for the treasure, including Lu Qingzhu. However, they had already said so and so. It was fine if they came in, but now, too shameful. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Sure enough, human nature was the same no matter where it was. Then, their deaths were not to be regretted. Then, this king has to thank you. Tao Tai's blood-red eyes stared at Lin Xian as he spoke. What? Hearing this, everyone showed a surprised expression. If it weren't for you, this king wouldn't have escaped from the seal so quickly. The way to thank you is to leave your corpse intact. As for the others, their corpses won't be left intact. Everyone will die. Roar. Lin Xian laughed, then, can you kill the others first before killing me? Of course. Whoosh. Then, Tao Tai rushed to the others. Lin Xian just watched Tao Tai slaughter everyone. Their deaths were not to be regretted. Originally, Lin Xian thought that perhaps these people also died because of him. Although he reminded them, Lin Xian was still a kind person. After all, they were still humans. Facing a demon, no matter what, they had to stand on the side of humans. If he had the ability to save their lives, it would be a good thing. However, after what happened just now, Lin Xian was really convinced. Die. All of you, die. Come here. Lin Xian flashed to Lu Qingzhu's side and then took her to a corner. Lu Qingzhu gave Lin Xian a good impression and was the only one that Lin Xian wanted to protect. Of course, it was not just because she was beautiful. She was a very upright person. There were also many other girls, but they had just joined the ranks of Lin Xian. Little sister, you won't blame me, right? Blame you for what? It's my fault for killing you. It wasn't you. Lu Qingzhu said while holding the sword in her hand. Lin Xian chuckled. You can still laugh. They are all going to die. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Yeah, we're all going to die. Lin Xian sighed. But before you die, aren't you going to struggle? Struggle. I will. Lu Qingzhu clenched her sword and said. Originally, Lin Xian really had no other way, but, suddenly, he thought of something. He still had the confidence. What was that? That sword. That's right, it was when he went with Ling Longshui to Ling Longshui's so-called senior. Lin Xian obtained the inheritance of an expert. In addition to the inheritance, Lin Xian also obtained a sacred sword. Lin Xian rarely used this sacred sword, but it was extremely powerful. Although he was only in the mysterious heaven realm, he might be able to give it a try. This was his only source of confidence. One by one, people died tragically in the hands of Tao Tai. Very soon, they were all dead. To Lu Qingzhu, these people's deaths were not worth pitying. She was very disappointed. Roar! Tao Tai roared like a king, his blood-red eyes looking at Lin Xian and Lu Qingzhu. Little sister, go behind me. Lin Xian said. Lu Qingzhu frowned. What? What? Protect you. Shua, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and the sacred sword that was blooming with golden light appeared in his hand. A powerful golden light burst out. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Xian's body. The sacred sword in his hand was trembling non-stop. Lin Xian had to use a great deal of strength to hold it tightly. The Tao Tai felt a powerful force and roared angrily. Courting death. Tao Tai has already been poisoned by me. This poison still has a restrictive effect on him. His cultivation is only in the 1-star heavenly venerable realm, but, domain, activate. Shua, although Lin Xian had not reached the domain realm, his domain could be released. In the mysterious heaven realm, his domain ignored realms. However, it could not reduce Tao Tai's cultivation by 4 stars, but it could reduce it by 1 star. This 1 star was the key to defying the heavens and changing fate. Because it was no longer a heavenly venerable, but the domain realm. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in shock from behind Lin Xian. She felt the terrifying power erupting from Lin Xian's body. Victory or defeat will be decided in 1 move. Lin Xian clenched the sacred sword in his hand. Divine rank martial technique, world returns to 0. Lin Xian erupted with his terrifying power and condensed it on the sacred sword. Double my strength. Creation law. Increase my strength. Shua, Lin Xian's hair and clothes danced wildly. Die for me. Whoosh, Lin Xian leaped up and charged forward. Roar, boom, the 2 forces collided. In an instant, the entire space was filled with power. Tao Tai had the ability to absorb power. Previously, the lightning attribute power they condensed had caused damage to Tao Tai. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that if he wanted to kill Tao Tai, he had to kill it in 1 move. The disparity in realms was huge, but this sacred sword gave Lin Xian an unimaginable power. Cough cough cough, Lu Qingzhu coughed and climbed up from the ground. She looked at the dust in front of her. As the dust slowly dissipated, she vaguely saw a figure standing there with 2 swords in his hands. As the dust slowly dissipated, the figure gradually became clear. Lu Qingzhu's pupils suddenly shrank. What happened? How could this be? That Tao Tai was lying there in 3 halves. Lin Xian originally only used the sacred sword. However, when the 2 forces collided, Lin Xian realized that it was not enough. The power was not enough. He wanted to take out a second sword, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a sword moving restlessly in his interspatial ring. That's right, it was the sword that was in front of the stone tablet, the sword that Xianyuan Luo had thrown away and that Lin Xian had picked up. Lin Xian felt that the sword was not ordinary. Sure enough. Could it be that this sword originally sealed Tao Tai's power? Could it be that it felt Lin Xian's power? In any case, at the critical moment, the sword erupted with power and the rust disappeared. Lin Xian summoned the Tao Tai. With both swords in his hands, he sliced the Tao Tai into 3. Lu Qingzhu looked at this scene in disbelief. Plop, Lin Xian's body suddenly knelt on the ground and the swords in his hands stabbed into the ground. Lu Qingzhu rushed over and supported Lin Xian. Puff, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and then fell into the arms of the little missy. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission to kill Tao Tai. Chapter 1528. 3 days passed just like that, that's right. Lin Xian had been unconscious for 3 days. He was injured, his spiritual power was severely damaged, and his mental power was severely damaged. To put it simply, he would be in a weak state. Lu Qingzhu was the only living person besides Lin Xian. She carried the unconscious Lin Xian all the way out and then brought him to her Lu family. This incident was a major event that caused a sensation in the entire world of martial artists. Too many people had died, and too many of them were geniuses. Lu Qingzhu also told her family about this matter, and her family also spread the news. If they didn't spread it, then something bad would have happened. They went to the same place together, so how could Lu Qingzhu come out alive? They still had to spread the news. Of course, the news about Lin Xian wasn't exposed. Lu Qingzhu didn't even tell her family many details. In the eyes of Lu Qingzhu's family, Lin Xian was just a person who went to the Ghost Canyon with them at that time. However, he saved Lu Qingzhu, so Lu Qingzhu brought him back to recuperate. Her family didn't suspect anything. Tao Tai, of course, knew about it. In these 3 days, those people also went there and saw the corpses, including Tao Tai's body. As for how Tao Tai died, the story that Lu Qingzhu came up with was that the senior had exploded with a formidable power before he died and killed Tao Tai. However, that senior had also fallen. Lu Qingzhu was very lucky and managed to escape with Lin Xian, who was also very lucky. It wasn't that she wanted to lie, but she did it to protect Lin Xian. It was very simple. If she told the truth, then some people might even think that if it weren't for Lin Xian, they wouldn't have met Tao Tai, and they wouldn't have died. They might even blame Lin Xian. People were like this. Qingzhu, he hasn't woken up yet. In a beautiful back garden, Lu Qingzhu was sitting there reading a book. A beautiful woman came over. She was Lu Qingzhu's mother. Lu Qingzhu shook her head. Not yet. Don't worry too much. I've checked. His injuries aren't too serious, but he's too weak. It shouldn't take long for him to wake up. Lu Qingzhu nodded. The entire martial arts world did not expect to encounter the ancient vicious beast Tao Tai in that place. Fortunately, you are fine. Qi Nan rubbed Lu Qingzhu's hair. He saved me. Lu Qingzhu said. I can see that you don't have many friends, let alone male friends. You carried him all the way back to the Lu family, which proves that he means a lot to you. You're a loyal and righteous girl, and he saved you. He deserves our Lu family to treat him with respect. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Here. Qi Nan handed her Lin Xian's phone. Have you fixed it? Qi Nan nodded. It's fixed. The password is gone, and there are a lot of missed calls. Take a look and help him reply. Lin Xian's phone was broken, but fortunately, it could be fixed. Lu Qingzhu did not know who Lin Xian was or where he came from, but she knew that his family and friends must be very worried. So when she came here and found out that Lin Xian's life was not in danger, the first thing she did was to take the phone to her mother to find someone to fix it. Thank you, Mom. Qi Nan chuckled. I'll go cook. Don't be too tired. Lu Qingzhu then turned on the phone. There were a lot of missed calls. She couldn't go on WeChat, but it was fine as long as she had the phone number. She glanced at it. There were about 3 people calling, Little Qingya, sister-in-law, and Violent Woman. Lu Qingzhu frowned. Which one had a good relationship with him? Sister-in-law. He had a girlfriend, right? In fact, it was normal. It was reasonable. Little Qingya should be his girlfriend, right? How could I forget this? Lu Qingzhu slapped her forehead. She and Lin Xian had a common WeChat friend. She had forgotten. If she had known, she would have told that WeChat friend, Qini Juan. No matter what their relationship was, she could have assured the people around Lin Xian through her, right? Her problem. She had forgotten. But that was all she could do now. Then she dialed little Qingya's number. She used her own number because if she used Lin Xian's number, little Qingya might forget herself before she even spoke. She felt that she could not do that. Soon, the call was connected. Hello. Lu Qingzhu could hear that the voice was a little tired and weak. That's right. Lin Xian had been out of contact for 3 days. She could not contact him at all. Plus, she worked during the day and could not sleep well at night. She was really weak and tired. Hello, Lu Qingzhu said. You are? Mu Qingya asked in confusion. It's like this. I saw a lot of missed calls from you on Lin Xian's phone, so I called to tell you that he's fine. He's just a little injured. It's not a big deal. Mu Qingya was speechless. She almost dropped her phone on the ground. Do you think Lin Xian is fine? Lu Qingzhu nodded. Yes, he's fine. His phone was broken before, but it was just fixed. Where is he? He's with me. Don't worry. He's just not awake yet. When he wakes up, I'll ask him to call you back immediately. He's still in a coma. How bad is his injury? Don't worry. It's not serious. He's just weak. He should be able to call you back this afternoon or tomorrow. You sound tired. Rest well. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Okay, thank you. Lu Qingzhu hung up the phone. His girlfriend must like him very much. Lu Qingzhu tidied her hair slightly. Click, at this moment, a door opened not far away. Lin Xian walked out. Fuck. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian. You're awake. She quickly ran over. I'm fine. Lin Xian shook his head. Originally, he was injured. After waking up, he released the law of creation and his injury was gone. However, this sleep was quite good. I just talked to your girlfriend on the phone. Do you want to call her back? Lin Xian frowned. Okay, but where is this? Lin Xian took the phone. My house. So big. A rich little lady. Lin Xian joked. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in surprise. No, why didn't he feel weak at all? He was like a normal person. It's okay. Lu Qingzhu said. Your family is quite powerful, right? This yard has a lot more spiritual energy than the surroundings. Lin Xian said. Lu family. Haven't you heard of it? I've heard of it. Could it be the Lu family of the 4 major families? Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he took out his phone and was about to contact little Qingya. Yes. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Lin Xian, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 1529. The Lu family. One of the 4 great families. This was one of the 4 great families. Do you know Dongfang Shui? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. I do. Lu Qingzhu nodded and then looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Who was he? He even knew about Dongfang Shui. Do you have her contact information? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. I used to, but not anymore. Lu Qingzhu replied. I only know her. What do you want? Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. Where is she now? At the Dongfang family. She's not with the Xianyuan family, Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian and then said, I only know that the Xianyuan family and Dongfang Shui of the Dongfang family did have a marriage alliance, but it didn't seem to have succeeded. I don't know the specifics, but I know that the marriage alliance definitely didn't succeed. As for Dongfang Shui, I haven't heard from her in a long time. I thought she was in seclusion. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. The good news was that the marriage alliance between the Dongfang family and the Xianyuan family didn't succeed. The bad news was that there hadn't been any news from Dongfang Shui for a long time. Then can you help me check? With Lin Xian's current aptitude, he didn't deserve to go to the Dongfang family. He could only ask Lu Qingzhu for help. After all, they were all part of the four great families. She should be the daughter of the Lu family, one of the four great families. Although the Lu family was the weakest of the four great families, they were still one of the four great families. I can try. But if the Dongfang family never leaked any information, I won't be able to find anything. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Here, have some soup. Lin Xian shook his head. I'll pass. By the way, how's Xianyuan Qingtian? Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Who on earth was he? Lin Xian. Was he from the Lin family of the 8 great families? Very good, the number 1 genius, and also the only one who reached the Empyrean realm in his 20s. His talent is monstrous. At the same time, the Xianyuan family has the most suitable cultivation method for the current generation. The average cultivation of the Xianyuan family is very high. It can be said that they are the number 1 existence in the entire martial arts world. I'm afraid that only Kunlun Mountain can contend with them. Do you know him? Lin Xian frowned. Fuck your mother. Then what is he doing now? I don't know. I've never cared. Lu Qingzhu shook her head. Lin Xian sat down and lit a cigarette, deep in thought. Lu Qingzhu looked at Lin Xian strangely. Who exactly was this person? She had not investigated him, and she felt that there was no need to investigate him. However, curiosity was a normal situation. If I find out, I'll give you the information. Lin Xian nodded. All right, thank you. I'll take my leave now. Lu Qingzhu stood up. Have they left? Well, the others should be worried. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Give me a kiss. Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. Don't even think about it. Give me a kiss. Look, I saved your life. What's wrong with giving me a kiss? Besides, it's not kissing. Hurry up. Lin Xian smiled as he shamelessly moved his old face closer to her. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. Sure enough, no matter what, men are no good. You already have a girlfriend, yet you're still fooling around outside. Are you worthy of her? Lu Qingzhu said. She allowed it. Lin Xian. Impossible. Why is it impossible? My girlfriend is very obedient. Let me tell you a secret. My sister-in-law is also my girlfriend. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows at her. You. Lu Qingzhu opened her small mouth. Beast. Quick, give me a kiss. Is saving your life not worthy of a kiss? Lin Xian moved his face closer again. Lu Qingzhu took a deep breath. I don't mean anything else. I just want to, thank you. After Lu Qingzhu finished speaking, she tiptoed slightly and gently pecked Lin Xian's cheek. Qingzhu, the Buddha jumps over the wall soup is ready. I brought a bowl for you. When that kid wakes up, give him. At the same time, Qin Nan walked over with a bowl of soup and saw this scene. If not for her experience, the soup in her hand would have fallen to the ground. Lu Qingzhu was speechless. She hurriedly took 2 steps back. Whoosh! In the next moment, her pretty face was unimaginably red. When Qi Nan saw the look on her daughter's face, she started to get excited. Little guy, saving your life. So, when did you secretly fall in love? My daughter is finally in love. If she didn't fall in love, she would suspect that her daughter liked women. She's already 24 years old. She's not young anymore. It's time for her to fall in love. By then, after dating for a year or 2, she'll probably be 26 or 27 years old. So, although it's a little late to fall in love, it's still all right. Lu Qingzhu felt terrible now. How could it be so coincidental? How could it be so coincidental? It's only been a few seconds. How could it be that something went wrong in those few seconds? She really, cough. Lin Xian also coughed dryly. This woman looked a little like Lu Qingzhu, so Lin Xian knew who she was. Hello, Auntie. Lin Xian greeted her. Hello. Qi Nan smiled at Lin Xian. It's good that you're awake. Since you're awake, drink this soup first to nourish your body. Lin Xian took it. Thank you, Auntie. Ha, you're welcome. I should be the one thanking you. Without you, my daughter would be in trouble. Qi Nan said. It's my duty. Qi Nan glanced at Lu Qingzhu. The soup is in the kitchen. Go get it yourself. Lu Qingzhu, oh. She then ran away. Come, sit. Qi Nan quickly smiled and waved at Lin Xian. Auntie, what's the matter? How long have you been with my Qingzhu? How far have you progressed? As a mother, she knew her daughter very well. Her daughter actually took the initiative to kiss a boy. That actually meant that they had already developed to a very good level. Auntie, she's the one who chased me. Lin Xian said. This girl chased you. Lin Xian nodded repeatedly. Yes. I'm still hesitating. Qi Nan. That's strange. After all, I'm more outstanding. If Qingzhu likes you, then you must be very outstanding. I heard from Qingzhu that you're an itinerant cultivator? Lin Xian nodded. It's very impressive for an itinerant cultivator to reach this level. My Lu family also has a lot of cultivation resources. See if there's anything you can use. Lin Xian, Auntie, there's no need. I have something to do now, so I'll go back first. I'll visit another day. Lin Xian gulped down the soup. Are you okay? Lin Xian nodded. I'm fine. Okay, go ahead if you have something to do. By the way, leave me your phone number. Chapter 1530. Now, in Qi Nan's eyes, this kid was very likely to be his future son-in-law, so he still had to pay attention to him. Lin Xian left Qi Nan his phone number and then slipped away. Although he was in a coma for 3 days, his cultivation had soared to mysterious heaven realm 9 stars. It was a good thing. He had to go back quickly. Now he had to hurry up and do the mission. The Yi family's mission. He had to see if he could advance to the lower realm. Otherwise, how could he cripple the Yi family? Did he leave? Lu Qingzhu walked over and asked. Yes, he left. Qi Nan nodded. Oh. Lu Qingzhu nodded. Why? If you can't bear to let him come over often. Qi Nan looked at his woman with a smile. It's not that I can't bear to let him go. Lu Qingzhu said. Then you can go find him when you're free. Qin Nan smiled. Lu Qingzhu looked at her mother. Why should I go find him? Aren't you going to find him? Yes, I'm going to cultivate. Okay, cultivate well. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the Mu family. Mu Qingya and the others were sitting in the living room. Lin Xian is fine, right? Will he be back soon? Zhang Ting asked hurriedly. Yes, he just contacted me. Mu Qingya sat on the sofa and kept looking outside. To be honest, after losing news of Lin Xian for the past few days, she was really anxious and her mind was in a mess. But fortunately, Lin Xian was fine now. After receiving the news, she finally had a good rest. Mu Feifei was, of course, happy. She was really worried that something had happened to him. What on earth did he go to do? Why did he look like he was injured? Knock, 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 Lin Xian knocked on the door. Coming, coming. Mu Feifei hurriedly ran out. Brother-in-law. She saw Lin Xian standing at the door and shouted happily. She jumped into Lin Xian's arms and clung onto Lin Xian like an octopus. This scene was nothing in the eyes of others. As for the brother-in-law, they might have a good relationship. Everyone had heard that Lin Xian had saved Mu Feifei, so it was normal for them to have a good relationship. However, Lin Xian, as the party involved, and the one with a guilty conscience, when Mu Feifei threw herself into his arms, Lin Xian panicked. Come down, come down. No, don't you know how worried everyone is? Mu Feifei pouted. Lin Xian, I know. Come down first. Lin Xian was scared to death. Fuck. Everyone knew what this sister-in-law wanted to do. That was why only those with a guilty conscience would think nonsense. If Lin Xian didn't have a guilty conscience and didn't have that relationship with Mu Feifei, Lin Xian wouldn't panic at all if Mu Feifei clung onto Lin Xian. Oh. Mu Feifei jumped down. This girl. They shook their heads helplessly. Lin Xian looked at them. Uncle Mu, Auntie Mu, sorry for making you worry. We're fine. It's good that you're fine. Lin Xian nodded and looked at Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya stood there and opened her mouth. For a moment, she seemed to have no idea what to say. You're back. Mu Qingya didn't know what to say, so she hesitantly said these 3 words. When she said it, she felt a sense of regret. Why did she say that? You little girl, you're Lin Xian's girlfriend and you just said that. Zhang Ting said. Mu Qingya's lips moved. She didn't know what to say. Lin Xian smiled and said, Auntie, don't you know your daughter? She's just like that. Zhang Ting smiled. Come on in. Lin Xian and Mu Feifei walked in. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. Mu Hao said. Yes, Uncle and Auntie should go to bed early too. Go ahead. Lin Xian and Mu Qingya went upstairs. Hey, you have dark circles under your eyes. Lin Xian reached out and pinched Mu Qingya's butt. Mu Qingya, I'm just a little tired. Mu Qingya said. Are you sure you're not thinking of me? No. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. Women were truly unfathomable creatures. Well, let's sleep. Lin Xian grinned. The two came to Mu Qingya's room. Mu Qingya also came in. Although it was her room, she seemed to be used to Lin Xian sleeping in her room and subconsciously let Lin Xian in. Take a shower. Mu Qingya glanced at Lin Xian and said. No need. Yes. Mu Qingya felt that Lin Xian smelled. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. It seemed like it. He hadn't taken a shower since he was injured. Mu Qingya couldn't stand Lin Xian sleeping in her bed. Hey, I'm going to take a shower. Lin Xian went to the bathroom happily. Mu Qingya also breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Lin Xian was fine. After taking a shower, Lin Xian walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair. Qingya, do I smell good? Lin Xian walked over with a smile. Mu Qingya glanced at him and asked, "Is your injury okay?" She received a call saying that Lin Xian was injured and in a coma. Was the injury that made him unconscious for several days really okay? I'm fine. Do I look like I'm not fine? Lin Xian grinned. You look fine. Where are you going? Why are you injured? Mu Qingya couldn't understand it. He seemed to be a warrior. Did he go to fight with other warriors? Otherwise, why would he be injured? I went to fight with a demon beast, Lin Xian said. Demon beast? Mu Qingya frowned. Are there still demon beasts in our world? She really didn't know this. Because she wasn't a warrior, she definitely didn't know the true face of this world. She felt that there were martial artists in this world. She knew that, but did those kinds of monsters that could only be seen in movies and TV dramas also exist? Of course, what do you think? You've seen a lot of news, right? Some people are crossing thunder tribulation in the sky, some people see huge monsters and so on. Mu Qingya nodded. In fact, most of them are true. The monsters they see may be demon beasts. It's just that they can't accept the existence of such creatures. But all warriors know that they do exist. And we really fought with them. Mu Qingya opened her small mouth. Are they scary? In fact, they're similar to humans. Some are very scary, and some are very ordinary. But do you know what I encountered? Mu Qingya was curious. What? Ancient fierce beast, Tao Tai. Awesome, right? Mu Qingya. Chapter 1531. To be honest, why did she feel that this person was bragging? What's wrong? You don't believe me. Lin Xian looked at her. I don't know. Do they really exist? Of course. There's no such thing as a groundless rumor. Even the legendary Hou-Yi, Chang-Yi, Fushi, and Nuwa should exist. Mu Qingya. How is that possible? It's true. Then where are they? Maybe they're still in our world, maybe they're dead, or maybe they're in another world, Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya suddenly felt that this world of cultivation was so powerful. Can I cultivate? Mu Qingya asked Lin Xian. Of course you can. Although it's a lot late, I can at least guarantee that you have a certain amount of strength in a short time. But, what? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian in confusion. I'm worried that if you can cultivate, you won't sleep for a few days and nights, you workaholic. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Mu Qingya was right. She just felt that she didn't have enough time. If she didn't sleep, it would be good, right? And it seemed that martial artist's skin was better. She didn't have to worry about staying up late. Also, the scene that Lin Xian described seemed to be very powerful. Look, I knew that's what you were thinking. Mu Qingya said, right now, the development of the Mu group is unstoppable, especially after those few things have been developed and sold in large quantities. Now, I'm thinking that after this busy period, I could try to relax and try the cultivation you talked about. Then I'll teach you tonight, Lin Xian said with a smile. Can I? Of course. Here. Lin Xian handed her 2 elixirs. What are these? One is the foundation elixir, and the other is the body refining elixir. After you take these 2 elixirs, you can officially enter the martial arts world. But I suggest that you take them in the bathroom. Why? Because when the time comes, a lot of dirty things will come out from your skin. Those are the impurities in your body, the dirty things in the air, the dirty things that you eat and store, and so on. Lin Xian. Mu Qingya walked into the bathroom without hesitation and locked the door from the inside. Needless to say, Lin Xian liked her swift and decisive style. No matter what she did, she didn't think too much and just went straight to work. It was pretty good. Not long after, an uncontrollable scream came from the bathroom. Actually, it wasn't really a scream. It was more like a panicked scream. Lin Xian knew that the toxins in his body must have been expelled. At this time, Lin Xian went to the back garden and took out the medicine cauldron from his interspatial ring. He began to refine the medicine to treat their heart disease. The main purpose of this pill was not to treat heart disease. It was only to be used in conjunction with Lin Xian's method. They needed to use this pill's effect to protect them. Mu Feifei tosses and turns in bed, unable to fall asleep. Oh, she really wanted to have sex with her brother-in-law. Then she suddenly saw a flash of red light outside the window. She got up and walked over. In the back garden, Lin Xian was actually waving a flame there. Wow! So handsome. She saw Lin Xian actually controlling the flame. That feeling was unimaginable. So handsome. Mu Feifei ran down in slippers and ran to the back garden to watch Lin Xian from behind. Wasn't this the process of refining pills she had seen in novels and TV dramas? Although it was a little different, she could tell. Click, Lin Xian lit a cigarette. Aren't you going to sleep? Lin Xian asked. I can't sleep. Brother-in-law, are you refining pills? Lin Xian nodded. Where's my sister? She's cultivating. Wow. Me too. Me too. Mu Feifei said excitedly. Lin Xian, you're so good at causing trouble. What will happen if you cultivate? Mu Feifei pouted, feeling wronged. I'm a good girl now. We'll talk about it in 2 days. Oh. Mu Feifei watched there. Then brother-in-law, my sister is cultivating tonight. Can you have sex with me? Mu Feifei asked. Lin Xian, cough, cough, cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. No, I'll have sex with your sister tonight. Bad guy. Mu Feifei snorted. Bang! Lin Xian slapped on the cauldron and then opened the lid. A medicinal fragrance came out. Lin Xian took out a few pills inside. You don't have a heart attack, do you? Lin Xian asked. Mu Feifei nodded. No. That's good. Lin Xian nodded. Because he had only concocted 2 pills. Brother-in-law, do you have time now? Ha! Lin Xian looked at her in confusion. Now, let's have sex. I want to do it. Mu Feifei blinked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, to be honest, who could resist it? Do you think I'm slow? But brother-in-law, you can deliberately speed up. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Okay, let's go. He he he. Then the 2 of them went to Mu Feifei's room happily. Needless to say, the rest was naturally a big battle. Although Lin Xian deliberately sped up, Mu Feifei was very excited. Humph. Bad guy, take your pants and leave. Mu Feifei lay on the bed and pouted at Lin Xian. Hey, you're a woman. What did you just say? Now that I'm gone, you're not happy. Come on, let's go and have sex with my sister. Then Mu Feifei snuggled under the quilt and fell asleep comfortably. Lin Xian chuckled and walked out of the room happily. Well, maybe he could have sex with his sister tonight, that would depend on Mu Qingya's cultivation. Lin Xian went to Mu Qingya's room. She had already put on her clothes and was sitting on the bed cultivating. Hearing the noise, Mu Qingya opened her beautiful eyes. Where did you go just now? Mu Qingya asked. Oh, I made pills for you. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian. What kind of pill? It's for your heart. Take it tomorrow. You've had a few today. It's not the best time. Mu Qingya nodded. Then I'll cultivate. She had opened the door to a new world. It was really wonderful. She was full of energy and felt very energetic. No. Lin Xian. Why? Mu Qingya was puzzled. Lin Xian leaned over with a smile and put his hand on her beautiful leg. Mu Qingya, Lin Xian said, you've just started cultivating. It's not good for you to meditate. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Xian wanted to do something big tonight. Of course, what he said was not true. I see. Mu Qingya was clueless. She didn't know what Lin Xian was talking about. Of course, she would listen to him. Chapter 1532. Mu Qingya was the kind of person who would be very serious and devoted to everything she did. To be honest, she had fallen in love with cultivation for the first time. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and asked, I have a lot of questions about cultivation to ask you. Okay, let's talk in bed. The night is still long. Lin Xian grinned. Mu Qingya, ha ha ha. Lin Xian turned off the light, hugged Mu Qingya and got into bed with her. Mu Qingya struggled but couldn't break free. She found that she was a bad woman. She and Lin Xian weren't even a couple, but they slept like this every day. She also let Lin Xian take advantage of her. Although there was no last step, except for that, everything else was basically, she refused on the surface, but, in the end, Lin Xian would get what he wanted. She knew that it was because she indulged him. She didn't indulge him, but at least, she acquiesced. Wasn't she a bad woman? They weren't even a couple, but she still behaved like this. What was the difference between her and the other women in society? Hey, Qingya, to be honest, are we really a couple now? Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya, hearing Lin Xian's words, she didn't know what to say. The two of them faced each other in the dark. Lin Xian didn't touch her. The main thing was that he touched her and she took it away, but the tip of her nose was full of his fragrance. You still don't agree? Lin Xian said aggrievedly. I'm afraid that I can't bear the responsibility of a girlfriend. Lin Xian, sister, we're just a couple for the time being. What's there to be responsible about? Mu Qingya, so, in your eyes, a couple doesn't need to be responsible, right? Mu Qingya frowned slightly. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, we haven't started dating yet. Why are you thinking so deeply? I'll definitely take responsibility. What I mean is, you don't have to think too much about it. Mu Qingya said, I don't have time every day, and I don't have experience. I don't know what to do, and I don't know how to care for others or be considerate of others. I even have a lot of problems, including being self-centered and ignoring your feelings. Many of my actions and words may make you unhappy, so... Damn. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. You won't. I'll tell you what you don't know. If you don't know something, you can watch romance dramas, browse D-Station, and look at the daily lives of couples. Most of the time, you can follow your own thoughts and do things according to your heart. Yes. Mu Qingya nodded. So you've agreed. Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. We can give it a try. Hee, Lin Xian chuckled and reached his hand into her clothes. Mu Qingya, you. In the past, when I touched you, you gave it to me. Now, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Why won't you give it to me? Lin Xian laughed evilly. Mu Qingya, you're making it sound like I'm really a bad woman. Hee, of course not. That's because you used to like me, right? If you don't like me, how can you touch me? Lin Xian laughed evilly. Mu Qingya took out Lin Xian's hand. Take it away. Hey, you're so heartless. It's uncomfortable. I'm not used to it. Mu Qingya lay on her side with her back facing Lin Xian and said, wait until I fall asleep. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Little Qingya was actually quite cute. Okay. Lin Xian hugged her from behind. You're pushing against me. She really couldn't stand it. So she told Lin Xian that she didn't know how to be a good girlfriend. Yes, she and Lin Xian were boyfriend and girlfriend now, but she was really not used to being touched by Lin Xian. She didn't like that feeling. She always felt uncomfortable. Of course, it would be different when she fell asleep. After all, she wouldn't know anything when she fell asleep. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to see if he had a chance to do it tonight, but he didn't want to. Or rather, if Mu Qingya was not used to it, then Lin Xian definitely couldn't do it. Let's take it slow. If he forced it, it might have some negative effects on her. But he had to give it a try, right? Little Qingya, have you heard of double masturbation? Mu Qingya, I've heard of it. Isn't it in TV series and novels? Mu Qingya said. Do you want to give it a try? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Mu Qingya, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Mu Qingya said. Hee. Lin Xian smirked. No. Then she refused. Okay. Lin Xian also guessed. I can't accept it for the time being. Then Mu Qingya added another sentence. In fact, it was a disguised way of giving Lin Xian a chance. She didn't directly say that she couldn't do it, but she wasn't mentally prepared yet. She didn't know what to do. Got it. Mu Qingya, to be honest, Lin Xian also felt a little bad. Why? He had to leave here in more than 2 months. Lin Xian didn't know how long it would take for him to come back. But he was sure that he could come back. But he couldn't be sure of the time. Let's make it short. 1 year. For girls, losing any contact with Lin Xian and not being able to see him for a year was very cruel. And for Lin Xian, it was indeed very irresponsible. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't want to have anything to do with other girls. He couldn't bear it. Lu Qingzhu was very beautiful. Lin Xian was just flirting with her. If he really had any feelings for her, he would have saved her, chatted with her, cultivated their relationship, and slowly wooed her. But Lin Xian couldn't. He really couldn't bear this kind of responsibility. Since he couldn't bear it, then he wouldn't touch her. However, Lin Xian really had to take responsibility for Mu Feifei and Mu Qingya. Although nothing happened between him and Mu Qingya, Lin Xian felt that with her personality, it would be difficult for her to like another person. Tell me about cultivation, Lin Feng said. Cultivation. What do you want to ask? For example, what realm is considered an expert, what are the abilities, how to cultivate, and what is the most powerful person in our world? Mu Qingya turned around. In the darkness, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian and asked. Well, Lin Xian then slowly told her. I think the most powerful person in this world is the virtual realm. At most, it's the virtual realm. There's probably no one in the heavenly Tao realm. Can the heavenly Tao realm shatter the void like in the legends? Chapter 1533. Did the realm above the heavenly Tao realm shatter the void? To be honest, Lin Xian didn't know either. The strongest person Lin Xian had seen was Linglong Shuai Sr., right? However, Lin Xian didn't know how many stars Linglong Shuai Sr. was in the heavenly Tao realm. However, Linglong Shuai was only at 2 stars. Yi Renbing's realm was slightly higher at 3 stars. Huang Shi was about the same. Lin Xian didn't know how powerful those 8 or 9 stars heavenly Tao realm existences were. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't know if the realm above the heavenly Tao realm was a god that could shatter the void. However, it was said that the difference of 1 star in the heavenly Tao realm was equivalent to a whole realm. Anyway, it was very difficult to improve. Maybe. I don't know either. Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian in the dark. All right, let's sleep. Mu Qingya closed her eyes. Okay, let's sleep. Lin Xian then hugged her and didn't do anything else. The two of them fell asleep. Now, Wang Xintong had been found. There was no news about the others, but it shouldn't be a problem. If it was another world, Lin Xian might be worried. However, this was a weakened heavenly blue planet. They should be able to accept it very quickly. The next morning, Mu Qingya opened her eyes. Indeed, Lin Xian's hand, she hadn't fallen asleep last night. It was Lin Xian who fell asleep first. After he fell asleep, his hand naturally reached into her clothes as if it was a subconscious action. It was very strange. He must have slept with girls every day in the past. Otherwise, why would he have such a subconscious action? Even if she pulled his hand out, he might reach in again after a few seconds. How terrifying. This person must have had many girlfriends and slept with them every day. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Mu Qingya sighed. She didn't really care how many girlfriends Lin Xian had before, but she was worried that apart from her, Lin Xian also had. Perhaps she was just a mistress. Mu Qingya woke up early in the morning. While Lin Xian was still sleeping, she quietly took Lin Xian's phone. No lock. Mu Qingya was a little surprised. This was a very common phenomenon among women. In the past, Mu Qingya wouldn't care. But now that she and Lin Xian were a couple, she cared. I bought this phone when I mistook him for a robber when I first met him. To be honest, now that I think about it, it's a little funny. It will definitely be a very interesting memory. Then she took a look. Lin Xian only had a few WeChat friends, herself, Mu Feifei, and Qini Juan. She could recognize the 3 of them, and the last one. Little Qingzhu. Why did she address him in such an ambiguous manner? But he seemed to be like this. Little Qingya, Little Junjun. Little Qingzhu was also very normal. Then she took a look at the chat history. Mu Qingya probably knew who it was. It should be the woman who called her. She also asked Lin Xian if he had gone back. Lin Xian's reply was very cold. He just replied with a yes. That probably wasn't him. The other person was Zhang Yang. The only other friend left looked like a girl. Little Xintong. Mu Qingya opened the phone and took a look at their chat history. There didn't seem to be any special chat history. She was the one who helped her become a big star and gain 10 million fans. So it was her. But what was their relationship? Forget it, forget it, forget it. Mu Qingya quietly put the phone where it was and closed her eyes. After a while, Lin Xian crossed his legs and lay on top of her. It was the most comfortable position. Mu Qingya opened her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian also opened his eyes and they looked at each other. Morning. Lin Xian smiled. Morning. Hee hee. Lin Xian then smacked his lips hard on her lips. Mu Qingya pushed Lin Xian aside in disgust. You. Suddenly, she felt something, and her pretty face turned red. It's not my fault. It's normal in the morning. Lin Xian smiled shamelessly. I'm getting up. Mu Qingya was about to get up. Hey, don't. Aren't you going to help me? Mu Qingya, get out. Lin Xian, hey, don't be so heartless. I'm not saying that I'm going to do it with you. But you have to help me. Mu Qingya, it's the girlfriend's duty. Lin Xian reminded her. Mu Qingya paused and then took a deep breath. To be honest, except for the last step, they were already so intimate. What couldn't she do? It seemed that this was what a girlfriend should do. Okay. What should I do? Lin Xian smirked and whispered in her ear. Go to hell. You're so disgusting. Mu Qingya was about to get up. Hey, let's use our hands first. Our hands are fine, right? Lin Xian said aggrievedly. Mu Qingya took a deep breath. He. Lin Xian then took her slender hand and placed it on top of his. Mu Qingya's delicate body suddenly trembled and she quickly closed her eyes. Click, Lin Xian lit a cigarette and lay there. Comfortable. Ah, Mu Qingya screamed and ran to the bathroom. Lin Xian smirked. How comfortable. Mu Qingya went downstairs first and Lin Xian went downstairs 10 minutes later. Sister, why did you scream just now? Imperial mother, imperial father, and I all heard it just now. What happened? Mu Feifei leaned over to Mu Qingya and asked. Mu Qingya sat there straight and glanced at Mu Feifei. Don't talk when you eat. Humph. Mu Feifei rolled her eyes and said, You must have been bullied by my brother-in-law early in the morning. Then my brother-in-law couldn't help but scream. Mu Qingya, fuck. You little girl. What's in your head all day long? If you envy your sister for finding a boyfriend, you can find one too. But you have to get through your father and me first, Enchanting said. I plan to be alone for the rest of my life and accompany my parents for the rest of my life. Get out of my way. You've been with us for more than 20 years. I'm tired of you. Enchanting glared at her. Sigh, Mu Feifei sniffed, feeling wronged. At this time, Lin Xian came downstairs. Xian, come and eat. Coming, auntie. Lin Xian sat down next to Mu Qingya with a smile. Mu Qingya thought for a while and got up to serve Lin Xian a bowl of porridge. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Xian, when are you and Qingya going to have a child? Enchanting looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian. Chapter 1534. Children. Damn it. Speaking of this, Lin Xian missed little Shishir and little Tianyi so much. Mom. Mu Qingya's pretty face was slightly red. What's wrong? You're not young anymore. At your age, some children can already walk. We don't lack money or anything. Even if you don't have time, your dad and I can take care of the child. Listen to me and have a child as soon as possible. Xian, what do you think? Zhang Ting looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. I don't have a problem with that. Mu Qingya. It's just that your daughter, she might not be very willing. Mu Qingya. How dare she? Zhang Ting glared at Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya, Mom, I'm usually very busy. As I said, although you're busy, we don't lack money. Your dad and I will take care of the child. If we really can't, didn't Xian say that he will cure your father? I want to cure you and your father's heart disease. After you are cured, your father and I will be able to manage the company. You can retire and take care of the children. What's there to hesitate about? Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei blinked her big eyes and said, Sister, if you don't want to, I can. Lin Xian, go away, you wicked girl, what are you talking about? Zhang Ting glared at Mu Feifei. He. Mom, I don't want children yet. I told you, I don't want you to take care of the child. Mu Qingya was speechless. Ah. Auntie, if you really can't take care of the child, then don't. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Look at how much little Xian cares about you, and how much he thinks about you. He wants children so much, but what about you? You've never been in a relationship before, but you have to learn to think more about the man. Your dad and I had you when we were only 21 years old. You're already in your 20s now. Listen to me, don't go to the company today. Mu Qingya. What was this? Lin Xian held back his laughter. Mom, Feifei. Yes. Mu Feifei stood up. Go to your sister's room. Mu Feifei probably understood what Zhang Ting meant. She was going to see if there were any condoms. If there were, she would throw them away. All right. Then Mu Feifei ran up quickly. Mu Qingya, Mom, the company is very busy during this period. I have to go. Lin Xian smiled and said, Auntie, let her go to the company. It's not good to do it in broad daylight. Tonight will definitely be fine. Mu Qingya, bastard. Stinky hooligan. She even suspected that Lin Xian had colluded with her mother. Damn. That's fine too. Zhang Ting nodded. Can you come back earlier today? Zhang Ting asked. I'll try my best. Mu Qingya lowered her head and drank the porridge. If you have any work, you can hand it over to me. I'll help you with it. Come back early tonight. Mu Qingya wiped her mouth and stood up. I'm done. I'm going to work. Then she picked up her keys, put on her shoes, and ran away. Xian, this girl's personality is like this. Don't think too much. I know that it's not easy for you to get along with her. I can guess. Lin Xian nodded and sniffed pitifully. Auntie, it's really not easy. I know my daughter very well. Don't worry. Mu Hao shook his head and said, Honey, it's better to let nature take its course. Don't you know our daughter's personality? Although Xian and Qingya are boyfriend and girlfriend and even sleep in the same bed, I don't think they've done it more than a few times. How do you know? How do you know this kind of thing? Mu Hao glared at Zhang Ting. Why don't I know? I go to our daughter's room every day. Her sheets are changed every day, but I've seen that she hasn't had time to wash them yet. There's nothing left. Lin Xian, I say, woman, is there something wrong with you? Mu Hao couldn't stand it anymore. What? Can't I care about our daughter? Zhang Ting rolled her eyes at him. Sigh, it's not that you can't, but, Forget it. Lin Xian was shocked. He knew that Mu Qingya had the habit of washing clothes at night. She usually had no time in the company during the day. She would wash clothes and sheets when she came back at night. If she didn't wake up early in the morning, she wouldn't have time to wash clothes or anything. Moreover, she absolutely couldn't put the clothes in the washing machine at night. Otherwise, the clothes would smell. She also wouldn't let Zhang Ting help her. She was too independent. Therefore, during the day, when they weren't at home, Zhang Ting could go into Mu Qingya's room to see the situation on the sheets. They had been married for more than 20 years. How could she not know the situation on the sheets? She would know if they were doing anything. Anyway, she had seen so many times, but she really didn't see what she should see. Therefore, she felt that Lin Xian was quite miserable. Although her beautiful daughter was in his hands and they slept together every night, but she really couldn't stand it anymore. She decided to help Lin Xian. Auntie, to be honest, since I lived here, I haven't, sigh. Zhang Ting patted Lin Xian on the shoulder and said, Auntie understands. That's why Auntie wants to help you. This girl is very sensible, but when it comes to love, she's like a blank piece of paper. She can't get used to it if you touch her. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, your daughter is really difficult to deal with. If I wasn't her boyfriend, I would really think that she doesn't like men at all. Mu Hao smiled and said, everything has to be done slowly. Lin Xian nodded. I know. By the way, Uncle, I'll treat your heart disease now. When Qingya comes back tonight, I'll treat her. Mu Hao and Zhang Ting's eyes lit up. Is it done? Lin Xian nodded. It's done. Do you need to do anything? Do you need an operation? Lin Xian smiled and said, there's no need for an operation. Acupuncture will do. But first, you have to take this pill. About half an hour later, Lin Xian pulled out the silver needle. At the same time, it could be seen that the silver needle had turned black. It wasn't poison, but it was similar to all the so-called bad things in the body. The impurities in the air were all gathered here. How is it? Zhang Ting asked hurriedly. Easy. Very easy. Mu Hao was pleasantly surprised. In the past, I felt that my body was very heavy, and I didn't even dare to make any big movements. But now, I feel very relaxed. I haven't felt this way for many, many years. I even feel like I can run and jump as I please. Lin Xian smiled and said, Uncle Mu, it's not a feeling. It's real. I can run and jump as I please now. Ha ha ha. Xian, thank you so much. Ha ha ha. Mu Hao smiled and patted Lin Xian on the shoulder. Chapter 1535. They felt that it was their honor to meet Lin Xian. This kid was too heaven-defying. What was the main reason? The main reason was that they had sought help from other so-called martial artists, but they couldn't do anything about it. However, when it came to Lin Xian, everything was solved. On the other side, the Lin family, Lin Tian was very busy these days. What was he busy with? His brother was dead. His brother went to the Ghost Mountain and died. He even brought his body here and held a funeral for his brother. He was happy. Now that his brother had died, the position of the Lin family's patriarch would definitely fall into his, Lin Tian's, hands. However, there was also something that made him unhappy, and that was Lin Xian. He didn't know what this Lin Xian was. His last plan failed and he didn't die. Lin Tian was really convinced. Young master. A man walked into Lin Tian's room. Help me do something and you can leave the Lin family after you're done. The man's eyes narrowed. Please speak. Then, Lin Tian handed him a photo. The man glanced at it. The chairman of the Mu Group. That's right. Help me catch her. This woman gets off work at 8 or 9 o'clock every night and she has to drive for a while. You'll have a good chance to make a move on her. Catch her, knock her out and send her to the address I'll give you later. Do you understand? Okay. Then, the man walked away. Lin Tian revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Mu Qingya, you can't blame me for this. I wanted to play with you, but now, you've forced me. Then, I'll use a more forceful method. I don't believe that this Lin Xian can act so presumptuously in my territory. Lin Tian's plan was simple. He wanted to capture Mu Qingya and play with her as he pleased. Then, he would record a video and she wouldn't be able to resist. In his territory, he could even find a domain realm master to help him. If Lin Xian came, wouldn't he die? This way, everything would be solved. Nice. Lin Xian went to the Mu Group. Yo, Xiangyang. You're putting on airs now. Lin Xian could not help but laugh when he saw Zhang Yang in his suit. Ha ha ha, then shouldn't he act more like a dog? Zhang Yang smiled and gave Lin Xian a bear hug. His life was very comfortable now. Although he was very tired and could not sleep for more than a few hours every day during this period, he was really happy. He was shining, and he was earning a lot of money. Perhaps he could earn as much money as he did 20 years ago in 1 year here. Although he was not a general manager and was only a department manager, the project he was in charge of was a big money-making project. It would not be a problem for him to be promoted to tens of millions in a year. Moreover, he didn't want to earn more. He already had enough. This was already a life he couldn't imagine. How have you been? Lin Xian asked. It's tiring, but it feels great. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian handed him a cigarette. The two of them sat in the living room, drinking coffee and chatting. You? I haven't heard from you for a few days. What are you doing? You don't care about such a big company. Zhang Yang asked. Why should I care when you guys are here? I'm busy with something important. Don't tell me you're going to start another company. Start your head. I won't talk to you about other things. The Mu Group has a lot of capital now, right? Zhang Yang said, I don't know. You have to ask President Mu, but it must be a lot. Okay, I'll go find her. I have something to do. Okay. Mu Qingya was busy in the office when Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. What are you doing here? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian in surprise. I missed you. Lin Xian leaned over and put his hand on her leg. Mu Qingya, don't mess around. Be serious. I'm working. Hey, let's talk about business. Does the Mu Group have the capital to overthrow the Lin family? Lin Xian asked. Yes, he should consider completing the mission of destroying the Lin family. It was just that he didn't dare to kill them. After all, Lin Xian was not so invincible on this earth. Not yet. I need time. Although we have made a lot of money recently, the Lin family has been saving for many years. We can't compete with them in such a short time. Mu Qingya said. Lin Xian thought for a while. Why do you want to deal with the Lin family so much? The Lin family did that to my sister-in-law. Of course I have to deal with them. But there is no evidence. Otherwise, we can just call the police. Even if they are a big family, Junjun can handle this kind of thing. Mu Qingya rubbed her temples. Let's talk about it later. Go home early tonight. Lin Xian smirked. You. Mu Qingya was convinced by Lin Xian. No. Hey, Auntie said we should have a baby. Mu Qingya rubbed her temples. No. Hey, if you don't, Auntie will suspect something. Lin Xian. Suspect what? Mu Qingya was puzzled. Do you know that Auntie goes to your room every day when you go to work? Mu Qingya opened her mouth and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. What? What do you think? She looks at your sheets. Mu Qingya, so, Auntie must have suspected something. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. You're not lying to me. Why would I lie to you? If I lie to you, curse me that I can't touch a woman for the rest of my life. Mu Qingya, this was not good. Let's talk about it later. I have to work first. Mu Qingya had to hand it to her own mother. I'll go with you. No, you can go somewhere else. The company is very big and there are some places to have fun. I'll get off work early today. Ha ha ha, okay. At 7:00 in the evening, Lin Xian drove Mu Qingya home. What she meant by a little earlier was only an hour or two earlier. Lin Xian was convinced. In the dark, the man saw Mu Qingya's car, but he also saw Lin Xian sitting in the driver's seat. Mu Qingya was not alone. This was going to be troublesome. Young master, there is a man in Mu Qingya's car. We may not be able to do it today. Oh. Really? Lin Tian took a drag of his cigarette. Is it Lin Xian? I can't see him clearly. Lin Tian snorted. Forget it. We'll do it tomorrow. Lin Xian took Mu Qingya back to the Mu family. Lin Xian had originally planned to make his move tonight, but awkwardly, there was something else that attracted Lin Xian's attention tonight, and that was his beloved little Qingya. Do you still want to eat tonight? Zhang Ting asked. Mu Qingya. Why not? Oh, I mean, don't eat too much tonight. Mu Qingya, Auntie, you have to eat. If you don't eat, you won't have the strength to work. Oh, right. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian. I mean, I don't have the energy to go to work tomorrow. Chapter 1536. After dinner, Mu Qingya wanted to sit in the living room, chat for a while, watch TV, have a cup of tea, eat some fruit, and then go upstairs and rest. Zhang Ting said to Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya, I'll sit for a while. Mu Qingya said. Look at you. You're usually so busy. It's rare for you to get off work early today. When are you going to rest? Xian, take Qingya upstairs to rest. Okay, Auntie. Mu Qingya, ah. She was convinced. Then Lin Xian and Mu Qingya went upstairs. Mother, why are you urging me? Even if I want to do that kind of thing, it has to be consensual, Mu Feifei muttered. You're a single dog who hasn't even had a boyfriend. What right do you have to say that? Mu Feifei opened her mouth. Boo-hoo, her mother was heartbroken. Qingya, I swear I didn't say anything to your mother, and I didn't ask her to do it. Lin Xian and Mu Qingya sat on the sofa in her room. Maybe for rich men, the sofa in the bedroom was a legendary fort, but for Mu Qingya, it was just a sofa that she put in to change her sitting position. Okay. Mu Qingya nodded. But let's not force it. Let's just go with the flow. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and said. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and said, no. Ha! Lin Xian looked at her. Let's try it tonight. Mu Qingya's face was a little red when she said this. Lin Xian, his hand holding the cigarette, trembled slightly. Qingya, it's not necessary. Lin Xian said. To be honest, Lin Xian was also very hesitant. On the one hand, Xiao Qingya was really beautiful, especially when she was dressed in professional attire. She looked just like Linya, Murongqing, and Luo Chenxi. Anyway, she was charming. That was his type. On the other hand, Lin Xian felt that relationships should be developed step by step. It didn't mean that the earlier they had sex, the better. Moreover, Lin Xian felt that he might make her sad. So in fact, Lin Xian just wanted to take advantage of her and let nature take its course. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and said, I think my mom is right. I don't have much to worry about. Besides, we're a couple. It's only a matter of time. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. Don't treat this as a mission. Lin Xian. No. She shook her head. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What do you think? Mu Qingya asked. I don't have any objections. I'm definitely happy to do so. It's just, Mu Qingya frowned slightly and looked at Lin Xian. She said, I don't know about your background yet. For Mu Qingya, Lin Xian was a mystery except for his name. Me? Didn't Xiao Yijuan tell you about me? I have no parents, no relatives, and I'm an orphan. Is there anything else you want to know? Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. No. So, for me, this is actually my home. Lin Xian shrugged. I heard that uncle and aunt were in a car accident, Lin Xian nodded. Well, you reminded me. Lin Xian glanced at the time. Tomorrow is the anniversary of their death. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. To be honest, he hadn't felt the love of a complete family in this world, nor in the other world, but fortunately, he had so many kind, lovely, considerate, and caring girls around him, in Jiangnan City. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. I'll go with you. Okay, let them see their daughter-in-law. Lin Xian smiled. Then I'll go take a shower first. Mu Qingya said lightly. Hey, wait. Lin Xian stopped her. Yes. Lin Xian looked at her and said, I'll tell you something, but first you have to promise me not to overreact. You can decide the rest. Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian and nodded. Actually, I have a girlfriend. Lin Xian. In Sky Blue, Lin Xian didn't say anything because polygamy was the norm in that world. But on Earth. No. Mu Qingya, on the other hand, was quite calm. Lin Xian looked at her. Why did he have to say it? Lin Xian felt that he couldn't live with himself if he didn't say it. She was about to give herself to him. It would be too much if he didn't say it. This was Earth. Lin Xian had lived on Earth before. He knew the situation here, and he knew how proud a girl like Mu Qingya was. Why didn't you say anything? I guess I guessed it. Mu Qingya said. Then Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and said, I'm a little angry. But I still appreciate you telling me. Lin Xian scratched his head. So, I'm your lover. Lin Xian shook his head. No, girlfriend. What about her? That's true. Mu Qingya pondered. So she doesn't know, right? Scumbag. Lin Xian said, she knows. Ha. She suddenly frowned. They both know, and they've accepted each other. Mu Qingya. They. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Mu Qingya took a deep breath. I underestimated you. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed. So, you can be angry, but don't do anything else. If you don't want to, we'll continue acting. I won't take advantage of you. Lin Xian said. He was going back to Sky Blue Planet, and he was afraid that he would let her down. Lin Xian was okay with taking advantage of her, but if he went too far, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. Why should I be angry? Mu Qingya said. Ha! This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be confused. You helped me protect my family business and cured my father's heart disease. Let's not talk about anything else. You should do something to show your gratitude. Mu Qingya said. Then forget it. I want affection, not gratitude. Rest. I won't touch you. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and took a puff. You mean, that's it? It's my fault. I should have told you from the beginning, and I shouldn't have taken advantage of you. I'm used to it. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Ha ha ha. Mu Qingya sneered. I used to admire you. But now, I feel that you're just like this. Mu Qingya stood up and walked to the bathroom. If you're a man, do what you should do. If you're a scumbag, then continue to be a scumbag. Did I ever blame you? Then she walked in. Lin Xian. What the fuck? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Was she angry? Lin Xian couldn't even tell. Chapter 1537. Lin Xian kept smoking in the room. What did Mu Qingya mean? She said that if he was a man, he should do what a man should do. If he was a scumbag, he should do what a scumbag should do. Wasn't she angry? How could she be like this? Then she went to take a shower. Mu Qingya was soaked in the hot water. She leaned against the hot water with her eyes closed. She was in a mess. She really wasn't angry because Lin Xian was two-timing, or rather, multiple women. She really wasn't angry because of this. Yes, the concept of monogamy was deeply ingrained in this world. No matter how much a girl liked to play and play, in the end, only one person was allowed to get married. Of course, it might be different for other people. She thought that Lin Xian was very outstanding. Plus, she had seen Lin Xian's phone before, so she guessed something. Sure enough. In fact, she was quite happy that Lin Xian told her this. But she was angry that he told her this. Yes, Mu Qingya was angry about this. Aren't you a scumbag? Aren't you cheating on several women? Then why did you tell me? Can't you just keep it to yourself? Idiot. Lin Xian had a headache. It was really difficult. Fortunately, he didn't have more contact with Lu Qingzhu and Qini Juan. Otherwise, Lin Xian would be very difficult. After a while, click, Mu Qingya opened the door and walked out in a bathrobe. Lin Xian looked up at her. Gulp, Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes and frowned. How many cigarettes did you smoke? Ha! Ha ha ha. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. Mu Qingya quickly opened the window. Go take a shower. She said. Qingya, you, Lin Xian looked at her. Go take a shower. Mu Qingya repeated her words. Then I'll go. Lin Xian went to take a shower in confusion. What was little Qingya trying to do? He wasn't angry anymore, but Lin Xian was worried that she had decided to give herself to him out of gratitude. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult for Lin Xian. After taking a shower, Lin Xian came over wrapped in a bathrobe. Mu Qingya was sitting under the quilt, playing with her mobile phone. She glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian took out a cigarette. "Stop smoking," Mu Qingya said. "I don't feel comfortable if I don't smoke," Lin Xian said, feeling wronged. It wasn't easy to get rid of the smell of smoke in the house. "All right, I won't smoke anymore. Let's sleep." Lin Xian then crawled into bed. Mu Qingya turned off the light, and the two of them remained silent in the dark. It was very awkward. Both of them were still awake, and their eyes were still open. This time, Lin Xian didn't even touch her, nor did he have any physical contact with her. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth. He really wasn't a man. Lin Xian was a man, and he felt very uncomfortable now. But, although he was also a scumbag, he was also an incompetent scumbag. Lin Xian coughed and said, "Are you asleep?" "No," Mu Qingya replied. "Why not?" "I can't sleep." "Why can't you sleep?" Mu Qingya. "Maybe it's because I usually sleep late, and I'm not used to sleeping so early today." Mu Qingya replied faintly. "Then, should we do something?" Lin Xian asked. It was very awkward. "Damn it." Mu Qingya closed her beautiful eyes. "Up to you." Hey, hey, hey." Lin Xian turned over, looked at her back, and said, "Well, what I want is affection, not gratitude." Mu Qingya slowly turned around, and the two of them looked at each other in the dark. "Do you think I'm grateful or affectionate?" "I don't know." Lin Xian shook his head gently. "You know," Mu Qingya said. Lin Xian, well, he knew, but he wasn't sure. There must be affection involved. With Mu Qingya's personality, if she didn't have feelings for someone, how could she let him sleep with her? The first time was an accident, and she had no choice, but what about later? She even let Lin Xian do whatever he wanted. It must be because of affection. Lin Xian knew it too. But Lin Xian wasn't sure if it was out of gratitude or anger. "Will it affect our relationship?" Lin Xian asked. "Why are you talking so much nonsense now?" Lin Xian, wow. "Well, because I care about you, so I'm talking so much nonsense." Lin Xian looked at her. Mu Qingya opened her beautiful eyes and looked into Lin Xian's eyes. "If I didn't care about you, I wouldn't be honest with you. But because I care, I'm afraid you'll be hurt, so I have to say it," Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya sighed slightly. To be honest, Lin Xian's words touched her. It seemed like it. He didn't have to be honest with her. He could have just kept it a secret. Why did he have to be honest? It seemed like what he said was true. "I know your personality. You'll be angry and upset, and you might even hold it in. I don't have anything to hide from you, so I hope you won't hide your feelings from me," Lin Xian said. "I don't," Mu Qingya said. "Really?" "Yes." "Then what do you think?" Lin Xian asked. Mu Qingya opened her beautiful eyes and said, "I think it's best if you don't tell me." "Really?" "But now, if you're not lying to me and your other girlfriends don't care about this, then I don't care either." Lin Xian, it was hard to imagine that this was coming from an earthling. This was coming from a very arrogant woman from Earth. "No," Lin Xian frowned. So, Lin Xian felt that Mu Qingya was still being impulsive. "Don't worry. I'm very calm now. I'm not as old-fashioned as you think." "Really?" Lin Xian looked at her and said, "You haven't been in a relationship for more than 20 years. Aren't you old-fashioned?" Mu Qingya, that's different. That's because you're waiting for me, right? Ha ha ha, what are you laughing at? Lin Xian reached out and hugged her. Mu Qingya closed her eyes. Go to sleep. Just sleep like this, Lin Xian said. I'm finally ready. If you sleep, I don't know when the next time will be. Mu Qingya said. I say, big sister, are you serious? Yes. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It's going to hurt. Mu Qingya, go to hell. Mu Qingya gritted her teeth. Hey, why are you suddenly scolding me? Lin Xian said and kissed her. I don't care anymore, I don't care anymore. Why should I care about her? Stop being so indecisive like a fool. The girl has already said so. Why are you still hesitating? Chapter 1538. Just like that, a joyous night passed. And the older sister was indeed more fragrant than the younger sister, and not just by a little bit. If Mu Feifei knew what Lin Xian was thinking, she would definitely bite Lin Xian to death. How shameless. Bah. Bah. The next morning, well, Lin Xian didn't get up as early as Mu Qingya. Mu Qingya opened her eyes first, and the first thing she saw was Lin Xian's naughty face. This face, you don't think it's very handsome, but it's very charming right now. Beauty was in the eye of the beholder. As her man, in Mu Qingya's eyes, Lin Xian was indeed different. Bastard. Thinking of last night, Mu Qingya couldn't help blushing. So that was what men and women did. To be honest, it was quite amazing, but it was really embarrassing. Hey, Qingya, you're blushing so early in the morning. I don't know what to say. Lin Xian's voice suddenly sounded. Mu Qingya, she couldn't help blushing again. Shameless. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you scolding me again? Lin Xian smirked and pressed her under his body. Get up. Mu Qingya blushed and pushed Lin Xian away. No, you're blushing so early in the morning. You made me think the wrong way. You have to be responsible for me. Mu Qingya, I'm going to pull the knife out from under the pillow. Mu Qingya said. Damn. Are you serious? Lin Xian quickly let go of her. Mu Qingya also let out a long sigh of relief. It's not true. Then she quickly got up. How dare you lie to me? Lin Xian glared at her. Mu Qingya put on her pajamas and walked to the bathroom. Are you going to work today? Lin Xian asked. Well, what else can I do? Why don't we play together for a day? You can also give yourself a break. Mu Qingya washed her face and said, No, I've been quite busy recently. Let's finish this period. Don't you have anything to do? Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. You're right. Why do I feel like I'm useless? That's not it. Lin Xian thought about it for a while. He really did have things to do. However, he had to advance to the lower realm. It would be soon. Lin Xian decided to go to the Lin family after reaching the lower realm. After all, Lin Xian had experienced the previous incident and had a deep understanding of the strength of the martial artists on Earth. Lin Xian had a rough idea of how strong they were. Going to the Lin family while at the profound heaven realm was really not possible. Oh, by the way, does our company have capital now? Lin Xian walked to the back and hugged Mu Qingya from behind. Her body suddenly trembled. What capital are you referring to? Money. Yes. Can it be compared to the Lin family? Lin Xian asked. Mu Qingya frowned slightly. Not in the short term, but it won't be a problem to start another project. If it can be started, what do you want to do? You can do it now. Then let's attack the Lin family's capital, Lin Xian said. Destroying the Lin family didn't mean killing everyone in the Lin family. Of course, killing everyone in the Lin family was the same as destroying the Lin family, but Lin Xian couldn't do it. Lin Xian and Lin Tian's grudge could only involve a few people. If he wanted to kill countless innocent people, Lin Xian really couldn't do it. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to kick the Lin family out of the 8 great families and then do something. It shouldn't be a problem. Are you sure? Mu Qingya asked. To be honest, Mu Qingya was also unhappy with the Lin family. They had pressured all the major corporations and had even pushed her former Mu corporation to the brink of collapse. She had been unhappy about it, but she had never said anything about it. Now that Lin Xian had said that he wanted to destroy the Lin family, the little devil in her heart had appeared. Of course. Do we have the qualifications now? Yes. Mu Qingya nodded. Good, then destroy the Lin family's business. Mu Qingya nodded. Okay. The Mu group definitely had the capital. Their current capital was very exaggerated. The key was that the Mu group's current position was unshakable. Some of them might have been the Lin family's business. Now they were all discerning people. They knew very well that the Mu group was impossible. With the country behind it, it was obvious who they were on. Don't pretend. Let them know that it was the Mu group who did it. Lin Xian said with a smile. I'll listen to you. The two of them then walked down. Why are you up so early? Zhang Ting was making breakfast for them. I went to bed early, so I got up early. Mu Qingya said. What? You went to bed so early? Zhang Ting was surprised when she heard this. Last night, I went back to my room very early last night. Mom, you know that. Then did you do what you should do? Mu Qingya blushed and then nodded. Zhang Ting glanced at Lin Xian suspiciously. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Ha ha ha, okay, let's eat. After breakfast, Lin Xian and Mu Qingya went to the company together. He didn't know what Ling Ying and the others were doing now. In fact, Lin Xian felt that it shouldn't be difficult to find them. After all, this was also a world of the internet. But why didn't he look for them? Lin Xian was afraid that they would be involved in some of the struggles on Earth. On the other side, the Lin family, master, it's not good. This master was the father of the current Lin family's Lin Tian. What's the fuss about? Lin Haiyang was very upset now because his eldest son was dead. His eldest son died in the Ghost Mountain range. Although almost no one was spared in Ghost Mountain, and only Lu Qingzhu survived, he could not understand why Lu Qingzhu was the only one who survived. What exactly happened in the Ghost Mountain range? Although Lu Qingzhu said it, why didn't he believe it? Then why was Lu Qingzhu the one who survived in the end and not those powerhouses with celestial realm cultivation? This wasn't normal. But he didn't have the capital to say anything to the Lu family. Sigh. The Lin family's business was attacked. Just such a small matter. If we're attacked, then we'll attack back. Who is our Lin family afraid of? Lin Haiyang's eyes narrowed as he said. This, but master, it's the Mu group that attacked us. What? The Mu group. In the eyes of everyone now, the Mu group was a behemoth. Perhaps they hadn't grown to that level yet, but according to the things they said in the follow-up press conference, once it was realized, they would become the richest man in the world. Now, why did the Mu group attack their Lin group for no reason? What's going on? Maybe the second young master targeted the Mu group before. Now that the Mu group has the capital, it's back. Lin Haiyang frowned. Call Lin Tian over for this, daddy. Chapter 1539. Lin Tian was summoned to the living room by Lin Haiyang. What's going on? Did you make a move on the Mu group? Lin Haiyang angrily pointed at Lin Tian. Dad, it's just a move on the Mu group. It's not a big deal. You even called me over for such a thing. I thought it was something serious. Lin Tian shrugged his shoulders. Slap, Lin Haiyang angrily gave him a slap. At this time, Lin Tian realized the seriousness of the matter. Bastard, do you know that the Mu group has already turned around to attack my Lin group? Let them. Why would my Lin group be afraid of them? Trash. You trash. Lin Haiyang gritted his teeth. If the Mu group really wants to play big, my Lin family can be destroyed. Do you know that? Lin Tian. That's not necessary. We're the Lin family. Even if the Mu group is at its peak, how can it be compared to our Lin family? You trash. Lin Haiyang angrily pointed at Lin Tian. How did he give birth to such a trash? His eldest son was dead. If the Lin family fell into Lin Tian's hands in the future, wouldn't it be destroyed? The Mu group is at its peak. In the eyes of the people and even the country, its position is unshakable. If the Mu group wants to do something, our Lin group has no power to fight back. Moreover, according to the content of their press conference, if it comes true, becoming the world's richest person won't be a problem. Compared to the Lin family, our Lin family is nothing. Moreover, the Mu group has won the hearts of the people. No company dares to touch them. Do you understand? Lin Tian opened his mouth. Then what do we do now? At this time, another person ran over. Master, this is bad. What's wrong? Lin Haiyang was shocked. The Mu group's official Weibo posted an article. They said that our Lin group's 3-horse milk powder has been detected with melamine. What? Lin Haitao's eyes widened. It's over, it's over, it's over. Lin Haiyang was dumbfounded. Yes, they did use it, to earn more money. However, they didn't expect the Mu group to catch them. This time, it's over. Master, it's not good. Our Lin group's market value is dropping crazily. It's the lowest record in history. Lin Haiyang's mind went blank, and he staggered. Dad. Lin Tian hurriedly supported Lin Haiyang. How long had it been? How long has it been? The Lin group had already reached such a level. Hurry up and apologize to the Mu group. Hurry up. Now that it was too late to salvage the situation, they could only beg the Mu group for help. There was nothing else they could do, because it was the truth. On the other side, little Qingya, you're amazing. You even have such big news about Lin's group. Lin Xian was very satisfied and happily smoked a cigarette. I found out about it before, but I didn't dare to say it out loud. Now that I'm going to do it, I'll make it big. It's not easy to overthrow the Lin family with capital alone, but if I use the power of the masses, they won't be able to make a comeback. Although the Lin's group has a lot of properties, as long as there's a problem with any one of them, they'll lose everything. They can't make a comeback, said Mu Qingya. Wow, you're really something. Lin Xian leaned over and picked Mu Qingya up from the chair. Then Lin Xian sat on the chair and put her on his lap. Mu Qingya, she couldn't take it anymore. Hee, I can't help but want to hug you and give you a loving kiss. Mu Qingya struggled for a while. President Mu, there are a lot of reporters outside, Mu Qingya's assistant hurriedly ran in and saw this scene. "Aw. I'm sorry. She blushed and hurried out. "Mu Qingya, get out of here." She gritted her teeth and pushed Lin Xian away. He, then go and answer the reporter's questions." Lin Xian smirked. After Mu Qingya went out, Lin Xian called Qini Juan. "Hello, Junjun. Speak human language." Qini Juan yawned. "You're working on the case all night again." Lin Xian heard her yawn. "Yes, I'm exhausted." "Hey, can you teach me how to cultivate? This way, I won't be so tired." Qini Juan thought of something and asked. "Didn't someone come to you to teach you how to cultivate?" Lin Xian. Qini Juan, huh? How do you know about this, you big hoodlum? If Lin Xian didn't mention it, she would have forgotten. "I've met her. She's a great beauty, huh? So what if she's a great beauty? Is she as beautiful as you? You have a glib tongue. People like you should be drowned in a pig cage." "Bah. Tell me, what's the matter? Have you seen the news about the Lin family?" Qini Juan replied, Now I want to destroy the Lin family." "You see," Qini Juan yawned again and said, "this isn't a big deal, but you have to have evidence before you can do it. If I had evidence, I would arrest 10 families in a day. The kidnapping of Feifei that you mentioned last time, unfortunately, there is no evidence that the Lin family did it. It's useless. Also, don't you already have the Lin family's weak point? Isn't that enough?" "Lin Xian, it's not enough. Even so, they can still live very well, just not as well as before. I want them to live a life worse than death." "How did I provoke you? Or the incident last time? Don't talk nonsense. The delivery should be at your place by now. There's a video of Lin Tian killing people and burying them. I've already buried the people I killed last time. When the time comes, you can expose it and find the body there. Arrest Lin Tian, then publish it on the news." "Big brother, is this fake?" "It's fake." Qini Juan was stunned. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry. Although it's fake, he won't be able to refute it. Lin Xian had the law of creation. Wasn't it easy to fake something? Even if Lin Xian didn't bury the body there, the video that Lin Xian created was there. There was indeed a body there. He couldn't do anything about it." "Really? Although I know that Lin Tian must have killed people before, but, if something happens to you, I won't let you off." Qini Juan said unhappily. "If something happens, I'll take care of it. Okay, treat me to a meal." Lin Xian smiled and said, "No problem. You can choose whatever you want." "Oh, okay." Qini Juan then hung up. Lin Xian sneered. "Kill him." Actually, there was no need. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to kill him. Was this kind of person worth it? Who said that he had to kill his way over to destroy the Lin family? He wanted those people from the Lin family to know what despair was. Fuck you. How dare you provoke Lin Xian? Chapter 1540. Lin Tian was very uncomfortable now. At this moment, the Lin family was suffering a huge impact from public opinion. They had already bribed the Quality Supervision Bureau before, but now, this was the public opinion of the whole society. They couldn't do anything because other people could casually take their milk powder back for testing, and it would be directly found out. They couldn't make the whole market lose their milk powder in an instant. Therefore, Lin Haiyang took Lin Tian to the Mu Group personally. They had to plead for mercy. Maybe they could make the Moo group stop, but it was enough. If they didn't, the consequences would be even more serious. When you get there, do whatever I tell you to do. Lin Haiyang looked at Lin Tian and said. Got it. Lin Tian secretly clenched his fists. On the other side, Mu Qingya mercilessly exposed some things about the Lin group in front of the major reporters and media. President Mu, I heard that the Lin group was behind the economic crisis of the Mu group. Is that true? Mu Qingya said, if you don't have evidence, I won't say anything. Different people have different opinions. It's fine as long as you understand. President Mu, are you going to officially declare war on the Lin group? Mu Qingya said, it's not a declaration of war. I just think that such a big company and such an old family are still heartless in order to make some money. Now that we know it, we must expose it. If they dare to do this directly for the sake of making money, who knows what they will do behind the scenes. The thick smell of gunpowder made the reporters very agitated. President Mu Qingya's assistant came over and whispered a few words in her ear. Mu Qingya nodded, everyone, see you at the next press conference. I still have some things to do, so I won't accompany you. After that, Mu Qingya walked away. Fuck. Mu Qingya. Lin Haiyang gritted his teeth in the waiting room. He and Lin Tian came here in disguise, and they even heard Mu Qingya's answer just now. He was really angry. The Mu group used to be like a child that could be crushed to death with bare hands, but now, the Mu group had become a towering tree. They didn't even put the Lin family in their eyes. Father, should we? Lin Tian made a throat-slitting gesture. Don't cause trouble for me now. Yes. Mu Qingya walked in with her assistant. Chairman Mu. Lin Haiyang quickly stood up with a big smile on his face. In the past, Lin Tian could be arrogant in front of Mu Qingya and even threaten her. But now, Lin Tian's father had to smile apologetically in front of Mu Qingya. This was the reality. Xiao Yu, pour some tea. Xiao Yu poured tea for them, and Mu Qingya sat in the main seat. Lin Tian looked at Mu Qingya. Fuck. This woman was really elegant and beautiful. If it really didn't work, he would use extreme methods. Chairman Mu, let me introduce myself. I am Lin Haiyang, the chairman of Lin's group. Mu Qingya took a sip of coffee and nodded, I know. I've seen it on TV before. Ha ha ha, Chairman Mu, I didn't expect that the branch of Lin's group in charge of 3-horse milk powder would do such a thing. It was purely his own idea. I didn't know until this matter was exposed. I didn't expect that he had embezzled all the money in these years. I've already dealt with it. I hope you can give an explanation. Lin Haiyang smiled and said. Mu Qingya's explanation was much better than theirs. They could only give a weak explanation. The people were not fools. Boss Lin, if you're here for this matter, then please go back. Boss Lin, you can send this kind of explanation. There's no need for me. Is there anything else? If not, please see them out. Mu Qingya said lightly. Hey, Chairman Mu, let's talk nicely. There's no grudge between us, right? What can't be solved? Here's 10 billion yuan. Please accept it. Mu Qingya looked at them coldly and said, see them out. Lin Haiyang frowned suddenly. Chairman Mu, don't go too far. Mu Qingya shook her head. No need. See them out. Chairman Mu, I know there's some misunderstanding between you and my son, so I brought him here this time. Kneel down. Lin Haiyang yelled at Lin Tian. Dad. Slap. Lin Haiyang slapped him angrily. Apologize to Chairman Mu. Lin Haiyang said angrily. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Hurry up. Then Lin Tian knelt down unwillingly. President Mu, it was my fault before. Please forgive me, President Mu. Mu Qingya glanced at them and shook her head secretly. She was a soft-hearted person, but she also knew who could be soft-hearted and who couldn't. Mu Qingya didn't say anything and walked out. Crack, 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 Lin Haiyang clenched his fists. Dad, this woman doesn't know what's good for her. Doesn't she know what kind of family the Lin family is? Lin Tian stood up and gritted his teeth. Lin Haiyang had no other choice. Let's go back. It seems that Mu Qingya has someone behind her. What? Mu Qingya knows what kind of family the Lin family is, but she's not afraid. She even chose to fall out with the Lin family. Her attitude is very resolute. If there's no one behind her, how dare she? Even if she's considering the safety of her family and her own life, she wouldn't dare. In addition, the sudden transformation of the Mu Group and the products it brought out one after another have already surpassed the level of normal science and technology on Earth. Only some of the effects of elixirs can achieve this. So, there should be someone behind her. I was wondering why the Mu Group suddenly changed so much. Then, Father, who do you think is behind the Mu Group? The two of them walked out of the Mu Group. Lin Haiyang said, I'm not sure because even the Lin family can't bring out the products they brought out. There are two possibilities. Either it's a bigger family, a more mysterious force, or even an existence like Kunlun Mountain, or someone just happened to know about it and then took a fancy to the Mu Group. He hid behind the Mu Group and used it to make a fortune. Then, because Mu Qingya didn't know the specific situation of the martial arts world, she mistakenly thought that the person was very powerful, but in fact, he's very ordinary. What kind of possibility is that? Also, I think it might be Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? Lin Haiyang looked at his son. Chapter 1541. Lin Tian then told Lin Haiyang some things about Lin Xian. Lin Haiyang frowned. You mean, that kid might be the one behind the Mu Group? Lin Tian nodded. I think so. I sent people to kill him before, but they were all killed by him, including a Xiantian realm cultivator. A Xiantian realm cultivator died, which means that his cultivation is at least at the Xiantian realm. He might even be at the Lowell realm. There are only a few people who can reach the Lowell realm in their 20s. He might not be at the Lowell realm. He's probably at the Xiantian realm. I only sent a Xiantian realm cultivator. I even suspect that it might not be him, but the person behind him. Lin Tian said. Find a chance to do it tonight. Let's test Lin Xian first. Okay. Then Mu Qingya. If you can solve it, just take Mu Qingya away. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, it's already like this. You can take Mu Qingya away and use her to make a statement in the name of the Mu Group. That way, the Lin family can clear our name. Lin Haiyang said. He had no choice. If he didn't do this, the Lin family would be finished. That was the only way. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Yes. On the other side, darling, did the Lin family look for you? In Mu Qingya's office, Lin Xian hugged her and rested his chin on her shoulder. Yes. Mu Qingya really couldn't stand Lin Xian's behavior. But last night, it seemed that there was nothing she couldn't accept. Lin Xian guessed something. Don't go anywhere today. Ha! Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian. The Lin family is probably going to make a move today. Mu Qingya frowned slightly. No way. Do they dare to do it? Why not? It would be strange if they didn't do anything. Are they going to wait for the Lin family to be destroyed? Mu Qingya pondered for a moment. But what can they do? Attacking us. Could it be that you want to kill us? But what can killing us change for them? Killing us won't change anything, but what if they can control us? Ha! Mu Qingya really didn't understand this kind of thing. Lin Xian, think about it. Right now, no matter what statement the Lin family makes, it will be useless. Even if they say that it was caused by the department head's corruption and then apologize, it won't have much effect. After all, no one is a fool. However, if they control you and force you to use the Mu Group's official Weibo account to make a statement, for example, saying that after an investigation, it was found to be a problem with that department. Coupled with the Mu Group's strong reputation now, it will be useful if they apologize and say that they were negligent and disappointed everyone. This is the only way. Mu Qingya's eyes lit up. That seems to be the case. What should we do? Lin Xian, then let them come and let them fail. No problem, right? Lin Xian laughed. You don't trust your man. Mu Qingya rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then what should we do now? Do whatever you need to do. Tonight, we'll go into the woods. Mu Qingya. What's wrong with you? I'm not smart. Lin Xian glared at her. Mu Qingya, she seemed to understand something. Okay. The day passed just like that. For the Lin family, they were definitely going to make a move today. The time to make a move was definitely at night. At night, Mu Qingya got off work and Lin Xian drove her to the suburbs. Master, I don't know where Lin Xian is driving to with Mu Qingya, but they are already far away from the city. This is a good opportunity. Should we take action? The Lin family had already arranged for people to keep an eye on them. Make a move. Of course. Lin Tian said hurriedly. Ha! Far away from the city. What do you mean? Don't make a move. Lin Haiyang paced slowly. Dad, why don't we make a move? Lin Tian was puzzled. Lin Haiyang said, after this happened, we were just about to make a move. And they just happened to leave the city at this time. It's as if they're deliberately giving us a chance to make a move. It's not normal. Hearing Lin Haiyang's words, they realized something. It's a bit abnormal. Did they guess it? No way. Is there really someone so smart? But what's the point of guessing it? Lin Haiyang said, it's better to be careful. Let's wait and see what they're going to do. Yes. On the other side, can you take your hand off me? Mu Qingya gritted her teeth. She really had to hand it to this pervert. I won't. There's a pretty girl in the passenger seat. If I don't put my hand on her leg, I might as well walk. What's the point of driving? Lin Xian grinned. Shameless. What's the point of being shameless? If I'm shameless, I have to wash my face. Mu Qingya, she found that she really couldn't talk to Lin Xian about certain things. She couldn't win against him at all. Damn pervert. How did she get involved with such a person? Won't you introduce your other girlfriends to me? Mu Qingya asked. To be honest, Lin Xian was quite surprised. This was Earth, and this was Mu Qingya. Lin Xian was already shocked that she could accept this, but she actually took the initiative to introduce herself to his other girlfriends. Ahem, Qingya, don't mess around. You don't dare. So, you lied to me before. They don't know that you're cheating on them, right? Lin Xian, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't lie to you. It's just that I can't find any of them. I only found Wang Xintong. Mu Qingya frowned. What do you mean? Lin Xian sighed. Then he took his hand off her leg, lit a cigarette, and said, "Many strange things have happened to me. No one will believe me if I tell you, not even you. That's why I never tell you, and I can't tell you. Are you sure you're not fooling me like I'm an ignorant girl?" Lin Xian, "I'm not. I swear." Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. "I believe you." Lin Xian looked at her. "Don't worry. I'll tell you later, but it's too early now." "Okay." Mu Qingya nodded. "Hey, let me ask you something. If I have to leave one day, what will you do?" Mu Qingya frowned. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Lin Xian shook his head. "Do you want to dump me?" Lin Xian, "Sister, you're so beautiful. Do you think I'll dump you?" Mu Qingya didn't say anything, but she had a feeling that Lin Xian was hiding a big secret. What on earth had he been through? "Let's do it here. This grove is good." Lin Xian smiled. Chapter 1542. Mu Qingya was really convinced. Lin Xian said that he was going to take her to the woods. Of course, she knew it. However, Lin Xian said that there was a reason. She could guess what it was. But why did she feel that there was something wrong with it? Simply put, Lin Xian might take advantage of this and take advantage of her. Would he? Mu Qingya didn't think he would. After all, what was going to happen here might be a big deal. He wouldn't be so careless, right? Yes, she thought so. Here. Mu Qingya took a look. Right now, the sky was especially dark, and the wind outside wasn't small. If a person came to a place like this, it would be a little scary. Yes, I think this place is good. Will there be snakes? Ha! Snakes. Then let's get in the car. Lin Xian smiled. Mu Qingya, didn't you say, we're here to act? Mu Qingya said. Yes, we're here to act. Let's start. As Lin Xian spoke, he placed his hand on it. Mu Qingya. You. Come on, kiss me. Mu Qingya, bastard. Hey, it's acting. If we don't kiss, how can it be called acting? At most, we'll call them over. That's all, right? With that, Lin Xian smirked and kissed her. As they kissed, Mu Qingya put her arms around Lin Xian's neck. In a certain dark place, on a certain tree, there were a few people who saw this scene. They followed them quietly but didn't dare to do anything. They were worried that there might be an ambush. But now, hello, master. On the other side, Lin Haiyang received a message. Humph. I thought this Lin Xian was really something. It turns out that I overestimated him. Lin Tian frowned. Dad, what's going on? Lin Haiyang said, at first, I thought that Lin Xian might have lured us there on purpose so that he could catch all of us in one fell swoop or find evidence. I thought he was very smart. But now, he just went with Mu Qingya to hunt in the wild. Lin Tian, fuck. Lin Tian was both envious and furious when he heard this. Mu Qingya was as cold as a white lotus on the surface, but it turned out that she was such a slut behind her back. Fuck 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 fuck. Then, father, should we make a move? Attack, we'll definitely attack. Your second uncle is already waiting over there. Your second uncle is a 7-star Grand Dominion Realm expert. I don't believe that a 7-star Grand Dominion Realm expert would be enough to deal with them while they're in the dark. That Lin Xian can't possibly be at the Domain Realm, right? Lin Haiyang said. That's impossible. There's no one in this world. No, other than those two people, no one can reach the domain realm in their 20s. That's absolutely impossible. Lin Tian was certain. Well, when the time comes, we'll capture them and make a move. Our Lin family also needs them to clear our name. Wait for a while and make a move when it's about time. They might still be a little wary now. Yes. On the other side, you bastard. Mu Qingya bit Lin Xian's lips hard. Acting. Lin Xian laughed evilly. Acting is acting. Can't you be gentler? Mu Qingya felt wronged. How did he end up with such a shameless person? Sometimes, he was even a little childish. She was in so much pain. Okay. I'll just kiss you. Not far away, they couldn't see anything. The car's glass was special. You couldn't see the situation inside the car from the outside, but from the inside, you could easily see what was happening outside. However, they could vaguely see two people kissing there. These young people really know how to enjoy life. They actually drove the car to such a place just for some fun. But they'll pay the price for this. A man's eyes narrowed. They're really bold. After provoking our Lin family, they actually came here to fight in the wild that night. I really admire them. Yeah, I really suspect that they're acting or something. But think about it, it's not very likely. And what they're doing now is reasonable. Don't think too much. Let's do it. Yes. Whoosh, 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 there were no less than 10 figures in total, and they all sped towards the car in unison. They even came from all directions. Lin Xian kissed Mu Qingya and then let go of her lips. They're here. Lin Xian said. Then what should we do? Keep kissing. Lin Xian said. Mu Qingya. Aren't we going to do it? Lin Xian said with a smile, we're not going to do it. Someone else is going to do it. Ha! 10 people stood around the car and surrounded it. Ha, the people inside don't seem to have noticed. How cowardly. Our Lin family was almost destroyed in the hands of these people. Let's just do it. Okay. However, at this moment, Lin Xian opened the car door and walked out. Who are you? Lin Xian looked very surprised. Ha, they burst out laughing. We're here to kill you. They could kill Lin Xian, but they had to keep Mu Qingya alive. Kill me. The Lin family. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. You're smart, but you're not smart enough. If you were smarter, you wouldn't have appeared here tonight. Ha. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. Did you record it? Lin Xian said to Mu Qingya, who came out of the other car door. Yes, I did. What? Hearing this, those people suddenly frowned. Then, everyone, you can do it now. Lin Xian shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, a few figures silently appeared behind these Lin family members. What? Seeing this scene, those Lin family members showed a shocked expression. They subconsciously felt that something bad was going to happen. They were fooled. Lin family, how dare you? A voice came. It seems that the Lin family really needs to be completely reorganized. Take them down. When the Lin family members saw that person, their pupils suddenly shrank. Extinction Dragon Gang. The Extinction Dragon Gang is a national force. On the surface, they have national police and police. However, there are definitely forces that can deal with martial artists. The Extinction Dragon Gang is one of them. That's right. Lin Xian invited people from this country to do it. With the country's interference, coupled with the fact that they were caught red-handed and had evidence, the Lin family was finished. Chapter 1543. Those from the Lin family were feeling very uncomfortable. At first, they thought that it might be a trap. Later, they felt that it was impossible until the reality in front of them gave them a heavy blow. The Extinction Dragon Gang was a national force. It was also an organization that supervised the major families and forces. For martial artists, they might be able to secretly kill people and do things, but these things were strictly forbidden. However, it would be very difficult to control these martial artists just by looking at them. After all, they weren't on the same level as them. Therefore, organizations such as the Extinction Dragon Gang were born. They mainly dealt with the illegal activities of some martial artists. It was similar to the Sky Blue Planet's court of law. Do you think the country would want a tumor like the Lin family? Of course not. This was an existence that would prevent progress. Why would they want such a thing to exist? However, there might be some things that they would still turn a blind eye to. After all, there was no other way. However, what if they didn't want to turn a blind eye? Or rather, someone else was pressuring them. That's right. Lin Xian was pressuring them. Now, the country was of course paying attention to the Mu group. Say, if Lin Xian looked for them, would they not care? Would they want to protect the tumor or keep the Mu group alive? Then, their choice was naturally very clear. They would definitely choose the Mu group. What was the Lin family worth? The Lin family was only able to provide a few warriors, but did they lack that many warriors? Not at all. Therefore, they made a move. Lin family, we have heard what you said just now. Then, don't struggle and come with us. An old man said lightly. Their eyes narrowed. Run. Their subconscious reaction was to run. Whoosh, humph. Want to run. Shadow cage. Shwa, more than a dozen shadow cages appeared and sealed them there. Whoosh whoosh, a few more people rushed over and directly knocked them out. Their cultivation levels were overwhelming. Lin Xian was secretly speechless. Powerful. Mr. Lin. An old man walked in front of Lin Xian. Thank you, everyone. Lin Xian clasped his fist. We have to thank Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, Miss Mu, don't worry. Leave this matter to us. Also, we will send people to protect you before this matter is resolved. Lin Xian, if you want to protect your family, then protect them. We don't need it. Also, I can give you something for the Lin family. What is it? Evidence of the Lin family's Lin Tian killing. Although this evidence was forged by Lin Xian, it was something created by the law of creation, so there was no evidence to prove that it was fake. Yes, with this thing, we can directly convict him. I can also show you evidence that the head of the Lin family, Lin Haiyang, killed someone. Do you want it? Lin Xian asked. Of course. Lin Xian could also be said to have been casually created. Then you too can go back first. We'll bring these people back first. At the same time, we'll investigate more evidence of the Lin family. We can wipe out the Lin family in a few days. The old man said. Thanks a lot. Also, I want to expose the evidence of their murder on the internet. Is that okay? They frowned deeply. This will cause unnecessary panic, won't it? Don't worry, there won't be any bloody scenes. Even if there is, it will be censored. I know. I just want the whole world to know what kind of people these people are. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded. If that's the case, it's not impossible. It will cause a lot of public opinion in a short period of time. At the same time, we will have a reason to thoroughly investigate the Lin family and block them. Lin Xian nodded. Then, they left. Where did you get the evidence? Mu Qingya asked. If I want it, I can have it. Help me buy a trending topic. Lin Xian. That's easy. Lin Xian nodded and then called Qini Juan. Brother, are you serious? It's not good to spread this kind of thing, right? It's nothing. I've already talked to those people. Don't worry. Okay, Qini Juan shrugged helplessly. On the other side, Lin Tian and Lin Haiyang even opened a bottle of red wine. They were in a good mood. Hahowever, the bottle of wine was almost finished and they still hadn't received any news. Strange, why didn't they send the news? Lin Haiyang frowned. Yeah, more than half an hour has passed. Lin Tian was also puzzled. Let me contact them. Lin Haiyang then contacted them. Hello, is it done? The other side was silent for a while. Is it the head of the Lin family? Lin Haiyang was speechless. Click, he hung up the phone. Dad, what's going on? Not good, someone else answered the phone. Something might have happened to them. Fuck. This Lin Xian is really something. Lin Haiyang gritted his teeth. What? What should we do? Lin Tian was also shocked. Now, we don't know who that person is. It might be the person behind Lin Xian or Mu Qingya. This isn't good. The best situation now is that the Lin family is gone. Maybe something worse will happen. What worse situation can there be? What else can there be? Lin Tian was shocked. Then we'll go to jail and die. Lin Haiyang's eyes narrowed. Lin Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. Dad. Don't be anxious. First, get all the cash that can be withdrawn from the Lin family. We can't do anything. Since we've failed, it means that we can't do anything. The Lin family is finished. Now, withdraw all the money. Yes. Without money, they couldn't do anything. They needed money. Now, they couldn't say how good things would be. What they could do was to prevent things from getting worse. Dad, are we going to run away? Lin Tian asked. Don't be anxious. It will take some time to withdraw the cash. I think it won't be a problem in the short term. Let's get all the money first. Lin Haiyang said. In fact, he was very nervous. The next morning, Master, this is bad. Something happened. Something happened. Lin Haiyang didn't sleep the whole night. What happened now? On the internet. I don't know who exposed the video of young Master killing and burying a corpse. It's been exposed at that place. It's causing a huge uproar on the internet. What? Lin Tian stood up. I've never fucking buried a corpse before. He grabbed the phone and looked at it in confusion. Fuck you. Where is this? I've never been to this place. Moreover, what's with the angle of the video? This isn't a candid shot. Who would fucking kill someone with a follower beside them? If this isn't a retard, then what is? Dad, it's really not me. Then it's a composite video. Don't worry. Unfortunately, they couldn't verify that it was a composite video. Chapter 1544. Soon, news that made Lin Haiyang despair came. The video wasn't edited. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. This? He really didn't do it. Paulin Haiyang angrily gave Lin Tian a slap. Trash. You're really trash. The Lin family has been destroyed in your hands. Dad, it really wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Even if the video wasn't edited, the person in the video isn't me. Someone framed me. Lin Tian wanted to cry. It's exactly the same person. Even if it wasn't you, even if that person was wearing a Rempe mask, it's already impossible to explain. Do you have an alibi that day? Lin Tian frowned. I can't remember. If you can't remember, you can find someone to testify. Perhaps there's still a chance. At this moment, several people ran in. Family head, not good. What happened? Family head, look at your phone. Lin Haiyang then took out his phone. What the fuck? The explosive news on his phone made him dumbfounded. Lin Haiyang then gritted his teeth. Fake news, it's all fake news. This is framing. It's a blatant framing. Lin Haiyang angrily cursed. Dad, it's the same for me. Damn it. Someone must have used a Rempe mask to impersonate us. Lin Haiyang gritted his teeth. Dad, then what should we do now? Lin Tian said. To clarify, we need an alibi. But even if we take out an alibi, not many people will believe it. But at least it will allow us to live in peace. At most, the Lin family will be gone. He was helpless. Originally, he wanted to abandon the rook to save the king. Now, he only wanted to live in peace. Family head, not good. Another person ran in. Pat, the teacup in Lin Haiyang's hand directly fell to the ground. Fuck your mother. What happened? The people from the Extinction Dragon gang are here. What? Lin Haiyang opened his eyes wide. Why did the Extinction Dragon gang come so quickly? Originally, he wanted to take the money and leave quickly. Now, the people from the Extinction Dragon Society came. Why are they here so soon after the video was uploaded? Or perhaps, they had already prepared for this, damn it. Damn it. Master Lin, how have you been? A few people walked in. Guild Leader Long, what brings you here personally? Lin Haiyang smiled obsequiously. What wind? The man's eyes narrowed. Humph. How dare the Lin family do such things in public? It's not the first time they've violated the rules. Everyone, come with us. President Long, is there some kind of misunderstanding? I've seen the video too. It's definitely fake. Are you saying that it was forged? The video isn't fake, but the content inside is fake. The people inside really aren't me and my son. Lin Haiyang said. Humph. I didn't come here for this matter. Bring him here. Then, the two of them pushed one person over. Seeing him, Lin Haiyang's eyes suddenly shrank. Who is this? Master Lin, you must know him. He's your third brother. Lin Haiyang clenched his fist. The assassination of Lin Xian failed. They lost contact with him. But he really didn't expect that they would be captured by the Extinction Dragon Society. Fuck. President Long, what's going on here? Last night, someone tried to assassinate someone. One of them was the chairman of the Mu group. The plot is extremely bad. And the one who did this is your Lin family. Master Lin, do you dare to admit this matter? Lin Haiyang quickly said, it's not me. It's really not me. Lin Haiyang quickly blinked his eyes at the three of them. The man said, it's my fourth brother's order. Lin Haiyang's mind instantly went blank. There's no other way. Lin Yi really has no other way. If he wants to live, he can only tell the truth. If he tells the truth, he can live. He still needs to keep his life. No one wants to die. Take him away. On the other side, you bastard. Mu Qingya bit Lin Xian's shoulder. She bit him so hard that blood could be seen. Ouch! The first ray of sunlight in the morning was accompanied by Lin Xian's scream. Little Qingya, why are you so cruel? Lin Xian was about to cry. Get lost. I'm annoyed just by looking at you. Mu Qingya kicked Lin Xian and then went to wash up. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What happened? It's nothing. After those people were captured last night, Lin Xian took the opportunity to take his dear little Qingya with him. This caused Mu Qingya to be full of resentment towards Lin Xian ever since. Hee hee. Lin Xian wiped his saliva. In fact, he was quite happy. After a minute, Lin Xian received a message. Little Qingya, the Lin family is gone. Most of the Lin family members have been captured. They are either fine, captured, or escaped. Those who escaped are not important. Lin Tian, Lin Hai, and the others will be executed in a few days. Lin Xian said to Mu Qingya. It has nothing to do with me. Mu Qingya's voice came. Of course it does. Prepare to buy the Lin family's assets. This should be the cheapest time and we will be the fastest. Well, call Zhang Yang and ask him to do it. Okay. Ding. Congratulations on completing the quest. The system prompt sounded in Lin Xian's mind. Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Now, most of the quests were completed. It was a good sign. Let's start a new quest. Lin Xian said in his mind. Ding. Congratulations on starting a new quest. Quest content, please get a girl at will. System points will be awarded according to the quality of the girl. The minimum is 1 million and the maximum is 20 million. Lin Xian, can I go to you? If it were not for the fact that the Prince Charming system had not been activated on Earth, Lin Xian would have suspected that this quest was triggered by the system. How could it trigger such a quest? Fuck. If little Ying and the others triggered the quest to get a rich guy, wouldn't it explode? Impossible, impossible. How could it trigger such a quest? Lin Xian thought for a while. Let's start another quest. Ding. Congratulations on starting a new quest. Please get first place in the martial arts assembly. Quest reward, 50 million system points. Lin Xian, that's a normal mission. Lin Xian thought for a while. The martial arts assembly was the one that Lu Qingzhu had mentioned to him before. She was this year's Wulin Alliance leader, but the next one was about to be held. She could still participate as long as she was not over 25 years old. The title of Wulin Alliance leader was useful. She could get a lot of resources from the country, including some privileges. It was not a big privilege, but mainly a status. It could bring a certain status to the family and attract a lot of attention. Chapter 1545. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Martial Arts Convention. Xianyuan Qingtian probably didn't participate, right? Otherwise, Qingzhu wouldn't have gotten first place, right? That might not be the case. Xianyuan Qingtian is also a good-for-nothing, and Qingzhu is not bad either. Lu Qingzhu was definitely not bad. On Earth, she was in her 20s and had reached the lower realm. Looking at the others, Lin Tian, he didn't even have Xianyuan Qingtian. Lu Qingzhu was the representative of Earth's geniuses. Moreover, her family was also one of the 4 major families, not much worse than the Xianyuan family. I guess I'll be able to see some people at that time. I should be able to come into contact with that circle during this martial arts convention. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. The other mission was to pick up girls. It didn't mention who to pick up, but the higher the quality, the more system points he would get. The system points added together were related to whether he could go back or not. So, Qini Juan or Lu Qingzhu. These 2 girls should be about the same. The one who was easy to pick up. Well, they weren't easy to deal with. Qini Juan had a bad temper and had saved her grandfather. Lu Qingzhu's words were cold. She was a lady from a respectable family and had saved her life. It seemed that the 2 of them were about the same. Damn. Lin Xian was helpless. The more he didn't want to be merciful here, the more this damn system triggered these missions for him. He was helpless. 2. I'll choose one. I really can't take it anymore. I really don't want to be like this anymore. Lin Xian sighed. Who should he choose? He felt that it was fine. Let the heavens decide. Whoever wants to chat with me, well, whichever girl takes the initiative to chat with me first, I'll pick her up. Lin Xian pondered. Pick what? Mu Qingya walked out. Make tea. I haven't had tea for a long time, help me make a pot of tea. Oh. Mu Qingya then walked out. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Scary. Shua, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and a sword appeared in his palm. This was the sword he got from Tao Tai's place. Lin Xian was quite surprised. The grade of this sword was definitely not low. It was not inferior to the sacred sword in his hand. Why does this sword feel a little familiar? Lin Xian muttered to himself as he looked at the sword that seemed to be sealed in dust. I don't know what sword it is. Let's ask someone who knows. The appearance of this sword was quite different from before. Previously, it was rusty, but now it was different. He gave off the feeling of a king. At this moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. He only had a few good friends, and the one looking for him was Lu Qingzhu. Ha, you took the initiative to obtain this old man's body. Lin Xian smirked and looked at the message. Lu Qingzhu directly asked, do you want to participate in the martial arts convention? Lin Xian then called her on WeChat. Hey. Lin Xian laughed and said, I'm guessing that you must have hesitated for a long time before sending me this message. You typed it in the chat box several times and then deleted it several times. You were hesitating whether or not to contact me, right? Lu Qingzhu, when you sent me the message, were you thinking about what if I didn't wake up in the morning and disturbed my rest? Is that right? Lu Qingzhu, no. Lu Qingzhu said faintly. Big brother, I just sent you a message to ask. Why are you so dramatic? Lu Qingzhu was helpless. You liar. Hypocritical woman, Bao. Lu Qingzhu, are you going to participate? If you want to participate, you need to sign up in advance. There's still a week. I can help you sign up, Lu Qingzhu said. Sure, help me sign up. By the way, may I ask who will be participating? Me, Wudang Sect, Kunlun Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Ame Mountain, the major families, rogue cultivators, and so on. There will be no less than a few hundred people. Lu Qingzhu said. All 4 major families will be participating? Yes. Only the most powerful people will be participating. Lin Xian asked. Not necessarily. I'm participating because the Lu family is one of the 4 major families. They don't have a strong foundation like the other families. They need to consolidate their foundation. They don't care too much about other things. It's just a way to train some people. Lu Qingzhu said. Hearing this, Lin Xian pondered for a moment. It seemed that he might not be able to meet them. By the way, did you find anything about the favor I asked you to help me with last time? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian asked Lu Qingzhu to see if she could help him find information about Dongfang Shui last time. I went to the Dongfang family as a guest under a certain excuse. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. And then? I didn't see Dongfang Shui, only other people. I asked Dongfang Shui's parents about Dongfang Shui, but they changed the topic. I asked the maids of the Dongfang family, but they didn't know. I asked some of the daughters and young masters of the Dongfang family. They are the sons and daughters of Uncle Dongfang's brothers, but they didn't know either. It's quite strange. Lu Qingzhu said. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly. What the hell was going on? How could this be? It was understandable that the maids didn't know about Dongfang Shui, but how could the sons and daughters of Dongfang Shui's father's brothers and sisters not know about Dongfang Shui? Even though Dongfang Shui's father only had her as a daughter, the rest of his family were all very close cousins. How strange. It really is strange. Dongfang Shui seems to have disappeared into thin air. There hasn't been any news about her for 3 years, and the others either don't know or refuse to talk about her. Could it be that something happened to her? No, she's the daughter of the Dongfang family, nothing can happen to her. Lin Xian muttered in his heart. What's your relationship with Dongfang Shui? Lin Xian, damn, take a guess. Have you investigated the Xianyuan family? I have, but it's nothing. I've also asked my parents, but they don't know either. It seems like 3 years ago, the Xianyuan family got engaged to the Dongfang family. Could it be that something happened because of that? Lin Xian knew about this, so when Lin Xian eloped with Dongfang Shui, they were caught and thrown off a cliff. After that, it was a complete blank. Lin Xian wanted to go to the Dongfang family, but what was the most awkward thing? Lin Xian couldn't go. He didn't have the power, so he couldn't go. He would be destroyed. If the Dongfang family didn't die, others would kill him. In fact, even Lin Xian couldn't go there. If he went, he wouldn't even be able to pass through the gate. He could force his way in, but there were powerful enchantments and even illusions around the residence of such a top-tier family. His power was still a problem. We'll talk about it later. Oh, right, let's start a video call. Lu Qingzhu faltered slightly. Look at you. No way. Lu Qingzhu replied. Hey, hurry up, look at you. Lin Xian then switched to video mode. Lu Qingzhu had no choice but to open the video. It was pitch black, so she put her phone away. Oh, right, take a look at this sword. Can you find out what kind of sword it is? Lin Xian placed the sword on the screen. The second primordial divine weapon, the Xianyuan sword. Lin Xian. Chapter 1546. Lin Xian froze for a moment when he heard Lu Qingzhu's words. Xianyuan sword. It can't be, right? Are you sure? Lin Xian asked. I'm sure, but is this a model or? Lu Qingzhu asked with uncertainty. Lin Xian, wow, she still doesn't believe me. Of course it's real. Lin Xian said. The Xianyuan sword has never appeared since ancient times. Where did you get it? Lu Qingzhu asked. It was strange. If it was someone else, Lu Qingzhu might not believe him, but Lin Xian's words, even if it was an exaggeration, she believed it. It's from Tao Tai. Lu Qingzhu frowned. Is it the sword that was there at that time? Lin Xian nodded. I didn't expect that everyone would miss the opportunity to get the Xianyuan sword, so you went there for it, right? Lu Qingzhu asked. Big sister, you look so smart, but why are you so stupid sometimes? Ha! Lu Qingzhu tilted her head. If I knew the Xianyuan sword and went there for it, would I still ask you now? Lu Qingzhu, that's true. How powerful is this Xianyuan sword? Lin Xian asked. I don't know, but the 10 ancient artifacts all have extraordinary power. The Kongtong seal's immortality, the devil refining pot's strange space, the Fushi zither's control of the mind, and so on, these are all proven. But some of the power, such as the Pangu Axe's ability to travel through the void, are unknown. As for the Xianyuan sword, it naturally has powerful and sharp power. Lu Qingzhu said. Not bad. Lu Qingzhu, this is the second of the 10 ancient artifacts, and it's just not bad. In Lin Xian's opinion, the immortality of the Kongtong seal is the most powerful. Do you want it? Lin Xian asked. Lu Qingzhu. No. Oh. Why not? No need, and I don't want to be the target of public criticism. Lu Qingzhu said. This girl was quite interesting. He had no ambition. How about this, I'll give you the Xianyuan sword, and then you'll be my girlfriend, okay? Lin Xian joked with a smile. Lu Qingzhu, then I became your girlfriend, so the Xianyuan sword is still yours, right? Lu Qingzhu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian. Needless to say, he was really pretty. Cough, 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 the location of the World Conference is at Kunlun Mountain. Are you going by yourself or, of course I'm going with you. Let's go to Kunlun Mountain to play, travel, and eat delicious food. My favorite thing is to travel with my girlfriend. I'm hanging up. Lu Qingzhu then turned off the video. Scumbag. He already had a girlfriend, yet he still wanted to provoke her. What a scumbag. Damn. Lin Xian sighed. It was difficult. Lu Qingzhu was too serious, and she knew that he had a girlfriend. It was not easy to woo her. Mu Qingya brought a cup of tea for Lin Xian, glanced at Lin Xian, and then walked down. Lin Xian smiled. Little Qingya was really becoming more and more obedient. Then Lin Xian took a sip. Pfft! Outside, Mu Qingya heard the sound of Lin Xian spitting water and smiled with satisfaction. At that time, she heard Lin Xian say that he wanted to woo someone. Why did he tell her to make tea? The tea was indeed made, but she grabbed a handful of salt. Lin Xian wiped the corners of his mouth. Fuck. Then he shook his head helplessly. Just as Lin Xian was about to get out of bed, his phone rang again. This time, it was Wang Xintong. Hello, little Xintong. Lin Xian smirked. Lin Xian, I saw Linging. Hearing Wang Xintong's words, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Where are you? At the company. I was completing a task, and then I saw Linging. Have you met her? Not yet. Linging is at the training camp. I guess she's also here to complete a task. Do you want to come and see? Of course. After that, Lin Xian hurried to Wang Xintong's company without eating. After all, Lin Xian had invested 10 billion yuan in Wang Xintong's company before. He asked them to package Wang Xintong, so their company was naturally willing to do so. Although they didn't know that Lin Xian was the investor, they thought it was Lin Xian. But now, Lin Xian came to their company as an investor. Of course, they were willing to do so. No matter what he wanted to do, their company was to make money. If he could help them make money, they would be happy. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin, I don't know why you're here. Oh, I asked Chairman Mu to invest 10 billion yuan. This time, I'm here to take a look. If I see something good, I'll invest some myself. Lin Xian said lightly. The woman was secretly shocked when she heard Lin Xian's words. The money that Chairman Mu invested was his idea. Okay, then I'll show Mr. Lin around. Mr. Lin wants to see Shintong, right? I'll call her over. In her opinion, this big boss must have taken a fancy to that beautiful girl, Wang Shintong. He didn't hesitate to invest 10 billion yuan to make her fulfill his wish. This kind of big boss was simply terrifying. Okay. Soon, Wang Shintong came over. Lin Xian nodded. Well, is it okay for me and Shintong to walk around your company? No problem. Then I won't disturb you. After that, Lin Xian and Wang Shintong walked together. Hey, where is Xiao Yingying? Lin Xian asked. In the training camp over there. Wang Shintong pointed in a direction. Let's go. They walked over there. This training camp was the place where a talent show was filmed. The show hadn't officially started yet, but the show had already been broadcasted. The content that was being broadcasted now was some of the daily training content of some of the girls. It was quite interesting. After 2 sessions of training, there might be a competition to determine the top 3. This Xiao Yingying must have come here to complete a mission. Lin Xian said. Yeah, I wonder how many missions Sister Ling Ying has completed. What about you? Me? The previous small missions were almost done. This is a big mission. I'm completing other missions while completing others. After this, I should be almost done. Wang Shintong said. Lin Xian nodded. Let's look for someone. Lin Xian said to the staff. Who are you looking for? Ling Ying. Your Chairman Lu asked me to come here. Lin Xian said. Wait a moment. This training camp is off limits. I'll ask her to come out. Thank you. Let her go to that cafe. We're friends with her, so we came to visit her. He nodded. After about 10 minutes, Lin Xian saw a familiar figure walking over. Hey, who's looking for me? Ling Ying walked into the coffee shop and called out to her. Lin Xian, fuck. Who was it that had offended this great aunt? Ling Ying, over here. Wang Shintong waved at Ling Ying. Ling Ying looked over. His gaze and expression changed in an instant. Shintong. Ling Ying ran over. Damn. You're here too. Ling Ying was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Xian, but his eyes were filled with surprise. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.